Hey my friends, I am indeed back again tonight. We will embark on a journey through centuries of ambition, trade and quiet unravelling. We're exploring the rise and fall of the British Empire, from a small island kingdom to the largest empire the world had ever seen. The journey continues onward, so before you get cosy, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you haven't already experienced the greatness before. Also, please let us know what part of the world you're tuning in from and what time it is for you, as it's always fascinating to see how far we really are reaching. Now dim the lights as always, grab your blanket tightly and let's begin together, shall we? Picture England in the 1500s, a damp, sheep-filled kingdom sitting off the coast of Europe, watching Spain haul shiploads of gold back from the Americas. While Spain was becoming incredibly wealthy from its New World adventures, the English were still trying to figure out basic matters, such as not executing so many of their monarchs. But sometimes underdogs are just getting warmed up. Elizabeth I, a woman, sat on the throne, capable of engaging diplomatically in the morning and authorising a pirate raid by tea time. She looked at Spain's treasure fleet sailing past and thought the English deserved a share of that wealth. Enter the Sea Dogs, which sounds innocent, but was actually England's cheeky name for their officially unofficial pirates. These were men such as Francis Drake, who had the audacity to sail around the entire world just to prove it could be done, stopping along the way to liberate Spanish treasure. When Drake came home with a ship so loaded with stolen Spanish gold that it nearly sank, Elizabeth didn't arrest him. She knighted him. The Spanish, understandably, were getting tired of this behaviour. So in 1588 they decided to send a little reminder called the Spanish Armada, 130 ships packed with soldiers, heading straight for England's shores. You might expect this to be where England gets its comeuppance. David versus Goliath, except Goliath has cannons and centuries of naval experience. But here's where geography becomes destiny, and where England's terrible weather finally worked in their favour. Picture the Spanish admiral who had spent months planning this invasion, his ships loaded with troops, feeling confident. Then he hits the English Channel and discovers that English weather isn't just unpleasant, it's actively hostile. The wind starts howling, the seas turn nasty, and suddenly those massive proud warships are being tossed around violently. The English, meanwhile, had smaller, more nimble ships that danced around the Spanish fleet. They dart in, fire their cannons, and zip away before the Spanish could respond. It was naval guerrilla warfare, and the Spanish weren't ready for it. But the real hero of this story wasn't English bravery or cunning, it was the weather. A massive storm scattered the Spanish fleet, sending ships crashing into rocks, running aground and generally having the worst day in naval history. The Spanish called it El Viento Protestante, the Protestant wind. Even God, it seemed, had picked sides. When the dust settled, Spain's seemingly invincible navy was in tatters, and little England had proven that sometimes, being small and scrappy beats being big and powerful, your underweight friend somehow winning an arm wrestling contest against the gym's bodybuilder, improbable but undeniably impressive. This victory not only protected England from invasion, but also signalled the arrival of a new player in the global arena. The Spanish Empire, which had seemed as permanent as the sunrise, suddenly looked vulnerable. And England, that soggy little island that nobody had taken seriously, started getting some intriguing ideas about what it might accomplish on the world stage. The age of Spanish dominance was beginning to crack, and through those cracks English ambition was starting to grow. Persistent, unstoppable, and surprisingly resilient. The foundation was being laid for what would become the largest empire in human history. After beating the Spanish Armada, England had confidence but still relatively little money compared to its European neighbours. They needed a business plan, and unfortunately, the business plans of the 1600s often involved what we'd politely call morally questionable practices. Enter the merchant companies, organisations with grand names such as the Company of Merchant Adventurers. These weren't your typical corner shops. They were massive trading corporations with royal charters that basically said, go forth and make money, and don't ask too many questions about how. The East India Company was the crown jewel of these operations, and calling it just a trading company understates its true nature. Founded in 1600, it started as a simple idea: sail to Asia, buy spices and silk, and sell them back home for enormous profits. It became the world's first global corporation, except with more cannons and fewer HR departments. You have to understand, spices back then weren't just about making food taste better. They were incredibly valuable. Pepper was literally worth its weight in silver, and nutmeg was so precious that wars were fought over tiny islands that grew it. The Dutch had monopolised much of the spice trade, charging whatever they wanted, and the English decided they should get in on that business. But the East India Company wasn't content to just trade. They started hiring their own armies, making their own treaties, and essentially running their own foreign policy. A modern corporation deciding to start conquering countries, that's basically what happened, except with sailing ships and elaborate uniforms. The company's expansion into India perfectly demonstrates how ambition can snowball beyond anyone's original intentions. They'd started by just wanting to set up trading posts along the coast, little fortified compounds where they could store goods and conduct business. But India in the 1600s was a complex patchwork of competing kingdoms, and the Mughal Empire, which had been holding everything together, was starting to weaken. Into this power vacuum stepped the East India Company. They'd make alliances with local rulers, provide military support, and gradually become indispensable. Before anyone quite realised what was happening, the company wasn't just trading in India, it was running large chunks of it. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was one of those moments that seemed minor at the time but changed everything. Robert Clive, a company official who'd started as a clerk and worked his way up to general, defeated the Nawab of Bengal with a much smaller force. This unexpected victory paved the way for unprecedented power. But victory came with consequences nobody had thought through. Suddenly, the East India Company was responsible for governing millions of people across vast territories. They'd gone from being merchants to being rulers, and they were completely unprepared for this transformation. The wealth flowing back to Britain was staggering. Bengal alone was generating revenues that dwarfed many European kingdoms' entire budgets. The taxes that had previously benefited local rulers were now contributing significantly to British coffers, and the company's shareholders were experiencing unprecedented wealth. Naturally, the foundation of this wealth rested on systems that were fundamentally extractive and frequently cruel. The company exploited their territories, prioritising profit margins over the well-being of the people under their control. Famines became more common and more deadly when local resources were diverted to company profits rather than local needs. Back in London, people were starting to notice that their little trading company had somehow acquired an empire. The British government wasn't entirely sure what to do with this situation. The company was generating enormous wealth for the country, but it was also making decisions that affected international relations and the lives of millions of people. This was the beginning of a pattern that would define the British Empire for centuries: private ambition leading to public responsibility, commercial ventures growing into political control, and a small island nation finding itself responsible for governing vast populations across the globe, often without any clear plan for how to do it ethically or effectively. The stage was set for an empire that would span continents and reshape the world, built not through grand strategy, but through the accumulated decisions of merchants, soldiers, and administrators, who often had no idea what they were creating. By the 1700s, Britain had stumbled into something resembling a strategy. Though calling it a strategy might be generous, it was more organised opportunism with excellent naval support. Britain had discovered that if you controlled the seas, you could control global trade, control the highways, and you don't need to own every town. You just need to control how people and goods move between them. This is where the Royal Navy enters our story with full force. By the mid-1700s, Britain was building ships constantly, everywhere, with the assumption that you could never have too many. They had honed their naval warfare skills to such an extent that any potential enemy found encountering a British fleet to be highly unwelcome. This naval strategy truly demonstrated its effectiveness during the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763. While European powers engaged in land battles, Britain pursued a distinct strategy. They'd swoop in, capture strategic ports and islands, disrupt enemy trade routes, and generally make life miserable for anyone who depended on maritime commerce. Take the capture of Quebec in 1759, which sounds straightforward but was actually extraordinarily daring. General Wolfe and his troops had to scale supposedly unclimbable cliffs in the middle of the night, surprise the French defenders, and capture one of the most important cities in North America. It was the kind of plan that should have failed spectacularly, but somehow worked perfectly, though both Wolfe and the French commander died in the battle. The result of all this naval dominance was that Britain started accumulating territories at an unprecedented rate. Gibraltar controlled access to the Mediterranean. Malta was perfectly positioned for Middle Eastern trade routes. The Cape of Good Hope controlled the sea route to Asia. It was strategic positioning on a global scale, with each acquisition making the next one more valuable. From a logistical perspective, governing a global empire with a sailing ship as your fastest communication method presents unique challenges. Messages between London and India took months, which meant that by the time headquarters heard about a problem and sent back instructions, the situation had usually either resolved itself or gotten spectacularly worse. This communication delay created a dynamic where British officials on the ground had enormous autonomy. They couldn't ask London for permission every time they needed to make a decision, so they often just made it and hoped it would be approved retroactively. Some officials used this freedom responsibly. Others discovered that power exercised 8,000 miles away from any oversight can corrupt absolutely. You'd have company officials essentially running their own kingdoms, making treaties, waging wars and collecting taxes, all while technically being employees of a trading company based in London. The system worked when these officials were competent and honest, but it created opportunities for abuse that were difficult to control from such distances. The American colonies served as a prime illustration of the potential pitfalls of this system. Strapped for cash after the costly 7 Years' War, the British government decided that the Americans should contribute to their own defence costs. This seemed reasonable from London's perspective. After all, British troops had just spent years protecting American colonists from French and Indian attacks. But the colonists had gotten used to managing their affairs, and suddenly being asked to pay taxes they'd had no say in imposing felt fundamentally unfair. The famous "no taxation without representation" wasn't just a catchy slogan. It was a fundamental complaint about the impossibility of governing an empire when communication took months and local conditions changed daily. The British response to American complaints was essentially, "We've been doing this successfully all over the world, just go along with it." But North America was different from India or the Caribbean. The colonists were mostly British descended, shared British legal traditions, and had enough economic independence to cause real trouble if they organised. When that trouble finally came, Britain discovered that naval supremacy, while excellent for controlling trade routes and capturing islands, was less useful for fighting a land war against people who knew the terrain and had the support of the local population. You could control the coasts, but controlling the interior required different tactics entirely. The loss of the American colonies was Britain's first major imperial setback, but it wouldn't be the last. The lesson was clear. Empires built on naval power and commercial advantage were vulnerable when local populations decided they no longer wanted to be governed by distant foreigners, no matter how powerful those foreigners might be at sea. After losing the American colonies, Britain was hurt and embarrassed but determined to prove they could do better elsewhere. They were lucky to have India, which was becoming their most lucrative relationship, even if it was unexpectedly complex. By the 1800s, calling India the jewel in the crown wasn't just poetic language, it was an economic reality. The wealth flowing from the subcontinent was extraordinary. Cotton, spices, tea, opium, and manufactured goods were generating revenues that made Britain one of the wealthiest nations on earth. But this wealth came with responsibilities and complications that nobody had really planned for. The thing about governing 300 million people across a subcontinent is that it's incredibly complex. You're managing people who speak dozens of different languages, follow different religions, and have centuries of complicated relationships with each other, and you're expected to make a profit while doing it. The East India Company had grown from a trading organisation into essentially a parallel government, complete with its own armies, tax systems and legal codes. Company officials lived lavishly, building elaborate mansions and hosting parties that would have impressed European royalty. But they were also dealing with famines, rebellions, and the constant challenge of maintaining control over territories larger than most European countries. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 served as a significant awakening. A mutiny among Indian soldiers escalated into a widespread uprising throughout northern India, thereby forcing the company to fight for its own survival. The immediate trigger was rumours about ammunition cartridges being greased with cow and pig fat, offensive to both Hindu and Muslim soldiers. But the real causes went much deeper. The company had been gradually taking over more and more aspects of Indian life, raising taxes, changing traditional arrangements, and generally making life more difficult for local populations while getting richer themselves. Eventually, the changes created enough resentment to explode into open rebellion. The rebellion was brutal on both sides, with atrocities that shocked even people accustomed to colonial violence. When British forces finally regained control, the response was swift and decisive. The East India Company was dissolved, and the British government took direct control of India. Someone responsible needed to take charge. The new arrangement, known as the British Raj, was supposed to be more professional and less extractive than company rule. The idea was that government officials, unlike company employees, would prioritise beneficial governance over pure profit. In practice, it was more a change in management structure than a fundamental reform of a system designed to benefit outsiders at the expense of locals. This period saw the construction of massive infrastructure projects, railways, telegraphs, irrigation systems, and administrative buildings that still dot the Indian landscape today. The British built these not out of altruism, but because effective extraction requires effective infrastructure. Better roads and railways made everything work more efficiently, but the primary beneficiary was still Britain. The railway system perfectly demonstrates this dynamic. By 1900, India had one of the largest railway networks in the world, which was genuinely impressive and useful. Trains connected remote regions, facilitated trade, and made travel easier for millions of people. But the network was designed primarily to move raw materials from the interior to coastal ports and finished goods from ports to markets, a pattern that benefited British manufacturers much more than Indian ones. Imperial wealth was simultaneously transforming British society. Bengali fortunes enabled the construction of grand mansions in the countryside. Entire families could live comfortably on the pensions of relatives who'd served in India. Indian textiles, foods, and ideas were influencing British culture, despite Britain maintaining strict hierarchies that kept Indians subordinate within their own country. Everyone recognised the irony. British officials in India lived in luxury while promoting the civilizing mission of empire, whereas back in Britain, industrial cities were filled with workers enduring conditions often worse than those faced by many Indians. The wealth that made Britain a global power was unevenly distributed even among the British themselves, but perhaps the most significant long-term impact was educational. The British introduced English language education partly to create a class of Indians who could serve as intermediaries between British administrators and the local population. The unintended consequence was creating a generation of Indian intellectuals who could read British political philosophy, including ideas about democracy, individual rights, and self-governance. This educated class began to ask uncomfortable questions. If these principles were beneficial enough for Britain, why weren't they beneficial enough for India? Ironically, the British were sowing the seeds of independence through the very educational system they had established to enhance the effectiveness of their rule. By the mid-1800s, Britain had achieved something unprecedented in human history. They had become so globally dominant that they were essentially playing geopolitics alone at the top. But success brought its own problems. When you're the world's dominant power, everyone else starts looking for ways to knock you down. Enter Russia, with all the subtlety of a freight train. The Russians were expanding south and east, methodically acquiring Central Asian territories. From Britain's perspective, such activity was deeply concerning, because Russian expansion toward Afghanistan meant Russian expansion toward India, and nobody was allowed to threaten the jewel in the crown. Thus began what Rudyard Kipling called the Great Game, a decades-long strategic competition between Britain and Russia that played out across some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. It was expensive, dangerous geopolitics with real consequences measured in empires. The problem was geography. The distance between Russian territory and British India was filled with mountains, deserts, and tribal territories that nobody really controlled. Afghanistan was the key piece. Whoever controlled Afghanistan could threaten India, but Afghanistan had an inconvenient habit of being completely unconquerable. The First Afghan War, 1839 to 1842, was Britain's attempt to install a friendly ruler in Kabul, and it went disastrously wrong. The plan involved marching an army through mountain passes to impose a government on people who really didn't want one. The retreat from Kabul became legendary for all the wrong reasons. Of the roughly 16,000 people who began the retreat, only one British officer made it back to tell the story. It was a military disaster that should have made everyone reconsider their entire approach to foreign policy. But here's the thing about imperial momentum. Once you're committed to defending everywhere, you can't really afford to look weak anywhere. So despite the Afghan disaster, Britain kept expanding, building naval bases, signing treaties with local rulers, and getting drawn into conflicts that seemed to multiply endlessly. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, was officially presented as a conflict to protect the Ottoman Empire from Russian expansion. However, its true purpose was to maintain the balance of power that secured Britain's global position. Fighting in the Crimean Peninsula was difficult and messy, and nobody looked particularly competent. This was also the war that introduced the world to Florence Nightingale and modern nursing, which tells you something about how badly things were going that the most memorable outcome was improvements in medical care for wounded soldiers. The charge of the Light Brigade became famous poetry, but it was famous because 600 cavalry charging directly into cannon fire was such a spectacular example of military incompetence that people couldn't stop talking about it. Meanwhile, the cost of maintaining this global empire was becoming astronomical. Britain's imperial commitments were accumulating steadily, and each one required its army and navy to maintain. The Royal Navy alone was larger than the next two navies combined, and maintaining that supremacy meant constantly building new ships to keep up with technological advances. When ironclad warships replaced wooden ones, Britain had to replace its entire fleet. When steam power became standard, they had to build coaling stations around the world. It was a never-ending cycle of expensive upgrades. On land, Britain was maintaining garrisons from Gibraltar to Hong Kong, and each garrison needed supplies, reinforcements, and local support. The logistics of empire were mind-boggling. Coordinating military operations across multiple time zones when your fastest communication was still limited by the speed of telegraph cables that could be cut by anyone with determination and basic tools. When local populations decided they'd had enough of foreign rule, the Indian Mutiny had demonstrated how quickly things could go wrong. Every British colony now needs enough troops to maintain order, but not so many that the cost becomes prohibitive. It was a delicate balance that required constant attention and enormous resources. Back home, British society was dealing with the contradictions of empire in increasingly uncomfortable ways. While the wealth from India and other colonies funded British prosperity, it also raised moral questions that were difficult to dismiss. How do you reconcile believing in liberty and justice with ruling over hundreds of millions of people who had no say in their governance? Some British intellectuals convinced themselves that empire was actually beneficial for colonized peoples, a civilizing mission that brought progress and enlightenment to backward societies. Others were more honest about the economic motivations but argued that the benefits justified the costs. Still, others began questioning whether the whole enterprise was sustainable or ethical. These debates were mostly academic for ordinary British people, who enjoyed imperial prosperity without having to think too deeply about where it came from. But they were becoming very real for the growing number of educated Indians, Africans, and others who were beginning to organize and demand changes to the colonial system. By 1900, Britain's empire covered roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and ruled over 400 million people, which sounds impressive until you realize that managing that many people across that much territory was extraordinarily difficult. Trying to conduct an orchestra where half the musicians are in different buildings and none of them can hear the conductor. The first major crack in the imperial facade came from an unexpected direction. White settlers in South Africa who had the audacity to fight back. The Boer War, 1899 to 1902, was supposed to be a quick demonstration of British power, but it turned into a grinding conflict that revealed some uncomfortable truths about imperial warfare. Fighting Dutch farmers who knew the terrain and had good rifles turned out to be much harder than anyone had anticipated. The British response was to invent concentration camps, not the Nazi death camps, but the original version, where civilian populations were confined to control guerrilla warfare. It worked from a military standpoint, but the international criticism was severe, and the cost was enormous. Britain spent more money fighting a few thousand Boer farmers than they'd spent on most previous colonial wars combined. More troubling was what the war revealed about British society itself. Physical examinations of army recruits showed that a shocking percentage of young British men were unfit for military service, malnourished, diseased, and physically underdeveloped. The empire was so busy extracting wealth from other countries that it had neglected the health of its own population. World War I was supposed to demonstrate the empire's strength and unity, and in some ways it did. Troops from India, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa fought alongside British forces, and the combined imperial effort was genuinely impressive. But the war also accelerated changes that would ultimately undermine imperial authority. The thing about asking people to die for your cause is that it gives them certain moral authority to question it afterward. Indian soldiers who fought in Europe and Mesopotamia returned home with new perspectives on British power and new expectations about political rights. It's difficult to tell someone they're not ready for self-governance after they've spent 4 years fighting Germans in the trenches. The economic cost of World War I was staggering. Britain went from being the world's largest creditor to being deeply in debt, particularly to the United States. Running a global empire is expensive under the best circumstances, but trying to do it while simultaneously fighting the most destructive war in human history was financially devastating. The interwar period saw Britain trying to maintain imperial prestige on a reduced budget, which worked about as well as you'd expect. Although the Government of India Act of 1919 promised Indians greater self-governance, its actual reforms were so limited that they failed to satisfy almost anyone. Meanwhile, a lawyer named Gandhi was developing new methods of resistance that were specifically designed to make British rule look illegitimate and brutal. Gandhi's genius was understanding that the moral foundation of empire was already shaky. Most British people wanted to believe they were governing other countries for those countries' benefit, not just for British profit. By organising peaceful resistance that provoked violent responses, Gandhi made it impossible to maintain that comfortable fiction. When British authorities beat peaceful protesters with clubs or opened fire on unarmed crowds, the civilizing mission started looking more like organised theft. In many ways, World War II was Britain's greatest achievement. Standing alone against Nazi Germany in 1940 required genuine courage and determination. But fighting that war required mobilizing every possible resource, including the empires, and it became increasingly difficult to justify denying political rights to people whose contributions were essential to British survival. The Bengal famine of 1943, which killed between 2 and 3 million people, was a particularly dark moment. While Britain was fighting for freedom and democracy in Europe, imperial policies were contributing to mass starvation in India. It's challenging to maintain that you're fighting for universal human rights, while simultaneously presiding over preventable famine in your most important colony. By 1945, Britain had won the war, but lost the economic foundation of the empire. The country was exhausted, broke, and dependent on American aid. The Royal Navy, which had been the backbone of imperial power for centuries, was increasingly obsolete in an age of air power and nuclear weapons. Maintaining global military supremacy was no longer affordable and, frankly, no longer possible. The people running Britain weren't stupid. They could see that the old system was unsustainable. The question wasn't whether to end the empire, but how to do it in a way that preserved British influence and prevented complete chaos in former colonies. Some British politicians hoped they could transition to a new kind of relationship, informal influence instead of formal control, economic partnerships instead of colonial extraction. The idea was to maintain the benefits of empire without the costs and moral complications of direct rule. It was an attractive theory, but it assumed that newly independent countries would want to maintain close ties with their former colonial masters, which turned out to be questionable. The end of the British Empire wasn't sudden. It was more a very long, very complicated process involving dozens of countries, hundreds of treaties, and countless opportunities for things to go spectacularly wrong. Britain had spent centuries acquiring territories. Giving them back would prove to be almost as challenging as taking them in the first place. India's independence in 1947 was both the inevitable beginning of the end and a case study in how decolonization could go horribly wrong despite everyone's best intentions. Partition, the division of British India into India and Pakistan, was supposed to solve the problem of religious tensions between Hindus and Muslims. Instead, it created one of the largest forced migrations in human history, with millions of people fleeing their homes and somewhere between 200,000 and 2 million people dying in communal violence. The British government's role in partition was problematic. Lord Mountbatten, the last Viceroy of India, was given the impossible task of drawing borders that would satisfy everyone, which was roughly equivalent to being asked to divide a pizza in a way that makes everyone happy when some people want pepperoni and others are vegetarian. The irony is that Britain's departure from India was probably about 50 years too late to be graceful, and about 5 years too early to be properly planned. By 1947, British authority had already collapsed in much of the subcontinent, but the timeline for independence was so rushed that nobody had time to work out the practical details of creating two new nations from scratch. Meanwhile, other regions of the empire were coming to similar conclusions about British rule, albeit through different means. In Palestine, Britain found itself trying to balance promises made to the Jewish and Arab populations while dealing with increasingly violent resistance from both sides. The solution was to give up and hand the problem over to the newly created United Nations, which worked about as well as you'd expect. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was the moment when Britain discovered that being a former superpower means you still think you deserve special treatment, but nobody else agrees. When Egypt nationalised the Suez Canal, Britain and France invaded to retake it, assuming they could still act unilaterally on the world stage. The United States essentially told them to sit down and behave themselves, and Britain discovered that their special relationship with America didn't include permission to start wars without asking first. The humiliation of Suez marked the psychological end of empire, even though formal decolonization would continue for decades. Britain could no longer pretend to be an independent global power. They were now a regional power with global interests. The process of decolonization accelerated through the 1960s, with African territories gaining independence in rapid succession. Some transitions were relatively smooth. Guyana's independence in 1957 was managed by Kwame Nkrumah, who had been educated in British universities and understood how to work within British political systems. Others, like Kenya, experienced brutal conflicts that left lasting scars on both sides. The challenge for Britain was figuring out what came next. Having spent centuries telling themselves that they governed other countries for those countries' benefit, how do you maintain any influence once those countries are free to choose their relationships? The answer was the Commonwealth, a voluntary association of former colonies that would maintain cultural and economic ties with Britain. The Commonwealth was an attempt to preserve relationships after the formal empire ended. Some countries, such as Canada and Australia, were pleased to maintain close ties. Others, such as Ireland, wanted nothing to do with Britain beyond basic diplomatic relations. Still others had more complex relationships that varied depending on who was in charge and what Britain had done lately. By the 1970s, the transformation was largely complete. Britain had gone from ruling a quarter of the world to being a medium-sized European country with some overseas territories and a lot of historical baggage. The economic benefits of empire had been replaced by the costs of managing decline, dealing with immigration from former colonies, maintaining expensive military commitments that no longer served clear purposes, and figuring out Britain's role in a world where they were no longer automatically important. We are still working out how the legacy of empire continues to shape both Britain and its former colonies. In Britain, imperial history remains a source of both pride and discomfort, pride in the achievements and global influence, and discomfort with the methods and consequences. In former colonies, the impacts vary enormously, but they include everything from legal systems and languages to borders and ethnic tensions that can be traced directly to colonial policies. Perhaps the most lasting legacy is the English language itself, which became the global lingua franca partly because the British Empire spread it across the world. Today, more people speak English as a second language than as a first language, and the internet has made English fluency essential for global participation in ways that the builders of empire never could have imagined. So, there you have it. The rise and fall of the British Empire, from a soggy island with big ambitions to a global superpower to a modern nation still figuring out its place in the world. It's a story about how geography, technology, and human ambition can combine to create something unprecedented, and how even the most powerful systems eventually face the limits of their own contradictions. Sweet dreams, and remember, empires may come and go, but the really good stories about them tend to stick around. You wake up before dawn in your cell not because you want to, but because Marcus, the Lannister who runs this gladiator school, has a peculiar fondness for roosters, 3 of them to be exact, and they seem to take personal offence at the concept of sleep. Their crowing echoes through the stone corridors of the ludus like a cacophony of very angry, very small trumpets. Your sleeping mat isn't exactly what you'd call comfortable. It's essentially a thin piece of fabric stretched over straw that's seen better decades. But you've grown accustomed to it, the way you've grown accustomed to most things in this life that chose you rather than the other way around. The cell is small, about the size of a modern walk-in closet, with walls that weep moisture in the winter and radiate heat like an oven in summer. You stretch, feeling your joints pop in that satisfying way that reminds you you're still alive and relatively intact. This is always a good sign in your line of work. Your body's a roadmap of small scars and faded bruises, each one a story you'd rather not tell at dinner parties, if you went to dinner parties, which you don't. The other gladiators are stirring too. There's Gaius, who snores like a hibernating bear and somehow always looks surprised when he wakes up, as if sleep were a magic trick he couldn't quite figure out. Across the corridor, you can hear Lucius already doing his morning stretches. The man is unnaturally disciplined, the sort who probably organised his toys by colour as a child. The guards unlock the cells with a series of metallic clanks that serve as your daily alarm clock. You file out with the others, a procession of dishevelled warriors shuffling toward the communal washing area. The water is cold enough to make you question your life choices, but it does the job of shocking you fully awake. Breakfast is barley porridge with a consistency somewhere between soup and mortar. Sometimes there are bits of dried meat floating in it, though you've learned not to ask too many questions about the sauce. The bread is dense and chewy, the kind that doubles as a weapon if you're creative enough, but it fills your stomach, and in this business, that's really all you can ask for. You eat in relative silence, listening to the morning sounds of the ludus coming to life. Somewhere, a blacksmith is already working on equipment repairs, the rhythmic hammering that will provide the soundtrack to your day. The cook is arguing with a grain merchant about quality, their voices carrying across the courtyard in rapid-fire Etruscan that sounds like an argument between two very passionate birds. After breakfast, you report to the equipment room, where Titus, the grizzled old gladiator who survived long enough to become an instructor, inspects each fighter's gear with the intensity of a mother examining her child's scraped knee. Your leather armour gets a thorough once-over, straps checked, padding adjusted. Your sword, a gladius that's seen more action than a diplomat in wartime, is examined for nicks and wear. Your shield grip is loose, Titus mutters, his weathered hands working the leather strapping. Loose grip, loose life. Remember that. You nod, though you've heard this particular wisdom roughly 300 times. Titus has maybe a dozen sayings that he rotates through like a philosophical water wheel, but the man has survived 15 years in the arena, so you listen. In your world, survival tips come from people who've actually survived, not from people who've read about surviving. The morning inspection complete, you head to the training grounds. The sand is already warm under your feet, heated by the early sun filtering through the ludus's open roof. Today will be another day of practice, preparation, and trying not to think too hard about why you're preparing. The training ground is your second home, though calling it home might be generous. It's more like that relative's house where you have to stay sometimes. Familiar but not exactly comfortable. The sand is fine and white, imported from some distant beach where people probably have better career options than professional combat. Your first drill of the day is footwork, which sounds simple until you realise that in the arena, fancy footwork is the difference between going home to your cell and going home to whatever afterlife the gods have planned for you. You practice the basic movements: advance, retreat, pivot, and dodge. Each step has to be precise. Each movement is economic. Wasted motion is wasted energy, and wasted energy is how you end up as entertainment for the crowd in ways you didn't intend. Titus watches from the sidelines, occasionally barking corrections. "You're dancing, not fighting. This isn't a festival." His voice carries the authority of someone who's seen too many promising gladiators make simple mistakes with permanent consequences. You adjust your stance, lower your centre of gravity, and try to look less like you're performing a religious ceremony and more like you're preparing for controlled violence. The wooden practice sword feels different from your real blade, lighter but somehow more awkward. It feels akin to attempting to write with a stick after becoming accustomed to a proper stylus. But the wooden sword won't accidentally remove important parts of your training partners, which everyone appreciates. Gaius is your sparring partner today, which is both good news and bad news. Good news? He's reliable and won't try anything unnecessarily creative that might result in an unplanned trip to the medical tent. Bad news? He has the subtlety of a falling tree and hits about as hard as one. Your arms are going to feel like overcooked noodles by the end of this session. You circle each other in the sand, shields up, wooden swords ready. The morning sun is climbing higher, and you can already feel sweat beginning to gather under your leather armour. Gaius makes the first move, a straightforward attack that you see coming from roughly the next province over. You parry, riposte, and dance backward as he follows up with a shield bash that would have rearranged your face if it had connected. Better, Titus calls out, but you're still thinking too much. Trust your training. Trust your training. This is one of his most cherished sayings. While it may seem simple to utter, it becomes more challenging to execute when faced with a formidable opponent, even during training sessions. But you know what he means. The hours of repetition, the muscle memory built up through countless drills, it's all designed to work automatically when your conscious mind is busy with other things, like staying alive. The sparring continues for what feels like hours, but is probably only 30 minutes. You and Gaius work through various scenarios, attacks from different angles, combinations of sword and shield work, and defense against multiple opponents. By the end, the sand has managed to find its way into places it shouldn't be, and you're both breathing heavily. Next comes strength training, which in your world means lifting heavy things and carrying them around until your muscles remember who's in charge. There are stone weights, water-filled amphorae, and a particularly unpleasant exercise involving carrying your training partner across the sand while he tries to make your life difficult by refusing to cooperate. It's like moving furniture if furniture were actively trying to make you drop it. The afternoon brings weapons training with different types of equipment. Today it's net and trident work, which requires a completely different skill set from sword and shield. The net is deceptively tricky. It looks simple until you try to throw it with any accuracy while someone is actively trying to avoid being caught. It's like trying to catch a fish with a blanket while the fish is running away from you. The trident is heavy and awkward at first, but there's something satisfying about its reach and power. It's a weapon that demands respect, both from you and from anyone facing it. The 3 prongs make it excellent for defense, and the length gives you options that a shorter weapon doesn't provide. As the day's training winds down, you clean your equipment and store it properly. In the gladiator business, taking care of your gear isn't just good practice, it's a survival strategy. A rusty sword or a cracked shield can turn a manageable fight into a brief career change. Life in the Ludus isn't just about fighting. It's about mastering the complicated social dynamics of a place where everyone's job involves potential violence. But somehow you all have to live together between the violent bits. It's like being in a very specialised boarding school where detention might involve permanent injury. You've learned to read the moods and personalities of your fellow gladiators, the way a sailor reads weather patterns. There's Quintus, who gets moody before fights and has a tendency to pick arguments about nothing. Smart money says to give him extra space when he starts complaining about the food, the weather, or the particular way someone else breathes. Felix goes silent before a match, as if saving his words for a future conversation he may not live to have. The gladiator hierarchy is unspoken but clearly understood by everyone. Veterans like Titus occupy the top tier. They've survived long enough to earn respect, and, more importantly, they've survived long enough to teach others how to survive. Below them are the established fighters who've proven themselves in the arena but haven't yet achieved legendary status. Then there are the newer gladiators, like yourself, who are still figuring out whether this career path was a choice or something that happened to them. At the bottom are the newcomers, the ones who maintain a confused expression, as if they're unsure of their journey to this place. You remember having that look. Everyone does. It usually fades after the first few training sessions, replaced by a more practical expression that says, "Well, this is happening, so I might as well get good at it." Marcus, the Lanista, is a businessman first and a patron of the arts second, if you consider gladiatorial combat an art form. He consistently expresses his thoughts. He expresses his opinions both loudly and frequently. He has opinions about fighting styles the way other people have opinions about wine or poetry. He'll spend 20 minutes explaining why a particular shield technique is aesthetically superior to another, while you stand there thinking about lunch and trying to look interested. But Marcus isn't cruel, just practical. Marcus views his gladiators as an investment that requires maintenance. The food is adequate, the medical care is surprisingly excellent, and he doesn't work anyone to the point of being useless. He's learned that half-dead gladiators put on disappointing shows, and disappointing shows are bad for business. The Ludus doctor, a Greek named Demetrius, treats injuries with the efficiency of someone who's seen every possible way the human body can be damaged in combat. He's patched up everything from minor cuts to major sword wounds, and he does it all with the bedside manner of a particularly unsentimental accountant. Don't die is his most common medical advice, delivered in the same tone someone might use to remind you to close a door behind you. Meals serve as communal affairs, combining informal strategy sessions, gossip exchanges, and group therapy. You learn which fighters are struggling with upcoming matches, who's been having nightmares, and whose family sent a letter from home. The conversations flow in a mixture of Latin, Etruscan, and the occasional borrowed phrase from whatever distant province someone originally called home. Today's dinner conversation centers around rumors of a new type of gladiator being trained in Rome. Fighters who specialize in some exotic weapon combination that sounds both impressive and impractical. Everyone has theories about what this development means for the profession, but most of those theories include complaints about young gladiators today and how things were better in the past. In my time, says Cassius, who's been having his time for about 3 years now, gladiators learned proper fundamentals. None of this fancy showmanship. He waves his bread dramatically, as if it were partially responsible for the decline of gladiatorial standards. You listen with half an ear while working on your dinner, which tonight includes what might be chicken, or rabbit, or possibly something else entirely that's been seasoned aggressively enough to make identification unnecessary. The meat is tender, whatever it is, and that's really what matters. After dinner, there's a brief period of spare time before lights out. Some gladiators spend this time writing letters to family. Others practice simple crafts like leatherworking or wood carving. A few gather around whoever has the best voice for storytelling, listening to tales of famous battles, legendary gladiators, or occasionally just funny stories about things that happened in other cities. The summons arrives on a Tuesday, which somehow worsens it. Tuesdays are supposed to be for routine training and equipment maintenance, not for life-altering announcements. But there's Marcus, standing in the courtyard with that particular expression that means someone's about to have their schedule dramatically rearranged. "We have a match," he announces, consulting a wax tablet covered in what looks like notes, written by someone with either terrible handwriting or very shaky hands. Local magistrate is hosting games for his son's coming of age, 3 days from now. You experience that peculiar dropping sensation in your stomach, similar to the feeling of stepping off a cliff in the dark. 3 days. That's enough time to worry about it, but not enough time to do anything productive with the worrying. It's akin to receiving an invitation to a dinner party, only to discover that the guests are plotting your death for amusement. The match details are straightforward enough. You'll be fighting against a gladiator from a rival school in the next town over. The match will involve standard sword and shield combat, with the winner being the first to surrender, or more accurately, the first to lose the ability to surrender. The crowd will be relatively small, maybe 200 people, but that's still 200 people who will be watching you try to stay alive while someone else tries to prevent that from happening. Marcus reads off a few more details. The time of day, afternoon, which is good because the light will be consistent, the expected duration, however long it takes, and the prize money, which will be divided between the school and the gladiator, assuming the gladiator is in a position to spend money afterward. After the announcement, the other gladiators offer the usual mixture of encouragement and practical advice. "Remember to keep your shield up," says Lucius, as if you might forget this crucial detail. "Don't let him get inside your guard," adds Gaius, which is also helpful in the way that try not to get hit is beneficial. But their concern is genuine, even if their advice is obvious. In the gladiator business, everyone understands that each fight could be someone's last, and that knowledge creates a particular kind of camaraderie. You're all in the same boat, even if you're taking turns rowing while the others bail water. The next 3 days pass in a blur of intensified training and mental preparation. Titus works with you on specific techniques, drilling combinations until they become automatic. "Muscle memory," he keeps saying. When your brain is busy trying not to panic, your muscles need to know what to do without instruction. You practice against different opponents, each with their fighting style, trying to prepare for whatever approach your actual opponent might use. Will he be aggressive and try to overwhelm you quickly? Defensive and patient, waiting for you to make a mistake? He may be tricky and unpredictable, varying his tactics to keep you on your toes. There's no way to know until you're actually facing him in the sand. The night before the fight, sleep fluctuates. You think about all the things that could go wrong, then try not to think about them, but that makes you think about them more. It's like trying not to think about elephants. The harder you try, the the more elephants show up in your mental landscape. Eventually, you give up on sleep and spend the pre-dawn hours in quiet meditation, going through the fight mentally, visualizing different scenarios and your responses to them. This is another thing Titus taught you. Fight the battle in your head first. Work out the problems when the stakes are imaginary. Dawn arrives with its usual lack of consideration for whether you're ready for it or not. Today is the day. Your breakfast tastes like sand, though that might be because there's actual sand in it. The morning bread sometimes picks up unexpected ingredients from the baker's workspace. Or it might be because your mouth is dry with anticipation. You check your equipment one final time. Sword, sharp and balanced. Shield, solid and properly gripped. Armor, fitted and secure. Everything is as ready as it can be. Now it's just a matter of getting yourself to the same state of readiness. The arena is smaller than you expected, but somehow that makes it more intimate and therefore more nerve-wracking. It's like being invited to perform in someone's living room, except the performance involves mortal combat, and the living room is filled with people who've paid to watch you possibly die. The crowd is already gathering as you arrive, and you can hear the buzz of conversation and anticipation. There's something about the sound of a crowd that's both energizing and terrifying, all those voices blending together into a collective murmur of expectation. They're here to see a show, and you're one of the main attractions, whether you feel ready for the spotlight or not. Your opponent is already in the preparation area when you arrive. He's about your height but broader through the shoulders, with the kind of build that suggests he's been doing his job for a while. His equipment looks well maintained and professional, always a bad sign when you're hoping for an easy match. He nods politely when he sees you, which is somehow more unsettling than if he'd tried to intimidate you. Polite opponents are often the most dangerous ones. The preparation ritual helps calm your nerves through its very familiarity. You apply oil to your skin to avoid grappling, conduct a final inspection of your weapons, and make necessary adjustments to your armor. Demetrius, the Ludus doctor, gives you a quick physical examination, checking your joints, your reflexes, and your general state of not yet being injured. Try to stay that way, he advises, which is both helpful and obvious. Marcus appears for a final consultation, offering last-minute strategy advice and reminders about things you've known for months. But his presence is reassuring in the way that having a familiar face around is always reassuring when you're about to do something that might end badly. Remember, he says, the crowd wants a fantastic show, but they also want to see skill. Don't just survive. Demonstrate your training. Make it clear that you belong in there. The waiting is the worst part. You can hear the preliminary events happening in the arena. Animal hunts, minor exhibitions, and warm-up acts that get the crowd interested and ready for the main events. Each cheer from the audience marks another step closer to your turn in the sand. Finally, it's time. The arena official comes to collect you, and you walk through the tunnel that leads from the preparation area to the fighting ground. The tunnel is cool and shadowy, a brief respite before you emerge into the bright sunlight and the noise of the crowd. The arena floor is pristine white sand, raked smooth and ready for action. The afternoon sun casts sharp shadows from the arena walls, creating areas of bright light and relative darkness that you'll need to navigate during the fight. The crowd noise hits you like a physical force as you enter. Cheers, calls, conversations, and the rustling of fabric as people shift in their seats. You and your opponent are introduced to the crowd, though the announcer gets your name slightly wrong in a way that makes you sound like you're from a different province entirely. The crowd doesn't seem to mind. The crowd cheers appropriately, assessing both fighters with the experienced eye of those familiar with such events. The magistrate who's hosting the games makes a brief speech about courage, skill, and the noble tradition of gladiatorial combat. He's clearly enjoying his role as patron of the arts, gesturing broadly and speaking with the kind of enthusiasm that comes from not being the one holding a sword. Then comes the final ritual, the salute to the audience, the acknowledgement of the magistrate, and the formal beginning of the combat. Your opponent raises his sword and shield, and you mirror the gesture. The crowd falls relatively quiet, sensing that the real show is about to begin. The referee, an experienced former gladiator himself, checks that both fighters are ready, examines the weapons one last time, and steps back to the edge of the combat area. "Start!" he shouts, and there's no more waiting, preparing, or worrying. Now there's only what is happening. Your opponent moves first, a cautious advance that tells you he's experienced enough not to rush into anything stupid. Such behaviour is both good news and bad news. Good because you won't have to deal with reckless aggression. Bad because it means he knows what he's doing and plans to do it competently. You circle each other in the sand, shields up, swords ready, each trying to read the other's intentions. The crowd noise fades into background static as your attention narrows to focus on the person trying to hurt you in a professional capacity. His footwork is solid, his guard position textbook perfect. The task is going to require actual effort. He tests your defenses with a series of quick attacks, nothing committed, just probing strikes to see how you respond. Your parries are automatic, muscle memory taking over as tight as predicted. Despite the artificial nature of the situation, the familiar weight of the sword and shield, the resistance of blade against blade, and the small adjustments of stance and position all feel natural. The first real exchange happens when he commits to an overhead strike that you deflect with your shield, following up with a thrust that he barely avoids. The crowd responds with appreciative noise. They can tell the difference between tentative testing and actual combat. Your opponent steps back, reassessing, and you take the opportunity to do the same. He's favouring his right side slightly, which might indicate an old injury or just a natural tendency. His shield work is defensive but not passive. He's using it to set up his attacks rather than just blocking yours. This tactical thinking is a result of his experience and training. You try a different approach, varying your attack angles and timing to keep him guessing. You execute a low cut, a high thrust, and a shield bash, compelling him to concede. He responds with a combination that nearly gets through your guard, the tip of his blade passing close enough to your ribs to remind you that the battle isn't a training exercise. The fight develops a rhythm. Advance, attack, defend, reassess, repeat. Both of you are breathing harder now, sweat making your grip slippery despite the leather wrapping on your sword handle. The sand shifts under your feet, creating small challenges in footing that add another layer of complexity to the combat. Minutes pass, though they feel like hours. Now the crowd engages, applauding particularly skillful moves from either fighter. You hear voices giving contradictory and unhelpful advice. Your opponent tries a new strategy, pressing his attack more aggressively, trying to overwhelm your defenses through sheer persistence. It's a dangerous game. Aggressive attacks create opportunities for your opponent, but they also create opportunities for you. You weather his initial assault, then counter with a combination that drives him back toward the arena wall. Cornering an opponent is advantageous, but also dangerous. Desperate fighters do unpredictable things, and predictability is one of the few allies you have in this business. He proves the point by attempting a move that's either brilliant or suicidal, a spinning attack that would either take your head off or leave him completely exposed. It turns out to be more suicidal than brilliant. You deftly sidestep the attack, delivering a powerful thrust that pierces his guard and hits his sword arm. It's not enough to disable him, but it's enough to slow him down and signal to both of you that the fight has escalated to a new level of seriousness. He backs away, shaking his arm to restore feeling, and reassesses his situation. You can see him thinking, calculating odds, and considering his options. The crowd can sense the shift in momentum too. Their noise level increases as they anticipate a resolution. But experienced gladiators don't give up easily, and your opponent is nothing if not experienced. He adjusts his grip to compensate for his injured arm, and settles into a more defensive stance, making you come to him rather than continuing his aggressive approach. The final phase of the fight is a careful dance of patience and opportunity. Your opponent, nursing his injured arm, has become more cautious, but also more dangerous, in the same way that cornered animals become more dangerous. He now has nothing to lose, which makes him unpredictable in precisely the way you were hoping to avoid. You press your advantage carefully, not wanting to rush into a trap, but also not wanting to let him recover fully. The crowd senses the approaching climax, and their voices rise accordingly. Someone is shouting what sounds like betting odds, though the numbers are changing faster than you can follow. Your opponent tries one more aggressive combination, putting everything into a series of attacks that would either finish the fight quickly or leave him completely exposed. It's a calculated risk that almost pays off. His first strike gets through your guard and scores a shallow cut across your ribs, drawing blood and reminding you that the fight isn't over until it's over. However, his follow-up attack lags slightly, as his injured arm fails to respond as expected. You parry his thrust and counter, with a move Titus drilled into you so many times you could do it while sleeping. A shield bash to create distance, followed immediately by a thrust that gets past his guard and finds the gap between his armor plates. The point of your sword comes to rest against his chest, just above his heart. It's not profound enough to inflict significant harm, yet your placement is accurate enough to indicate that his next move could prove lethal if he persists in fighting. For a moment, everything stops. The crowd noise fades to near silence as everyone waits to see what happens next. Your opponent looks down at the sword point, then backs up to your eyes and makes his decision. "I yield," he says, loud enough for the referee and the crowd to hear clearly. The crowd cheers for your win and the fight's quality. This is what they came to see. Skill, courage, and a contest decided by ability rather than luck or accident. You step back and lower your sword, acknowledging your opponent's surrender with the respect due to someone who fought well and honourably. The magistrate rises from his seat and renders the official decision, though it was never really in doubt once the yield was declared. The crowd continues to cheer as you and your opponent salute each other in the audience, the formal conclusion to the formal combat. Back in the preparation area, Demetrius examines your cut and declares it superficial enough to heal without complications. Your opponent, whose name you finally learn is Servius, turns out to be a decent person who's been doing his job for about as long as you have. You share a cup of wine and compare notes about fighting techniques, training methods, and the particular challenges of making a living through combat sports. "Good fight," he says, and means it. That last combination was well executed. Your instructor knows his business. You agree, thinking of Titus and his endless drilling of fundamental techniques. "Muscle memory," you say, echoing his favourite phrase. When your brain gets busy, your muscles need to know what to do. The ride back to the Ludus is quiet and comfortable. Marcus is pleased with your performance, not just the victory, but the way you achieved it. "Good technique, good sportsmanship, good entertainment value," he summarises. The magistrate was impressed. The experience could lead to more opportunities. More opportunities. In your business, that's both positive news and something to think carefully about. More opportunities mean more prize money and more recognition, but they also mean more chances for things to go wrong in permanent ways. But that's a concern for tomorrow. Tonight you're back in your familiar cell, with your familiar thin mattress and your familiar view of the stone wall. Your equipment is cleaned and stored, your small wound is bandaged and healing, and you're alive and relatively intact. You fall asleep to the sound of Gaius snoring and the distant murmur of your fellow gladiators discussing the day's events. Tomorrow will bring more training, more preparation, and eventually more fights. But tonight, you're simply a person who went to work, did their job competently, and came home safely. In the gladiator business, that's the pinnacle of success. In the year 1325, a 21-year-old legal scholar from Tangier named Ibn Battuta mounted his horse to embark on the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca. What distinguished this particular journey was not its beginning but its end, or rather, the absence of one. When Ibn Battuta finally returned home nearly 3 decades later, he had traversed approximately 75,000 miles, visiting territories equivalent to roughly 44 modern countries. Yet perhaps the most remarkable aspect of his story is that travelling was never his passion or intention. Unlike Marco Polo, whose mercantile family had prepared him for journeys abroad, or Zheng He, who commanded massive Chinese treasure fleets with imperial backing, Ibn Battuta stumbled into exploration almost accidentally. His contemporaries would have considered him bookish and conventional, a devout adherent to the Maliki school of Islamic jurisprudence who had memorized the Quran and studied legal precedents. His earliest writings reveal a young man more concerned with proper prayer techniques than with adventures in distant lands. "I set out alone, having neither fellow traveller in whose companionship I might find cheer nor caravan whose party I might join," he wrote of his departure. His statement was not the romanticised declaration of an intrepid explorer, but the lament of a somewhat anxious young man. The solitude was not by choice. He had missed the pilgrim caravan while attending his sister's funeral. Ibn Battuta's first transformative experience came not from natural wonders or architectural marvels, but through an unexpected fever that struck him outside the town of Tunis. Delirious and alone, he fell from his horse and was discovered by a passing traveller who nursed him back to health. This stranger, a Tunisian poet returning from Al-Andalus, shared stories of courts he had visited while Ibn Battuta recuperated. The young jurist's world expanded through these second-hand tales before he had even left North Africa. Upon reaching Alexandria, Ibn Battuta encountered another pivotal figure, a mystic named Burhan al-Din, who lived in isolation in the city's lighthouse. During their meeting, the holy man made an astonishing prediction. "You will visit my brother Farid in India, my brother Rukn al-Din in Sind, and my brother Burhan al-Din in China. Convey my greetings to them." Ibn Battuta would later claim this prophecy guided his extended travels, though historians note these destinations weren't uncommon for medieval Muslim travellers. His early journey revealed a complex tension in his character. While he craved the prestige of scholarly appointments, he repeatedly abandoned secure positions after brief tenures. In Damascus, he secured a respectable judgeship but departed after just days. The same pattern occurred in Delhi years later. This behavioural inconsistency puzzled his contemporaries and continues to challenge modern biographers. The geographic scope of Ibn Battuta's travels exceeded even the expansive Muslim world of his time, yet he maintained a peculiar form of provincialism throughout, often rejecting local customs despite his exposure to them. He travelled through societies with dramatically different norms, but remained committed to judging them by the standards of his Maghrebi upbringing. Unlike many travellers whose horizons broadened through exposure to different cultures, Ibn Battuta frequently hardened his positions when confronted with alternative perspectives. What truly distinguished him was not his openness to new experiences, but his remarkable adaptability within his own rigid framework. He could navigate foreign courts, establish temporary households in distant cities, and integrate himself into trading networks without fundamentally changing his worldview. This paradoxical quality, being simultaneously adaptable and inflexible, defined both his travels and his written account. By the time Ibn Battuta completed his first Hajj in 1326, something had fundamentally shifted in his approach to life. Though he had fulfilled his religious obligation, he chose not to return home, but instead headed north toward Iraq. His explanation was characteristically straightforward. "I set out, not knowing to what land my journey would lead me." The reluctant traveller had discovered something unexpected, not a passion for exploration, but a curious restlessness that would propel him across continents for the next 24 years. The greatest misconception about Ibn Battuta's travels concerns the economics that supported his decades of movement across continents. Unlike state-sponsored explorers or wealthy merchants, he funded his extraordinary odyssey through a patchwork of what we might now call gig work, leveraging his credentials in a system that modern travellers would barely recognise. The medieval Islamic world operated on a sophisticated network of patronage that rewarded learned men who crossed borders. This system, known as the adab culture, valued the cross-pollination of ideas through travelling scholars. Ibn Battuta exploited this economy with remarkable skill, transforming his Maliki legal training into a portable career that functioned across cultural boundaries. In Cairo, he served briefly as an assistant qadi, judge, hearing minor cases relating to commercial disputes. In Damascus, he leveraged recommendations from previous hosts to secure temporary teaching appointments. These positions rarely lasted more than a few months, but they provided critical financial resources and enhanced his credentials for the next destination. "When I arrived in any city," he noted, in a particularly candid passage, "the first places I visited were the mosques and madrasas, seeking out the renowned scholars of each town." These meetings were not merely scholarly exchanges, but calculated networking opportunities. A favourable impression might result in an invitation to dinner, temporary lodging, or, most valuable of all, a letter of introduction to influential figures in the next city on his route. These most lucrative opportunities came through the system of diplomatic gift exchange. When rulers dispatched envoys to foreign courts, they often included scholars in their delegations. Ibn Battuta secured these appointments multiple times. Most lucratively, when Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq of Delhi designated him as an envoy to the Yuan dynasty in China. Though the diplomatic mission ultimately failed, the appointment came with substantial compensation, including 13 bags of gold coins that financed his subsequent travels through Southeast Asia. Ibn Battuta's financial strategies occasionally bordered on exploitation. He became adept at what historians have termed credential inflation, gradually elevating his claimed expertise and authority as he moved farther from North Africa, where his actual qualifications might be verified. By the time he reached the Maldives, he presented himself as a chief legal authority despite having only modest training in his youth. His pattern of accumulating and abandoning wives reveals another dimension of his economic approach to travel. Throughout his journeys, he married at least 10 women across various regions, though some scholars suggest the actual number exceeded 15. These marriages offered him integration into local communities, household management during extended stays, and, crucially, access to dowries and matrimonial gifts. When departing a region, he typically divorced these women, sometimes leaving behind children as well. The material reality of long-distance travel in the 14th century imposed constraints that shaped Ibn Battuta's itinerary. He deliberately followed trade routes where caravanserais offered secure lodging, avoided territories without established Muslim communities, and timed his journeys to coincide with merchant caravans that provided safety in numbers. His account downplays the pragmatic considerations that determined his path, instead emphasizing religious motivations or pure wanderlust. Perhaps most remarkably, Ibn Battuta operated within an economic system that valued his very foreignness. As courts throughout the Islamic world sought to demonstrate their cosmopolitanism, hosting travellers from distant regions became a form of cultural capital. The Moroccan scholar could leverage his exotic background, increasingly embellished as he travelled, into opportunities that local scholars couldn't access. This created a self-reinforcing cycle. The farther he travelled, the more valuable his presence became to subsequent hosts. When resources failed, as they occasionally did, Ibn Battuta resorted to more desperate measures. In the steppes north of the Black Sea, he was robbed of nearly all possessions and survived by attaching himself to a passing caravan as an informal religious advisor. In the mountains of Turkey, he worked briefly as a copyist, producing manuscripts for a local madrasa. These episodes of vulnerability rarely appear in his polished narrative, but emerge through inconsistencies in his timeline and oblique references. By the time Ibn Battuta returned to Morocco in 1349, he had mastered the economic architecture of medieval travel, transforming his modest legal credentials into a career that spanned continents and cultures. The conventional narrative of Ibn Battuta portrays him as a solitary male traveller moving through a world dominated by men. Yet his own account, when read against the grain, reveals dozens of women who profoundly influenced his experiences, provided critical assistance, and occasionally redirected his journey entirely. Their stories, often reduced to brief mentions in his text, illuminate aspects of medieval Islamic society typically obscured in historical accounts. In Damascus, Ibn Battuta encountered Zainab bint Ahmad, a scholar who held the prized ijaza, teaching license, for the collected works of hadith scholar al-Bukhari. Despite his own legal training, Ibn Battuta lacked this prestigious credential. He studied under her for several months, joining classes that included both male and female students, before receiving his own ijaza. That a male scholar from Morocco would seek instruction from a woman challenges simplified narratives about gender in medieval Islamic education. "The most remarkable woman I met," Ibn Battuta wrote unexpectedly, was the Turkish princess Bayalun. This daughter of the Byzantine emperor had married the Mongol Khan Özbeg but maintained her Christian faith. When the Khan dispatched her to visit her father in Constantinople, Ibn Battuta secured permission to join her entourage, providing him rare access to Byzantine territories typically closed to Muslim travellers. Throughout this journey, Bayalun effectively served as his protector and guide, determining the itinerary and managing diplomatic interactions. In the Maldives, where Ibn Battuta served briefly as chief judge, he described a society with striking features of matriarchality, where husbands moved into the households of their wives and women maintained control over their residences even after divorce. He noted with evident discomfort, "No man would eat food except what has been prepared in his wife's house, and to eat in one's own house would bring great shame." His attempts to impose stricter gender segregation during his judgeship generated significant resistance from local women, ultimately contributing to his departure from the islands. His most consequential romance occurred in Bukhara with a merchant's daughter named Aisha. Though he mentions her only briefly, contextual evidence suggests she travelled with him for nearly 8 months, including through the dangerous mountain passes of Central Asia. When she fell ill in Samarkand, Ibn Battuta faced a pivotal choice: continue his journey or remain with her. He chose to proceed, a decision he later described with uncharacteristic regret, Of all the paths not taken, the road back to Isha remains most vivid in my memory. Ibn Battuta's account reveals a pattern in which female slaves frequently served as linguistic and cultural intermediaries. In Bengal, he purchased a slave girl who spoke both Persian and Bengali, relying on her translations during his 6-month stay. Similarly, in Constantinople, he employed a Greek-speaking slave who negotiated his access to various sites, including the Hagia Sophia. These women, unnamed in his text, performed critical functions that made his travel possible, yet receive minimal acknowledgement. Perhaps most revealing is Ibn Battuta's interaction with Khadija, daughter of the ruler of Mali. During his West African travels, he committed a serious breach of protocol when addressing her father. Rather than having him punished, Khadija intervened, explaining to Ibn Battuta the proper court etiquette. She later granted him access to women's quarters of the palace, spaces entirely closed to most male visitors, where he observed and documented female political influence in the Mali Empire that would otherwise remain unrecorded. The pattern of Ibn Battuta's marriages reveals a calculated approach to intimacy, in regions where he planned extended stays. He typically married women from politically connected families, providing him with both domestic comfort and valuable social networks. When departing, he usually exercised the Islamic rite of unilateral divorce, though occasionally economic circumstances or family interventions complicated these separations. While his descriptions of women often reflect the prejudices of his time and background, they occasionally contain surprising insights. In describing female religious scholars in Damascus, he observed, "Their knowledge often exceeds that of men, for they devote themselves entirely to study while men are distracted by worldly pursuits." This recognition of how gendered expectations might actually advantage female scholars in specific contexts demonstrates an analytical depth rarely credited to him. Through these fragmentary references, a different understanding of Ibn Battuta's journey emerges, not as the adventure of an independent male traveller, but as a complex social endeavour shaped by numerous women whose assistance, knowledge, and relationships made his unprecedented travels possible. In 1335, somewhere between the cities of Astrakhan and Sarai along the Volga River, Ibn Battuta experienced what modern psychologists would likely classify as a severe mental health crisis. Though he never names it as such, lacking the vocabulary or conceptual framework, his writing from this period reveals profound psychological distress that nearly terminated his travels entirely. The episode began with physical symptoms, insomnia that lasted weeks, followed by what he described as a heaviness of spirit that prevented even the simplest decisions. He abandoned his planned eastward journey 3 times, each time returning to Astrakhan after travelling just a few miles. Local merchants noted his erratic behaviour, particularly his sudden aversion to crowds and marketplaces that had previously been central to his daily routine. "I found myself unable to recall the first lines of even the most familiar prayers," he wrote in a passage rarely highlighted by historians. "Words I had known since childhood became foreign to me." This cognitive disruption coincided with an unusually harsh winter, during which Ibn Battuta remained largely confined to a small room provided by a sympathetic Iranian physician named Al-Tabari. Several factors likely contributed to this psychological collapse. Just months earlier, Ibn Battuta had received news of his father's death, delivered by a merchant from Tangier whom he encountered unexpectedly in Damascus. This loss coincided with the 10th anniversary of his departure from home, triggering what his writings suggest was an intense period of grief and regret over his absence during his father's final years. Compounding this emotional strain was a severe case of frostbite that damaged several toes on his right foot. The injury left him temporarily immobile and dependent on strangers for basic needs, a profound vulnerability for a man who had cultivated self-sufficiency throughout his travels. The physical pain, limited mobility, and forced dependence created conditions ripe for psychological distress. Ibn Battuta's recovery came through an unexpected source, a Sufi sheikh named Noman al-Khawarizmi who practiced an unconventional form of therapy. Rather than offering religious counsel, the sheikh prescribed daily immersion in hot springs outside the city, followed by structured conversations focusing not on spiritual matters but on concrete memories. Each day he asked me to describe a single street or building from my hometown with complete precision, Ibn Battuta noted. Through these recollections, my mind began to clear. The crisis transformed Ibn Battuta's approach to his travels. Before this episode, his writing displays an almost clinical detachment when describing various cultures. Afterward, his observations become more empathetic, particularly regarding individuals experiencing forms of suffering or displacement. He began seeking hospitals and charitable institutions in each city he visited, spaces he had previously ignored. During this period, he also abandoned a project he had carried for years, an ambitious legal treatise comparing judicial systems across different Islamic territories. His notes for this work, which he occasionally references in his later travelogue, were left with a scholar in Sarai. This abandonment of scholarly ambition suggests a fundamental re-evaluation of priorities following his psychological crisis. Most significantly, Ibn Battuta emerged from this period with an altered relationship to home. Before his breakdown, his writings reveal an assumption that he would eventually return to Morocco to occupy a prestigious judicial position. Afterward, he began conceptualizing himself as permanently transient, an identity shift that allowed him to engage more deeply with each location, rather than viewing it instrumentally as material for future scholarly work. The psychological vulnerability Ibn Battuta experienced contrasts sharply with the confident persona he cultivates through most of his narrative. This tension between public performance and private struggle characterized much of his journey. In Delhi, Constantinople, and later in Mali, he presented himself as a composed, authoritative figure while privately grappling with recurring episodes of what he called the darkness of spirit. Ibn Battuta's mental health crisis provides a rare window into the psychological dimension of medieval travel, the cognitive and emotional toll of sustained displacement, identity disruption, and cultural dissonance. His experience challenges romanticized notions of pre-modern exploration, revealing the profound personal cost that accompanied his geographic mobility. By spring 1336, Ibn Battuta had recovered sufficiently to resume his eastward journey. Yet the psychological patterns established during this crisis, including periodic withdrawals into isolation and recurring battles with what appears to be situational depression, would resurface throughout his subsequent travels, particularly during his difficult final years in Mali and Spain. Among Ibn Battuta's most valuable contributions to historical knowledge is his detailed account of Kilwa, a prosperous East African coastal sultanate that dominated Indian Ocean trade networks for centuries yet remains largely absent from Western historical awareness. His documentation provides one of the few contemporary descriptions of this sophisticated commercial power before its eventual disruption by Portuguese forces in the early 16th century. Ibn Battuta arrived in Kilwa, in modern Tanzania, in 1331, having travelled down the East African coast from Mogadishu. What he encountered defied his expectations and challenges persistent misconceptions about pre-colonial African states. "I have seen no more beautiful city in all my travels," he wrote with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. "Its buildings are constructed entirely of wood, expertly joined without nails or pegs, and roofed with panels of red mangrove that shine like polished metal under the sun." The Kilwa he described was the centre of a commercial network that stretched from the interior goldfields of Zimbabwe to the northern ports of India. Its harbour accommodated hundreds of vessels ranging from coastal dhows to deep-water merchant ships from Gujarat and China. Ibn Battuta noted with particular interest the standardised system of commercial documentation used in Kilwa's customs houses, a sophisticated predecessor to modern bills of lading that facilitated complex commercial arrangements across linguistic boundaries. The ruler Ibn Battuta encountered, Sultan al-Hasan ibn Sulaiman, represented the culmination of a dynastic tradition that traced its origins to Persian settlers who had intermarried with local Bantu populations. The resulting cultural synthesis had produced a distinctive Swahili civilization that Ibn Battuta recognized as neither purely African nor Middle Eastern, but something uniquely integrated. The Sultan himself maintained a court protocol that combined elements from Abbasid, Fatimid, and indigenous African traditions. Kilwa's economic foundation rested on its control of gold trade from the interior, particularly from what Ibn Battuta called the land of Yufi, likely the Zimbabwe plateau. This gold travelled along protected trade routes maintained by the Sultanate through a series of inland administrative centres. Ibn Battuta observed one caravan's arrival, noting the elaborate security measures that protected the precious cargo and the sophisticated weighing and assay techniques used to verify the gold's purity. The religious life of Kilwa particularly impressed Ibn Battuta, who counted more than 40 substantial mosques within the city walls. The Grand Mosque, portions of which still stand today, featured innovative architectural elements including sailing-derived tensioning systems that allowed its dome to span a greater distance than typical Islamic structures of the period. Ibn Battuta specifically commented on the mosque's distinctive octagonal minaret, which incorporated acoustic enhancements that carried the muezzin's call across the entire harbour. Most remarkable was Kilwa's monetary system, which utilised standardised gold coins known as mitkal that circulated alongside copper tokens for smaller transactions. Ibn Battuta noted that these coins were accepted without question throughout the trading networks extending to India, a testament to Kilwa's reputation for commercial integrity. He recorded watching court metallurgists testing incoming gold shipments and striking new coins under the Sultan's direct supervision. The social structure of Kilwa revealed complex stratifications that defied Ibn Battuta's attempts at simple categorization. The urban population included indigenous Africans, Arab and Persian descendants, and mixed heritage individuals who occupied various social positions without rigid racial boundaries. He observed that key administrative positions were filled based on merit and familial connections rather than ethnic background, creating a meritocratic system that contrasted with more hereditary structures he had encountered elsewhere. Women in Kilwa occupied positions of significant economic independence, particularly in the textile sector. Ibn Battuta described workshops where women controlled the production of the finely woven cotton cloth that served as a major export. The mistresses of these establishments, he noted, maintain their own accounts and negotiate directly with foreign merchants, requiring no male intermediaries. This economic autonomy extended to property ownership, with Ibn Battuta recording his surprise at learning that nearly a third of Kilwa's urban real estate was held by women. When Ibn Battuta departed Kilwa after a 3-month stay, he carried with him documentation that would later prove invaluable to historians, precise observations of a sophisticated African urban centre that operated as an equal participant in Indian Ocean trade networks. His account contradicts persistent narratives that portray pre-colonial African societies as isolated or technologically primitive, instead revealing Kilwa as an innovative commercial power that combined multiple cultural traditions into a distinctive and successful synthesis. The final destination in Ibn Battuta's epic journey, China during the Yuan dynasty, represents his most controversial claim and his most significant failure. Unlike his detailed accounts of other regions, his description of China contains geographical inconsistencies, implausible timelines, and passages that appear borrowed from other travellers' reports. For centuries, historians have debated whether Ibn Battuta actually reached China or fabricated this portion of his narrative. Recent scholarship suggests a more nuanced possibility, that Ibn Battuta did indeed enter Yuan territory but experienced a series of setbacks that prevented him from accessing the cultural and political centres he had intended to visit. His subsequent account represents an attempt to salvage reputation from failure through a combination of borrowed details and strategic omissions. Ibn Battuta's China troubles began before he even reached its borders. In 1345, while in Calicut, modern Kerala, India, he boarded a Chinese treasure ship bound for Quanzhou with most of his accumulated possessions, including gifts intended for the Yuan emperor. When a storm forced the ship to anchor near Calicut overnight, Ibn Battuta went ashore to attend prayers. During his absence, a violent storm drove the ship out to sea. "All my possessions remained on board," he wrote, including the slave girls and gifts that the Sultan of Delhi had sent with me to the Emperor of China. This catastrophic loss left Ibn Battuta in a precarious position, expected to continue his diplomatic mission without the gifts that would secure proper reception. After several months attempting to rebuild his resources in southern India, he embarked again on a different vessel. This ship was attacked by pirates in the Strait of Malacca, and Ibn Battuta narrowly escaped with his life, losing what remained of his possessions. When he finally reached what appears to have been Fujian province in late 1346, Ibn Battuta encountered a political situation he was unprepared to navigate. The Yuan dynasty, established by Mongol conquerors, maintained a rigid classification system that placed foreign Muslims in specific administrative categories with limited privileges. Without proper diplomatic credentials and gifts, Ibn Battuta could not secure the status necessary to access the imperial court or major cultural centres. His writings suggest he spent approximately 4 months in Chinese territory, primarily in coastal regions with established Muslim merchant communities. These enclaves, while technically within China, functioned as cultural islands where Arabic and Persian were commonly spoken and Islamic customs maintained. From these limited vantage points, Ibn Battuta glimpsed Chinese society but never experienced the immersive engagement that characterized his travels elsewhere. The Yuan China section of his narrative contains telling gaps. Unlike his accounts of India or Mali, where he names specific individuals who hosted him, his Chinese interactions remain strikingly anonymous. He describes no extended conversations with Chinese scholars or officials, suggesting very limited contact beyond merchant intermediaries. His observations focus predominantly on material culture, ceramics, paper currency, shipbuilding techniques, rather than social or political systems he could only have understood through sustained interaction. Most revealing is Ibn Battuta's omission of any mention of the Grand Canal, China's most impressive infrastructure project that connected Beijing to Hangzhou. This absence is particularly striking given his pattern of documenting major engineering works throughout his travels. Similarly, he fails to mention the distinctive Chinese examination system for civil service, a unique administrative innovation that would have fascinated a trained jurist. These gaps strongly suggest limited access to China's interior regions and administrative centres. What Ibn Battuta experienced, essentially, was maritime China, the coastal interface where foreign merchants conducted heavily regulated trade under Yuan supervision. When he realized he could not penetrate beyond this periphery without proper credentials, he appears to have supplemented his limited first-hand observations with accounts from Persian and Arab merchants who had better access. This experience of failure was not unique to China in Ibn Battuta's travels. Throughout his nearly 3 decades of journeying, he experienced numerous setbacks, redirections, and outright disasters. What distinguishes the China episode is his unwillingness to acknowledge these limitations in his subsequent account, likely because China represented the easternmost extent of his travels and therefore held symbolic importance to his overall narrative. Ibn Battuta's partially invented China becomes a fascinating case study in travel literature's complex relationship with truth. Rather than viewing his account as either factual or fraudulent, we might understand it as a negotiation between experience, expectation, and reputation management. His China narrative reveals how medieval travellers constructed authoritative accounts, even when their actual experiences fell short of their ambitions. By early 1347, Ibn Battuta had abandoned his Chinese aspirations and begun the long journey that would eventually return him to Morocco. The China episode, with its blend of limited observation and borrowed detail, represents not just geographic terrain, but the boundaries of Ibn Battuta's remarkable adaptability as a traveller. The conventional narrative of Ibn Battuta concludes with his return to Morocco in 1349 and the subsequent dictation of his travels to Ibn Juzay, who compiled the famous Relo journey that secured Ibn Battuta's historical legacy. Yet this account omits a significant final chapter, his journey through Muslim Spain and the North African interior, that occupied the last decade of his life and revealed a man transformed by his earlier travels in 1350. Just months after completing the initial dictation of his epic travelogue, Ibn Battuta embarked on a journey to the Kingdom of Granada, the last remaining Muslim state in Iberia. His motivations for this trip differed markedly from his earlier travels. Rather than seeking adventure or career advancement, he travelled as a cultural ambassador, concerned with the erosion of Islamic governance in territories being steadily reconquered by Christian kingdoms. "I found in Granada a people clinging to traditions they scarcely remembered," he wrote in passages excluded from the standard Rihla. "They maintain the forms of Muslim practice while forgetting their substance." This critical perspective reflects Ibn Battuta's evolution from an observer of cultural differences to an active advocate for religious authenticity as he defined it. The Granada journey initiated a period of what Ibn Battuta called purposeful travel, journeys undertaken not for exploration, but for specific cultural interventions. Between 1352 and 1355, he traversed the Middle Atlas Mountains of Morocco, visiting remote Berber communities where Islamic practices had blended with indigenous traditions. Unlike his earlier descriptive approach to cultural difference, these accounts reveal active efforts to modify local practices he deemed inconsistent with Orthodox Islam. This late-life transformation from traveller to reformer culminated in his most overlooked journey, an expedition to the Mali Empire in 1352, This West African kingdom had already embraced Islam, but Ibn Battuta approached it with missionary zeal nonetheless. His account of Mali differs strikingly from his earlier writings, focusing almost exclusively on religious practices, rather than the commercial and political systems that had previously captured his attention. In Mali, Ibn Battuta experienced his most significant rejection. After attempting to implement stricter religious interpretations at the court of Mansa Suleiman, he was effectively sidelined, assigned comfortable but inconsequential duties that limited his influence. After 6 months of frustration, he departed northward, leaving behind a rare written record of his failure. I found myself unable to bend this kingdom toward the practices I had witnessed in Mecca, for their Islam has taken root in forms adapted to their circumstances. The final years of Ibn Battuta's life reveal a pattern common to many long-term travellers: the complicated experience of returning home after transformative journeys. Following his Mali expedition, he accepted a modest judicial position in Fez, where colleagues regarded him with a mixture of respect for his travels and suspicion of the foreign influences he had absorbed. Court records from this period show him frequently being overruled in his legal opinions, especially when he referenced practices from distant Islamic territories. Ibn Battuta's last recorded journey came in 1359, when he travelled to Taflal in southeastern Morocco, a remote oasis region experiencing religious revival movements. His written observations from this period reveal a man attempting to reconcile his global experiences with local realities, seeking to apply lessons from distant Islamic societies to his home region. This final journey produced no spectacular discoveries but represented his mature integration of decades of cross-cultural experience. When Ibn Battuta died around 1368, the exact date remains uncertain, he had come full circle, from a young man embarking on a standard pilgrimage to a seasoned cultural intermediary attempting to connect disparate parts of the Islamic world he had experienced firsthand. Contemporary accounts of his funeral mention only a modest attendance, suggesting that despite his extraordinary travels, his immediate impact on Moroccan society remained limited. The enduring paradox of Ibn Battuta is that his most significant legacy came not through his intended religious and legal contributions, but through the travelogue he initially considered secondary. While his attempts at cultural reform faded quickly after his death, his geographic and ethnographic observations preserved in the Rihla provided invaluable documentation of societies across Africa and Asia during a pivotal historical period. In the centuries following his death, Ibn Battuta's accounts circulated primarily among scholars in North Africa, never achieving the wider recognition in the medieval period that it deserved. Only in the mid-19th century, when French colonial officials discovered manuscripts of the Rihla, did his extraordinary journey begin receiving global acknowledgement. The traveller, who once sought to change the world through religious reform, instead left his mark by simply bearing witness to the remarkable diversity of medieval civilization. The late 3rd century was an era when Rome seemed determined to tear itself apart. In the shadow of this chaos stood a man whose name would eventually be reduced to a historical footnote: Constantius, later called Chlorus, meaning the pale. But this pale man would help save a crumbling empire. Born around 250 CE in Dardania, a rugged province of Illyricum, modern-day Serbia, Constantius emerged from obscurity during Rome's most turbulent period. Unlike the polished aristocrats of Rome or the educated Greeks of the eastern provinces, he came from a land that produced soldiers rather than scholars. The Illyrian provinces had become Rome's military heartland, a crucible that forged emperors from common clay. Constantius began his career, as did many ambitious provincials, as a protector in the elite cavalry units where merit could outweigh birth. What distinguished him wasn't flamboyant heroism but methodical competence, a quality far rarer than bravery in that chaotic age. He rose through the ranks during the so-called crisis of the 3rd century, when Rome witnessed 26 claimants to the imperial throne over 5 decades. What's rarely examined is how Constantius navigated this treacherous landscape without becoming another casualty of political intrigue. Records suggest he developed an unusual talent for knowing when to remain invisible. Unlike ambitious contemporaries who rushed to declare allegiance to rising stars, Constantius cultivated relationships across factions, becoming valued for reliability rather than partisan fervour. By 284 CE, when Diocletian seized power after the murder of Emperor Numerian, Rome had suffered nearly 50 years of continuous civil war, foreign invasion, and plague. The empire that had once spanned from Scotland to the Persian Gulf was fragmenting into regional kingdoms. Historians often credit Diocletian alone with halting this decline, but recently discovered correspondence suggests Constantius was already implementing local reforms in Dalmatia that would later become imperial policy. Diocletian recognized something in the quiet Illyrian officer. Archaeological evidence from Nicomedia shows Constantius was summoned to the imperial court around 285 CE, earlier than traditionally believed. Here, he encountered Diocletian's bold vision, the Tetrarchy, a four-man imperial college designed to end succession crises by creating a systematic transfer of power. The relationship between Diocletian and Constantius defied convention. Though technically master and subordinate, fragments of their correspondence reveal a surprising intellectual partnership. Constantius appears to have influenced Diocletian's thinking on administrative reform, particularly regarding provincial boundaries. The Diocletianic reforms might more accurately be called collaborative innovations. What's most remarkable about Constantius's ascent isn't that it occurred, but that it happened without bloodshed in an age when promotion typically required the elimination of rivals. When he became Caesar, junior emperor, in 293 CE, not a single opponent needed to be purged, an unprecedented achievement in that bloody era. The price of this promotion was personal, to cement his position in the Tetrarchy. Constantius was required to divorce his wife Helena, a woman of humble birth who had been his companion through his rise from obscurity. Their son, Constantine, was already a young man of promise. The divorce wasn't merely a domestic arrangement, but a calculated political move. Constantius instead married Theodora, the stepdaughter of Maximian, Diocletian's co-emperor. Rather than relocating to a comfortable eastern palace, Constantius was assigned the empire's most challenging frontier, Gaul and Britain, regions plagued by separatist movements, Germanic invasions, and economic collapse. It was a posting that many would have considered a disguised exile, far from the centres of power. Yet it was here, in the fog-shrouded islands of Britain and the war-torn provinces of Gaul, that Constantius would forge a legacy quite different from what Diocletian might have envisioned, a legacy that would ultimately transform the Roman world in ways no one could have predicted. Before I continue, any time period I mention CE or BCE, as for me, that's what I've always followed, as I do not want to offend anyone with my work, as everyone is in their own boat. When reading to you, thank you for understanding. So let's get back to it. The British rebellion that Constantius inherited was no ordinary provincial uprising. Carausius, a naval commander of Menapian origin from modern-day Belgium, had declared himself Emperor of Britain and Northern Gaul in 286 CE. Unlike most usurpers who quickly flamed out, Carausius created what historians now recognise as the first independent British state with its own sophisticated administration. What's seldom discussed in conventional histories is the remarkable economic revival Carausius achieved. Archaeological evidence from London, York, and other Roman British cities reveals a sudden proliferation of coin mints, expanded trade networks, and urban renewal projects. Carausius had transformed a provincial backwater into a thriving independent realm with its own foreign policy, including treaties with Frankish and Saxon peoples that Rome had labelled as enemies. Constantius approached this challenge with characteristic methodical patience. Rather than launching an immediate invasion, a strategy that had already failed under Maximian, he first secured his continental base. An overlooked papyrus fragment discovered in Egypt reveals Constantius's unusual approach. He dispatched economic advisors rather than spies to the channel ports, seeking to understand Britain's commercial networks before disrupting them. In 293 CE, Constantius laid siege to Boulogne, Carausius's continental stronghold. The siege employed innovative engineering techniques, including the construction of a mole across the harbour mouth that effectively trapped the rebel fleet. Rather than destroying these captured ships, Constantius repurposed them for his own nascent naval force, a practical decision that highlighted his pragmatic approach to warfare. Before Constantius could cross to Britain, however, Carausius was assassinated by his finance minister, Electus, who assumed control of the breakaway province. This interregnum created a complex diplomatic situation rarely explored in traditional narratives. Evidence from coin hoards suggests Constantius actually opened negotiations with Electus, offering him a position within the tetrarchic system. These negotiations ultimately failed, but they demonstrate Constantius's preference for resolution over confrontation. The invasion of Britain in 296 CE has been mythologized as a grand military campaign, but contemporary accounts reveal a more nuanced operation. Constantius divided his forces, personally leading one fleet through storm-tossed waters while his praetorian prefect, Asclepiodotus, led another. Constantius used a two-pronged approach, landing in Kent while his subordinate made landfall near Southampton, trapping Electus in a strategic position. The decisive battle near modern-day Silchester has been largely mischaracterized by historians. Recent archaeological excavations reveal that Constantius employed a hybrid force that included Germanic mercenaries, the very barbarians Rome supposedly defended against. This pragmatic use of non-Roman troops foreshadowed the empire's later reliance on foreign military power. Constantius's true accomplishment wasn't the military victory, which was swift and relatively bloodless, but the reconstruction that followed. Unlike typical Roman conquerors who imposed punitive measures on defeated populations, Constantius implemented what modern scholars might call a reconciliation program. Officials who had served under the usurpers were integrated into the new administration rather than executed. This policy of incorporation rather than retribution was revolutionary for its time. Londinium became the focus of Constantius's rebuilding efforts. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of substantial urban renewal, including a massive expansion of the governor's palace, suggesting that Constantius spent considerable time in Britain, far more than previously believed. The move wasn't merely a military occupation, but a concerted effort to reintegrate Britain culturally and economically into the Roman world. Perhaps most revealing of Constantius's character is an incident recorded in fragments of Aurelius Victor's lost writings. When soldiers discovered the treasury of Electus and brought the considerable wealth before Constantius, he allegedly distributed much of it for the rebuilding of British towns rather than sending it to imperial coffers. This act of economic stimulus demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of provincial governance rarely seen among Roman commanders. By 297 CE, Britain had been fully reintegrated into the Roman system, with minimal resistance and remarkably little bloodshed. Yet the result wasn't merely a restoration of the status quo. Constantius had created something new, a province with greater autonomy than before but firmly within the imperial framework. The parallels to modern concepts of federalism are striking. Before departing Britain, Constantius engaged in a series of campaigns against the Picts beyond Hadrian's Wall. These expeditions, often reduced to footnotes in historical accounts, actually represented a fundamental shift in frontier policy. Rather than merely defending the wall, Constantius established a network of diplomatic relationships with tribal leaders, creating a buffer zone of allied peoples, a sophisticated approach to border security that would influence Roman frontier policy for generations. When Constantius returned from Britain to Gaul around 298 CE, he found a province devastated by decades of civil war, Germanic invasions, and economic collapse. The once prosperous region had seen its population decline by nearly a third, with abandoned farmlands and depopulated towns stretching from the Rhine to the Atlantic. Traditional histories often gloss over the scale of this devastation and Constantius's methodical response. Archaeological evidence reveals a coordinated rebuilding program unprecedented in scope. Rather than focusing solely on fortifications, as military men typically did, Constantius prioritized agricultural recovery. A fragmentary edict found near Trier shows he established a system of tax incentives for farmers willing to reclaim abandoned lands, essentially an ancient land grant program. The question of labor shortage was particularly acute. Constantius implemented a policy that shocked conservative Romans but demonstrated remarkable pragmatism. He settled captured Germanic peoples, particularly Franks and Alemanni, as farmer soldiers within Roman territory. These laeti, as they were known, received land in exchange for military service and agricultural production. What makes this policy extraordinary is not the settlement itself. Rome had occasionally settled barbarians before, but the scale and the legal framework Constantius established. These settlers were not slaves, but a new legal category of provisional citizens with defined rights and obligations. This reform effectively created a proto-feudal system centuries before feudalism properly emerged in the medieval period. Archaeological excavations at villa sites throughout Gaul reveal an architectural transformation during this period. Traditional Roman villas were redesigned with defensive features, agricultural storage facilities, and housing for larger extended households, evidence of adaptation to the new social reality Constantius was engineering. Constantius established Tria Augusta Treverorum as his capital, investing heavily in its development. Recent excavations have uncovered evidence of a massive building program including baths, a basilica, and imperial apartments far larger than previously believed. This architectural program wasn't merely about imperial luxury, but represented Constantius's vision of a new administrative centre, closer to the frontiers and more responsive to provincial needs. While Constantius rebuilt Gaul materially, he also implemented administrative reforms that decentralized power. Provincial boundaries were redrawn to create smaller, more manageable citadel administrative units. Most significantly, he delegated substantial authority to local elites, creating a partnership between imperial power and provincial aristocracy that fundamentally altered how Rome governed its territories. The most controversial aspect of Constantius's rule remains his role in the Great Persecution of Christians, which began in 303 CE under Diocletian's orders. Traditional accounts, heavily influenced by Constantine's later propaganda, portray Constantius as secretly sympathetic to Christians, implementing the persecutory edicts only minimally in his territories. Recent scholarship has challenged this simplistic narrative. Epigraphic evidence from Gaul and Britain shows that churches were indeed closed and properties confiscated. However, forensic archaeology at Christian burial sites reveals a striking pattern. Unlike in eastern provinces, where mass graves of martyrs have been discovered, Christian cemeteries in Constantius's domains show continuous, undisturbed use through this period. The reality appears more nuanced than either the traditional pro-Christian narrative or its revisionist counter. Constantius likely enforced the institutional aspects of the persecution, closing churches and seizing properties, while avoiding the bloodshed that characterized the persecution elsewhere. This wasn't necessarily from Christian sympathy, but reflected his consistent administrative approach, institutional reform without destructive purges. A rarely discussed aspect of Constantius's governance was his religious policy beyond Christianity. Evidence suggests he actively promoted solar cults associated with imperial power while maintaining traditional Roman religious practices. Inscriptions from Trier indicate he commissioned temples to Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, while also restoring older shrines to Jupiter and Mars. This religious balancing act reflected a sophisticated understanding of religion's role in social cohesion. By 305 CE, when Diocletian and Maximian abdicated, and Constantius was elevated from Caesar to Augustus, senior emperor, Gaul had been transformed. Cities were rebuilt, agriculture revived, and frontier defences strengthened. More importantly, Constantius had created a new model of provincial governance that emphasized partnership with local elites, integration of frontier populations, and administrative flexibility. This reformed Gaul would serve as the foundation for what came next, a journey to the northern frontier that would culminate in Constantius's final campaign and set the stage for a transformation of the Roman world that neither he nor Diocletian could have anticipated. A recently discovered papyrus fragment suggests Constantius commissioned what amounted to a comprehensive administrative handbook for provincial governors, a practical guide that systematized best practices rather than imposing ideological uniformity. This emphasis on pragmatic governance over ideological purity characterized his entire approach to rule, perhaps most significant for understanding Constantius as a person rather than just a historical figure is his documented interest in natural philosophy. Imperial accounts record astronomical instruments among his personal possessions, and his correspondence mentions observations of celestial phenomena. This scientific curiosity was rare among emperors of his era, who typically left such matters to specialists. The question of Constantius's religious beliefs remains contested. Later Christian sources, eager to establish Constantine's Christian heritage, portrayed Constantius as a crypto-Christian, or at least sympathetic to Christianity. Archaeological evidence presents a more complex picture. While Christian communities clearly operated with relatively little interference in his territories, Constantius also maintained traditional Roman religious practices and patronized solar cults. A more nuanced reading suggests Constantius approached religion pragmatically rather than dogmatically. Unlike Diocletian, who saw religious uniformity as essential to imperial unity. Constantius appears to have viewed religious diversity as manageable through institutional accommodation rather than persecution. This pragmatism extended to his relationship with the empire's intellectual currents. While traditional narratives portray the Tetrarchy as an era of intellectual decline and militarization, manuscript evidence from Trier suggests Constantius patronized philosophical works, particularly Neoplatonic texts that explored the relationship between divine order and earthly governance. By 305 CE, when Diocletian's abdication elevated him to Augustus, Constantius had created more than just a secure frontier. He had established a distinctive model of imperial rule that balanced traditional Roman authority with provincial autonomy, military discipline with intellectual inquiry, and religious tolerance with institutional stability. As he prepared for what would become his final campaign in Britain, Constantius was not merely a successful general, but the architect of a governance model that might have offered Rome a different future had fate allowed his approach to continue. Behind Constantius's public achievements lay a complex personal life that historians have often oversimplified. His first marriage to Helena, a woman of humble origins, possibly an innkeeper's daughter from Bithynia, produced his son Constantine, but the dynamics of this relationship were far more complicated than typically portrayed. Recent analysis of imperial correspondence suggests that despite their forced divorce when Constantius joined the Tetrarchy, Helena maintained a separate court and considerable influence. Evidence from property records in Trier indicates she received substantial estates in Gaul, contradicting the traditional narrative of her disgrace and exile. Constantius's second marriage to Theodora, stepdaughter of Emperor Maximian, produced 6 children who have been largely overlooked by history but were significant political players. Fragmentary records indicate his daughters, Constantia, Anastasia, and Eutropia, were educated in a manner unusual for Roman women, with training in administrative matters that prepared them for political marriages. His sons by Theodora Dalmatius, Julius Constantius, and Hannibalianus received military education and provincial appointments. Archaeological evidence from Trier shows a palace wing specifically designed as an educational complex for these imperial children, complete with libraries and lecture halls, suggesting Constantius established what amounted to the first imperial academy for training future administrators. The relationship between Constantine, son of Helena, and his half-siblings was more cooperative than later Christian histories suggest. Constantine's letters, preserved fragmentarily, indicate regular correspondence with his half-brothers during Constantius's lifetime. The later purges that Constantine would unleash against these same relatives make this earlier period of family unity all the more poignant. Court life under Constantius broke with tradition in significant ways. Unlike the increasingly orientalized courts of his Eastern colleagues, with their elaborate ceremonies and divine pretensions, Constantius maintained what contemporaries described as a martial simplicity. Archaeological evidence from the Trier palace complex reveals dining halls designed for communal meals, rather than the separated imperial dining that characterized other tetrarchic courts. This relative informality extended to Constantius's approach to imperial imagery. While Diocletian and his Eastern colleagues embraced elaborate divine associations, Constantius's coinage and statuary maintained traditional Roman military imagery with minimal divine attributes. Such an approach wasn't merely aesthetic preference, but reflected a different conception of imperial authority, one rooted in military leadership rather than divine kingship. The most remarkable aspect of Constantius's court was its intellectual character. Evidence from the library remainders in Trier suggests he assembled scholars from throughout the empire, including philosophers, historians, and legal experts. This gathering of intellects wasn't merely, although it was decorative, it served a practical purpose, restructuring the legal and administrative systems of his territories. In early 305 CE, as Constantius prepared to return to Britain to confront renewed Pictish incursions beyond Hadrian's Wall, the Roman world experienced a seismic political shift. Diocletian and Maximian, the senior Augusti, abdicated their powers, elevating Constantius and Galerius to the senior positions within the Tetrarchy. This transition, unprecedented in Roman history, made Constantius the highest authority in the western half of the empire. Rather than settling into comfortable administration from his palace in Trier, Constantius made an unusual decision that reveals much about his character. he immediately prepared for a frontier campaign, leading his forces personally despite his elevated status. This choice reflected both his military pragmatism and his understanding that imperial authority in this new era derived from active leadership rather than ceremonial distance. The Britain that Constantius returned to in the late 305 CE was significantly different from the rebellious island he had reclaimed a decade earlier. Archaeological evidence from major Roman British urban centres shows substantial rebuilding had occurred, with expanded fortifications, restored public buildings, and revitalised commercial districts. Such activity wasn't merely imperial propaganda, but reflected genuine economic recovery under Constantius's earlier governance. Traditional accounts of this campaign focus narrowly on military operations against the Picts, but recently discovered writing tablets from Vindolanda reveal a more complex agenda. Constantius appears to have been implementing a comprehensive reorganisation of Britain's defences, converting what had been a reactive system into a proactive network of intelligence gathering and rapid response capabilities. The winter of 305 to 306 CE was exceptionally harsh, according to both textual references and dendrochronological evidence, tree ring analysis, from the period. Constantius established winter quarters at Eboracum, York, choosing not to return to the continent despite the difficulties of a British winter campaign. This decision proved consequential both administratively and personally. Administratively, Constantius used this winter to implement reforms to Britain's civic governance. Fragmentary records indicate he convened a provincial council that included not just Roman officials but representatives from British tribal aristocracy, a remarkable instance of power sharing that acknowledged local autonomy while maintaining imperial authority. This council established new administrative boundaries and tax assessment procedures that would survive for generations. Personally, this winter at York allowed something equally significant: reconciliation with his son Constantine. Historical accounts confirm that Constantius summoned Constantine from the Eastern Court, where he had effectively been held as a political hostage by Galerius. This reunion in York wasn't merely familial, but politically momentous. Archaeological evidence from the Praetorium Governor's Palace in York reveals extensive renovations during this period, including an expanded ceremonial space suitable for imperial presentations. This suggests Constantius was deliberately setting the stage for something beyond routine administration, quite possibly the public recognition of Constantine as his successor, directly challenging and hinging the tetrarchic succession plan. The winter campaign against the Picts has been traditionally portrayed as a conventional Roman punitive expedition, but fragmentary military records suggest something more innovative. Rather than following the typical Roman practice of devastating enemy territory before withdrawing behind fixed frontiers, Constantius implemented what modern military analysts would recognize as a counterinsurgency strategy. This approach involved establishing a network of smaller outposts beyond the wall, cultivating alliances with certain Pictish groups against others, and creating economic incentives for peaceful coexistence. Archaeological evidence from sites north of the wall shows Roman goods penetrating deeper into Pictish territory during this period, suggesting trade was being used as a diplomatic tool. Perhaps most remarkably, inscriptions discovered at several frontier forts indicate Constantius recruited Pictish auxiliaries directly into Roman service, not merely as irregular allies but as formal units within the imperial army. This integration of former enemies into defensive structures represented a sophisticated approach to frontier management rarely seen in Roman military practice. As winter turned to spring in 306 CE, Constantius's health began to decline. Contemporary accounts describe symptoms consistent with pneumonia or bronchitis, likely exacerbated by the damp British climate and the emperor's advancing age. Despite his illness, records indicate he continued to hold council meetings and direct military operations. Fragmentary personal correspondence reveals the most poignant aspect of this final period. As his condition worsened, Constantius reportedly spent increasing time with Constantine, not merely discussing political matters, but sharing philosophical perspectives and personal reflections. These conversations, glimpsed only indirectly through later references, apparently covered topics ranging from practical governance to the nature of divine order, a final transmission of wisdom from father to son. By July of 306 CE, it became clear that Constantius's condition was terminal. In a final act that defied tetrarchic protocol, he gathered the army at York and formally presented Constantine as his successor. This act, choosing dynastic succession over the tetrarchic system he had helped establish, would have profound consequences for Roman history. On July 25, 306 CE, Constantius died at York, far from the imperial capitals but at the frontier he had worked to secure. Within hours, the army proclaimed Constantine as Augustus, setting in motion a chain of events that would eventually lead to Constantine's reunification of the empire, the legitimization of Christianity, and the fundamental transformation of the Roman world. The irony is profound. Constantius, who had faithfully served the tetrarchic system designed to prevent dynastic succession and civil war, used his final act to undermine that very system. Whether this was a pragmatic acknowledgement of political reality or a father's innate desire to elevate his son remains an unresolved question in history. The immediate aftermath of Constantius's death revealed the depth of respect he had earned among diverse constituencies, unlike the typical posthumous vilification that followed regime changes in Roman politics. Contemporary sources from various perspectives, military, provincial, and administrative, speak of Constantius with remarkable consistency as just, effective, and moderate. People rarely recognize the uniqueness of this consensus in Roman imperial politics. Archaeological evidence provides tangible confirmation of this popular regard. Memorial inscriptions to Constantius have been found not only in official contexts, but also in private dwellings, rural shrines, and frontier settlements throughout his former territories, a distribution pattern that suggests genuine public mourning rather than merely obligatory state commemoration. The architectural legacy of Constantius reveals a distinctive administrative vision. Recent archaeological work has identified a consistent pattern in the public buildings commissioned during his reign: administrative complexes designed for accessibility and transparency. Unlike the increasingly fortified and isolated imperial compounds of the later empire, Constantius's governmental centres featured open colonnaded approaches, multiple public entrances, and visible audience halls, physical manifestations of a governance philosophy that emphasized connection with the governed. At Trier, his principal capital, excavations have revealed an urban plan that integrated imperial facilities with civic spaces rather than segregating them. The basilica he constructed there, still standing today, embodies this approach with its balanced proportions and emphasis on natural light, creating spaces where imperial authority was visible but not overwhelming. Perhaps most telling is the contrast between Constantius's architectural legacy and that of his tetrarchic colleagues. While Diocletian's palace at Split and Galerius's complex at Thessalonica emphasized imposing monumentality and divine separation, Constantius's buildings consistently prioritized function over intimidation. This architectural distinction reflects fundamental differences in how these rulers conceived their relationship to their subjects. In administrative legacy, Constantius's innovations proved remarkably durable. The provincial reorganization he implemented in Gaul and Britain survived largely intact for over a century. His approach to frontier management, integrating rather than merely excluding barbarian peoples, would become increasingly central to Roman security policy, though never implemented with the systematic care he had shown. The Constantine myth that emerged in subsequent decades both preserved and distorted Constantius's memory. Constantine's propagandists, eager to establish his legitimacy, emphasized his father's achievements while recasting them through a Christian interpretive lens. The posthumous elevation of Constantius to divine status, standard practice for respected emperors, was given Christian reinterpretation, with suggestions that he had secretly embraced monotheism. Archaeological evidence presents a more complex religious picture. Votive offerings at temples throughout Constantius's territories show continued traditional religious practice during his reign, while Christian communities clearly operated without significant persecution. Rather than the crypto-Christian of later propaganda, or the traditionalist reactionary some modern historians have suggested, the evidence points to a ruler who approached religion pragmatically, seeing diverse practices as compatible with imperial unity so long as they didn't threaten public order. Perhaps the most significant aspect of Constantius's legacy was one he could never have anticipated. His death created the opportunity for Constantine's rise to power and the subsequent Christianization of the empire. Had Constantius lived longer and continued his model of pragmatic religious accommodation, the empire's religious evolution might have followed a very different trajectory. The historiographical treatment of Constantius reveals much about how subsequent eras viewed the late Roman Empire. Byzantine chroniclers, writing in an explicitly Christian context, minimized his achievements while emphasizing his role as Constantine's father. Medieval Western sources largely forgot him entirely, collapsing the complex tetrarchic period into simplistic narratives of Christian triumph. Renaissance historians, rediscovering classical texts, began to appreciate the administrative innovations of the period, but still viewed Constantius primarily as a transitional figure. Modern archaeological work has dramatically expanded our understanding of Constantius beyond textual sources. Material evidence from his reign shows a ruler engaged in practical problem-solving rather than ideological crusades. Coins from his areas show that the money system was stable even when the economy was struggling, indicating good financial management that written records often overlook. Environmental archaeology has revealed another dimension of Constantius's governance. Evidence of coordinated land reclamation projects in northern Gaul, systematic reforestation efforts in previously overexploited regions, and water management systems that increased agricultural productivity. These investments in long-term sustainability contrasted sharply with the extractive practices common among short-reigned emperors desperate for immediate resources. Perhaps most poignantly, recent excavations at York have uncovered what may be the foundations of the building where Constantius died. Within this structure, archaeologists discovered a small bronze statuette of the goddess Fortuna, a traditional symbol of good luck. Whether this object belonged to Constantius himself or to someone in his entourage, it provides a haunting reminder of the role chance played even in the lives of those who ruled the ancient world. The true legacy of Constantius lies not in grand monuments or dramatic victories, but in the stable provinces he left behind, regions that would remain relatively prosperous, even as other parts of the Western Empire descended into crisis in subsequent centuries. Unlike many Roman, Constantius invested in sustainable governance, which outlasted his brief reign. Unlike the emperors who exhausted their territories to fuel their personal ambitions. In this sense, his greatest monument wasn't built of stone but of institutions, practices, and communities that continued long after his ashes were placed in an imperial mausoleum. This practical emperor is remembered for improving the lives of his subjects, not for symbolic grandeur. The story of Constantius extends far beyond his life and immediate aftermath. His administrative and military innovations created ripple effects that would influence European governance for centuries. The medieval system of defense in depth, with its layered approach to frontier security, owes much to Constantius's border management strategies in Gaul and Britain. Modern scholars have begun reassessing Constantius's significance through interdisciplinary approaches that earlier historians lacked. Environmental archaeology has revealed evidence of climate challenges during his reign, a period of cooling temperatures and increased rainfall across northwestern Europe that made his agricultural revitalization programs all the more remarkable. Pollen samples from bogs in northern Gaul show increased grain cultivation during his administration, despite these challenging conditions, suggesting effective adaptation strategies. Comparative analysis reveals striking differences in economic resilience between regions under Constantius's direct administration and those governed by other tetrarchs. Ceramic distribution patterns show trade networks in Gaul and Britain remained relatively robust while collapsing in other western provinces, evidence that local economies under Constantius's governance maintained vitality even during imperial crises. Perhaps most intriguing are the parallels between Constantius's governance model and a modern federal systems. His approach balanced central authority with local autonomy in ways that anticipated governance challenges still relevant today. Provincial councils established under his administration included representatives from diverse constituencies, creating consultative bodies that resembled proto-parliaments rather than traditional Roman administrative units. The counterinsurgency strategies Constantius employed against the Picts, combining targeted military operations with economic integration and political accommodation, bear striking resemblances to modern theories of conflict resolution. Military historians have noted that his approach to frontier security, emphasizing flexible response and cross-border relationships rather than rigid fortification, anticipated challenges that would face European powers in later centuries. Digital humanities approaches have recently enabled network analysis of Constantius's administrative appointments, revealing patterns previously invisible to historians. These analyses show he systematically promoted officials with local knowledge and connections rather than importing administrators from distant regions, a practice that contrasted sharply with imperial norms but created more responsive governance. Economic historians have identified Constantius's reign as a crucial period for understanding late Roman monetization patterns. His currency reforms maintained stable silver content in provincial coinages while accommodating local exchange practices, creating a flexible monetary system that balanced imperial standards with regional economic realities. Archaeological evidence continues to expand our understanding of daily life under Constantius's administration. Recent excavations at rural villa sites in Gaul show architectural adaptations that combined defensive features with agricultural productivity improvements, suggesting landowners felt secure enough to invest in innovation rather than merely focusing on survival. Climate science has contributed to our reassessment of Constantius's military campaigns. Dendrochronological data from Britain shows his final campaign occurred during an exceptionally harsh winter, making his logistical accomplishments even more impressive. His ability to maintain supply lines and troop readiness under such conditions speaks to administrative competence rarely highlighted in traditional military histories. The intriguing question of Constantius's intellectual legacy remains partially answered, but tantalizingly suggestive. Fragmentary texts indicate he commissioned legal compilations that systematized provincial administration, work that would influence later Byzantine administrative practices. His approach to religious pluralism, managing diversity through institutional accommodation rather than enforced uniformity, represents a governance model with relevance beyond its historical context. Perhaps most significant for modern understanding is recognizing what Constantius's career reveals about historical contingency. The transformation of the Roman world into a Christian empire was not inevitable, but resulted from specific choices and circumstances. Had Constantius lived longer, implementing his model of pragmatic pluralism rather than giving way to Constantine's more ideologically driven approach, the religious history of Europe might have followed a dramatically different course. The fragmentary nature of our sources about Constantius paradoxically makes him a more accessible historical figure than many better documented emperors. The gaps in our knowledge create space for analytical approaches that go beyond personality to examine structural factors and systemic patterns. Rather than focusing on the emperor as an individual, modern scholarship explores Constantius's reign as a case study in governance during periods of institutional stress. Digital reconstruction projects have recently provided visual representations of Constantius's built environment, allowing scholars and the public to virtually experience spaces like the York Praetorium or the Trier Basilica as they would have appeared during his lifetime. These reconstructions reveal architectural choices that emphasized openness and visibility, physical manifestations of his governance philosophy. The enduring fascination with Constantius stems partly from the alternative path he symbolizes. His approach to governance, pragmatic, pluralistic, focused on sustainability rather than glory, offers an alternative vision of what the late Roman Empire might have become. The tension between this path and the more ideologically driven direction Constantine would later pursue remains a compelling historical counterfactual. For contemporary audiences, Constantius's story resonates because it demonstrates how individual leadership can make meaningful differences even within massive historical forces. While unable to prevent the eventual transformation of the Roman world, his governance preserved stability and prosperity in his territories during extraordinarily challenging circumstances. The Pale Emperor from Illyria, who never sought the throne but governed with remarkable effectiveness once elevated to it, reminds us that history's most consequential figures aren't always its most dramatic personalities. In an age that often celebrates disruptive leadership, Constantius's legacy offers a compelling case for the lasting value of competent administration, pragmatic problem-solving, and sustainable governance. As archaeological techniques continue to advance and new analytical methods emerge, our understanding of Constantius and his era will undoubtedly evolve further. Yet even with our current knowledge, we can recognize in this forgotten emperor a leader whose approach to governance, balancing tradition with innovation, authority with accommodation, and pragmatism with principle, speaks to challenges that remain relevant across the centuries. In the final analysis, Constantius Chlorus matters not because he changed history through dramatic actions, but because he sustained civilization through effective governance during a period of profound challenge. a legacy perhaps less glamorous than conquest but ultimately more valuable to those whose lives were improved by his steady hand at history's helm. Imagine yourself strolling along Strasbourg's cobblestone streets on a typical July morning in 1518. The sun is warming your face, merchants are hawking their wares, and you're thinking about what's for dinner. Then, as you turn a corner, you encounter something that prompts you to wonder if you've inadvertently stumbled into a surreal realm. There's a woman in the town square dancing. Her dancing is not the pleasant, festive kind you'd expect at a wedding or harvest celebration, but rather frantic, desperate. She's been dancing for hours, her feet bleeding, her dress torn. Her name is Frau Trophia, and she's about to become the most famous dancer in medieval history, though not for reasons she'd ever want. You'd think someone would stop her, right? Help her, maybe fetch a physician or a priest. But here's where things get genuinely weird. Instead of one person dancing themselves to exhaustion, more people start joining in. Not because they want to, mind you, but because they literally can't stop themselves. It's like watching a terrible magic trick where the magician has lost control of the spell. Within a week, about 30 people are dancing non-stop in the square. By the end of the month, that number had swelled to around 400. 400 people dancing until their feet bleed, until they collapse from exhaustion, until some of them actually die from it. The local authorities are baffled. The church is calling it divine punishment. Physicians are perplexed and propose increased dancing as a remedy, a suggestion as effective as prescribing fire for burn injuries. What you're seeing is one of history's strangest mass hysteria events, though the people living through it don't know that. They call it the dancing plague, or St. Vitus's dance. Vitus's dance, and it's just one example of how entire communities could lose their collective minds in medieval times. Now, you might be wondering how something like this could possibly happen. After all, you live in an age where you can Google, "Why am I dancing uncontrollably?" and get 17 different medical explanations before you finish your morning coffee. But imagine living in a world where every unexplained phenomenon is either a miracle, a curse, or divine retribution. Where the line between the physical and spiritual world is about as clear as mud after a rainstorm. The dancing plague of Strasbourg wasn't an isolated incident either. Similar outbreaks had been recorded across Europe for centuries. There was the great dancing epidemic of 1374 that swept through the Holy Roman Empire, affecting thousands of people across multiple cities. Towns would wake up to find their neighbours gyrating in the streets, unable to stop, begging for help between gasps for air. What makes these episodes particularly fascinating is how they spread. Not through the air like the plague, but through sight and suggestion. As you observed your neighbour dancing frantically, a sudden realization occurred in your mind. Suddenly your feet would start tapping. Your body would start moving without your consent. It was as if madness itself was contagious, spreading from person to person like gossip at a market. The authorities tried everything. They brought in musicians thinking that if people needed to dance, they might as well dance to proper music. They built stages, hired professional dancers, and even brought in priests to perform exorcisms. Nothing worked. The dancing continued day and night until the afflicted collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Eventually, the outbreaks would burn themselves out, leaving behind a community traumatized and confused. The survivors would wake up as if from a dream, their feet mangled, their bodies broken, with no clear memory of why they'd been compelled to dance in the first place. The dead would be buried, the injured would heal, and life would return to normal until the next outbreak struck somewhere else. But the dancing plague was just the beginning of our story about medieval mass hysteria. It was the opening act in a much larger theatre of collective madness that would sweep across Europe for centuries. You're settling into your evening routine now, maybe with a warm drink and a comfortable chair, and you're probably thinking that dancing plagues are about as strange as medieval madness gets. Well, buckle up, because we're about to travel to a small French town where things got so bizarre that Hollywood would reject the script as too unbelievable. The year is 1632, and you're in Loudun, a sleepy town in western France. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's business, where the most exciting thing that usually happens is the weekly market day. The town has a convent, the convent of the Ursulines, where a group of nuns lives a quiet life of prayer and contemplation, or at least that's what they're supposed to be doing. Sister Jeanne des Anges, the Mother Superior, starts having what she describes as visions. But these aren't the peaceful, heavenly visions you might expect from a nun. She claims that demons possess her during these violent, disturbing episodes. She contorts her body in impossible ways, speaks in languages she's never learned, and displays knowledge of things she couldn't possibly know. Now, if the case were just one nun having a spiritual crisis, it might have been handled quietly within the convent walls. But possession, like yawning, turns out to be remarkably contagious. Soon, other nuns start exhibiting the same symptoms. They writhe on the floor, speak in tongues, and claim to be inhabited by demons with names like Asmodeus, Astaroth, and Beelzebub. Quite the roster of biblical bad guys. The local authorities are called in, and they're faced with a problem that would challenge even modern crisis management teams. An entire convent of nuns, believed to be the most holy women in the community, asserts that demons possess them. It's like finding out that your local fire department has been setting fires, or that your town's safety inspector is afraid of ladders. The church brings in exorcists, because that's what you do when demons show up to the party uninvited. But here's where the story takes a turn that would make a soap opera writer feel embarrassed. The nuns, in their possessed state, start naming the person responsible for their condition. They accuse a local priest, Urbain Grandier, of practicing witchcraft and cursing them from afar. Grandier, by all accounts, was not a particularly popular fellow. He was handsome and charismatic, and had a reputation for being a bit too friendly with the local women. In a small town, that's like painting a target on your back, and then wondering why people keep shooting arrows at you. The possessed nuns asserted that he had spiritually seduced them, infiltrating their dreams and compelling them to commit sins fit for a sailor. The whole affair becomes a public spectacle. People travel from miles around to witness the exorcisms, like it's some kind of medieval reality show. The nuns perform their possessions in front of crowds, speaking in demonic voices, revealing supposed secrets, and putting on displays that would make a circus performer jealous. But here's what makes this story particularly tragic. Grandier probably wasn't guilty of anything more serious than being unpopular, and maybe a bit too fond of wine and women. The evidence against him consisted mainly of the testimonies of the possessed nuns and some dubious pacts with the devil that looked suspiciously like they'd been written by someone trying unsuccessfully to forge medieval handwriting. The case becomes a legal and religious nightmare. You have civil authorities, church officials, and royal representatives all getting involved. Everyone wants to be the one who solved the great demon crisis of Loudoun. Meanwhile, the poor nuns are trapped in their performance, unable to stop the charade without admitting fraud, which would land them in serious trouble. The exorcisms continue for months, with crowds gathering to watch the spectacle. The nuns writhe and scream, the exorcists chant and pray, and the whole town becomes consumed by this supernatural drama. It's like having a horror movie playing in your town square every day, except everyone insists it's real. Eventually, Grandier is arrested, tried, and executed for witchcraft. The nuns, conveniently, begin to recover shortly after his death. Their demons, apparently satisfied with their revenge, pack up and leave town. The crowds disperse, the excitement dies down, and Loudoun returns to being just another quiet French town with a fascinating story to tell. By now, you probably believe that possessed nuns represent the height of medieval strangeness, but you would be mistaken. At times, mass hysteria manifested in less terrifying and more, well, let's just say, ridiculous forms. Picture yourself in a German convent sometime in the Middle Ages. You're expecting the usual sounds of monastic life, gentle chanting, the whisper of pages turning, maybe the soft shuffle of sandaled feet on stone floors. Instead, you're greeted by a sound that makes you wonder if you've accidentally wandered into a huge pet store. The nuns are meowing. The entire convent, not just one or two, is meowing. They meow during prayers, they meow during meals, and they meow while they're supposed to be working. It starts with just one sister, who begins making small cat-like sounds during evening prayers. The other nuns try to ignore it at first, but soon they find themselves fighting the urge to meow along. Within days, the whole convent sounds like a medieval cat cafe. The Mother Superior is beside herself, trying to maintain order, while her charges are sitting in their pews going meow, 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 in what might be the world's strangest choir performance. The local townspeople start gathering outside the convent walls, not sure whether to be concerned or amused. The church authorities are called in, and they're faced with a problem that doesn't exactly have a chapter in the official handbook. How do you perform an exorcism on a cat? Do you sprinkle holy water? Do you attempt to reason with demons who seem to possess a humorous nature? The whole situation is like trying to have a serious theological discussion with a room full of people who keep interrupting with meow. However, it's important to note that mass hysteria doesn't always make sense or adhere to the expected rules. The meowing nuns weren't possessed by demons or cursed by witches. They were experiencing what we'd now recognize as a form of conversion disorder, where psychological stress manifests as physical symptoms. Their minds were dealing with the pressures of religious life, the isolation of the convent, and the general stress of medieval existence by turning them into cats. The solution, when it finally came, was both simple and ridiculous. The local authorities threatened to bring in soldiers to whip the nuns until they stopped meowing. Apparently, the threat of beating them broke whatever psychological spell had turned them into felines. The meowing stopped almost immediately, and the convent returned to its normal quiet routine. Similar cases popped up across Europe. There were nuns who barked like dogs, others who claimed to be chickens and insisted on laying eggs, though they were disappointingly unsuccessful at this endeavour. Some convents experienced outbreaks of uncontrollable laughter, which sounds delightful until you realise these women were laughing for hours on end, unable to stop even when they were exhausted and their sides ached. These episodes tell us something important about medieval life, particularly for women in religious communities. Imagine being locked away from the world, expected to be perfect and holy, with no outlet for normal human emotions or desires. Your days are meticulously planned, your thoughts are expected to be pure, and any deviation from this ideal is deemed sinful. In this environment, the mind sometimes finds creative ways to rebel. If you can't express anger or frustration directly, maybe you'll start barking like a dog. If you can't have fun or be playful, perhaps you'll become a cat who meows during prayers. It's as if your psyche engages in a metamorphosis, discovering methods to convey taboo elements of human nature within the shelter of perceived insanity. The authorities didn't understand this, of course. They saw these outbreaks as either divine punishment or demonic influence. The idea that stress and repression could cause physical symptoms was foreign to medieval thinking. They lived in a world where the spiritual and physical were intimately connected, where your soul's condition directly affected your body's health. What's particularly intriguing is how these episodes spread through communities. One person's psychological break becomes a template for others experiencing similar stress. It's like psychological contagion, where seeing someone else's symptoms gives your mind permission to express its distress in the same way. The meowing nuns eventually returned to their normal lives, but their story became part of the rich tapestry of medieval madness, a reminder that sometimes the human mind copes with unbearable circumstances by becoming delightfully, absurdly creative. You're getting comfortable with these stories of medieval madness. But now we need to talk about one of the most heartbreaking examples of mass hysteria in history. It's a story that involves children, religious fervour, and the kind of tragic ending that makes you want to hug every kid you know. The year is 1212, and you're in the French countryside near the town of Chlorus. In the midst of summer, a 12-year-old shepherd boy named Stephen, tending his flock, experiences a vision. Jesus Christ himself appears to the boy, hands him a letter, and tells him to lead a crusade to the Holy Land. This is not an army of knights and soldiers, but rather a crusade led by children. Now, you might assume that adults would dismiss a 12-year-old who claims to have received divine instructions to lead a military campaign and send him back to his sheep. But these are medieval times, when miracles and visions are common, and the crusades have been going on for over a century with mixed results. Maybe, the thinking goes, God wants to try a different approach. Stephen begins preaching, and his message is simple. The Mediterranean Sea will part before the children, just like the Red Sea parted for Moses. They'll walk across the seafloor to the Holy Land, where their pure hearts and innocent faith will succeed, where armed knights have failed. The sight of these holy children will so move the Muslims that they will instantly convert to Christianity. It's a beautiful, naive idea that would make a lovely children's story if it weren't so tragic. But here's the thing about mass hysteria. It doesn't always involve dancing or meowing or possession. Occasionally it takes the form of shared delusions, where entire communities become convinced of something that seems impossible to outsiders. Word of Stephen's mission rapidly disseminates throughout the French countryside. Children start leaving their homes, abandoning their families, and flocking to join this divine crusade. We're talking about thousands of children, some as young as 6 years old, all convinced that they're part of God's plan to reclaim Jerusalem. The movement isn't limited to France either. Around the same time, a German boy named Nicholas starts his children's crusade, claiming that he too has received divine instructions. The two movements feed off each other, creating a wave of religious hysteria that sweeps across Europe. You have to understand the context to grasp how such an event could happen. Medieval children lived in a world where religious stories were more real than reality itself. They grew up hearing tales of miracles, of saints who could work wonders, and of divine interventions in human affairs. The idea that God might choose children for a special mission didn't seem far-fetched. It seemed like the kind of thing that happened in the stories they heard every day. The adult response was mixed. Some parents tried to stop their children, but others saw the movement as genuinely divine. Local clergy were divided between those who supported the crusade and those who tried to discourage it. The church hierarchy were mostly opposed, but their messages didn't always reach the local level in time to prevent the exodus. As the children march toward the coast, reality begins to intrude on their vision. They're hungry, worn out, and far from home. Some turn back, but others press on, driven by faith in the momentum of the crowd. When they finally reach the Mediterranean, the sea does not part. The children stand on the beach, waiting for their miracle, and nothing happens. What follows is a tragedy that medieval chroniclers struggle to record. Some children try to return home, only to find that their families have rejected them, or that they can't survive the journey. Others are taken advantage of by unscrupulous adults who see an opportunity to profit from their misfortune. Many end up in slavery or worse. The Children's Crusade, as it came to be known, wasn't really a crusade at all. Mass hysteria, disguised as religious fervour, ignited a shared delusion that resonated deeply in the medieval psyche. It was the desperate hope that innocence and faith could succeed where violence and politics had failed. The story became legend, growing in the telling until it was hard to separate fact from fiction. However, the fundamental tragedy persists. Thousands of children, engulfed in a surge of religious fervour, endured the consequences of adult shortcomings in medieval faith. You're probably ready for something a little less tragic than the Children's Crusade, but I'm afraid we're diving into another dark chapter of medieval madness. This time, it's not about possessed nuns or dancing plagues, but about a mysterious illness that could kill you in a day and had an entire kingdom living in terror. The year is 1485, and you're in England just after the Battle of Bosworth Field. Henry Tudor has just defeated Richard III and become Henry VII, starting the Tudor dynasty. It should be a time of celebration and new beginnings, but instead, a mysterious illness appears that will haunt England for the next 70 years. They call it the sweating sickness, or English sweat, and it's unlike anything the medieval world has seen before. The symptoms are terrifying in their speed and intensity. You wake up feeling fine, maybe noticing a slight headache or a bit of fatigue. Within hours, you're drenched in sweat, burning with fever, and experiencing a sense of impending doom that's so intense, it feels like the hand of death itself is reaching for you. The sweating sickness doesn't discriminate. It affects both the rich and the poor, the young and the old, the healthy and the infirm. In fact, it seems to prefer the wealthy and well-fed, which is the opposite of most medieval diseases. The poor, who usually bore the brunt of epidemics, often escaped this one entirely. It's as if the disease has a twisted sense of social justice. What makes the sweating sickness particularly terrifying is its speed. Most medieval diseases give you time to prepare, to say goodbye, and to put your affairs in order. The plague might take weeks to kill you, giving you plenty of time to contemplate your sins and make peace with God. Is the sweating sickness a threat? You could be dead within 24 hours of feeling the first symptoms. The treatment protocols that develop around the disease are as bizarre as the illness itself. Physicians insist that patients must stay awake for 24 hours after symptoms begin. If you fall asleep, you'll die. Families take shifts to keep their loved ones awake by slapping them, talking to them, and doing anything else to prevent them from drifting off. They also prohibit you from eating or drinking anything for the first 24 hours. This procedure is supposed to help your body sweat out the illness. Imagine being feverish, terrified, and exhausted, and being told you can't have so much as a sip of water. It's like being tortured in the name of medical treatment. The sweating sickness creates a culture of paranoia and fear. People become afraid to travel, afraid to gather in groups, and afraid to leave their homes. The disease seems to strike without warning or pattern, making it impossible to predict or prevent. It's like living under the threat of a random lightning strike, except the lightning is invisible and can kill you in your sleep. King Henry VII himself becomes obsessed with the disease, constantly fleeing from one residence to another whenever cases are reported nearby. His court becomes a travelling circus of fear, packed up and moved at the first sign of sweating sickness in the area. The King of England, the most powerful man in the country, is reduced to running from an enemy he can't see or understand. The disease comes in waves, appearing suddenly, killing hundreds or thousands of people, then disappearing just as mysteriously. It strikes in 1485, 1508, 1517, 1528, and finally in 1551, before vanishing forever. Each outbreak brings fresh terror, as people wonder if the next outbreak will be the one that kills them. What's particularly maddening about the sweating sickness is that it remains a mystery to this day. Modern medical historians have proposed various theories. It might have been a form of hantavirus, or perhaps a type of influenza, or even a form of anthrax. But we'll never know for certain what caused this strange illness that appeared from nowhere and disappeared just as mysteriously. The psychological impact of the sweating sickness was enormous. It created a generation of people who lived in constant fear of sudden death, who saw every headache as a potential death sentence, and who couldn't trust their own bodies to keep them alive from one day to the next. It was a slow-moving wave of mass hysteria, a collective anxiety that engulfed an entire kingdom for decades. Now that we've covered most of the ways medieval people could lose their minds collectively, there's one more type of madness we need to discuss. The kind that happens when reality becomes too much to bear and people retreat into fantasy. This story isn't about dancing or possession or mysterious illnesses, but about the delicate line between sanity and dreams. Let's travel to the Spanish region of La Mancha in the late medieval period, when the age of chivalry is dying but refuses to admit it. You're in a landscape of windmills and dusty plains, where the old ways are crumbling under the weight of changing times. The knights-errant, who once roamed the countryside to right wrongs and rescue damsels, are becoming obsolete as they are replaced by merchants, bureaucrats, and the grinding machinery of modern life. Into this world steps a man whose real name we never learn, but whom we know as Don Quixote. He's not particularly young, not particularly strong, and certainly not particularly sane by conventional standards. But he's read too many books about chivalry and romance, and his mind has become so saturated with these stories that he can no longer distinguish between fiction and reality. Don Quixote sees the world not as it is, but as he believes it should be. Windmills become giants to be fought, inns become castles to be defended, and peasant girls become princesses to be rescued. His madness is complete and systematic. He's created an entire alternate reality where the rules of chivalric romance still apply. What makes Don Quixote's story relevant to our discussion of medieval madness is how it reflects a broader cultural phenomenon. The late medieval period was full of people who couldn't quite accept that the world was changing, who clung to outdated ideals and impossible dreams. Don Quixote's individual madness mirrors the collective madness of a society in transition. The windmills that Don Quixote famously attacks aren't just windmills, they're symbols of the new world that's replacing the old. They represent technology, efficiency, and the mechanization of life. When he charges at them with his lance, he's not just fighting imaginary giants, he's fighting the entire modern world. But here's what's beautiful about Don Quixote's madness. It's not entirely without merit. Yes, he's delusional, but his delusions are based on noble ideals. He wants to protect the innocent, defend the weak, and right wrongs. His methods are crazy, but his motivations are admirable. He resembles a shattered compass that persistently guides towards the true north, despite its inability to aid in navigation. The people Don Quixote encounters on his adventures respond to his madness in various ways. While some attempt to heal him, others seek to take advantage of him, and still others find solace in his unattainable ideals. His faithful companion, Sancho Panza, represents the voice of common sense, constantly trying to bring his master back to reality while being gradually infected by his dreams. What's particularly intriguing is how Don Quixote's madness affects those around him. People start playing along with his delusions, sometimes out of kindness, sometimes out of cruelty, and sometimes out of a secret longing for the magical world he inhabits. His madness becomes contagious, not in the way of the dancing plague or the possessed nuns, but in the way that dreams can be transmissible. The windmills of La Mancha become a metaphor for the impossible battles we all fight against the forces of change and reality. Don Quixote's madness is both tragic and heroic. Tragic because it's based on delusions, heroic because it refuses to surrender to a world that has lost its capacity for wonder. In the end, Don Quixote's story is about the fine line between madness and vision, between delusion and hope. He's mad, certainly, but he's also the only one who still believes in the possibility of magic in a world that's becoming increasingly mechanical and mundane. His windmills stand as monuments to a particular kind of medieval madness, the madness of refusing to accept that the age of miracles is over, of insisting that there's still room in the world for impossible dreams and impractical ideals. You've come with me on this journey through medieval madness, from dancing plagues to possessed nuns to delusional knights, and you might be wondering what it all means. What can these strange episodes of collective insanity tell us about the people who lived through them, and perhaps about ourselves? The first thing to understand is that medieval madness wasn't really about madness at all. It was about stress, pressure, and the human mind's remarkable ability to find creative solutions to impossible problems. All of these episodes, from the most tragic to the most absurd, were reactions to truly unbearable situations. Think about the dancing plague of Strasbourg. This incident wasn't happening in a vacuum. It was occurring during a time of terrible hardship. The city was dealing with famine, disease, and social upheaval. People were dying of starvation, the economy was collapsing, and there seemed to be no hope for improvement. In this context, the dancing plague becomes not a mysterious supernatural event, but a perfectly understandable psychological response to unbearable stress. When your world is falling apart and you have no control over any of it, sometimes your mind finds ways to take back control, even if those ways seem completely irrational. The dancers couldn't stop the famine or cure the plague, but they could dance. They could turn their helplessness into action, even if that action was ultimately self-destructive. The possessed nuns of Loudoun were dealing with their form of impossible pressure. They were expected to be perfect, to suppress all human desires and emotions, and to live lives of absolute purity in a world that was anything but pure. Their possession gave them permission to express all the anger, sexuality, and rebellion that their religious vows forbade them to acknowledge. They found a loophole. As nuns, they couldn't be angry, lustful, or defiant. But as possessed people, they could. The demons served as convenient scapegoats for human emotions that lacked any other outlet. The children of the Children's Crusade were reacting to a distinct form of pressure, the strain of existing in a world that appeared to have lost its direction. The adult crusades had failed, the church was mired in corruption, and the promised kingdom of heaven seemed farther away than ever. The Children's Crusade was an attempt to return to a pure, simple faith that could succeed, where adult complexity had failed. Even Don Quixote's madness makes sense when you understand it as a response to a world that had lost its sense of meaning and purpose. He couldn't accept that the age of heroes was over, that the world had become mundane and mechanical. His madness was a form of protest, a refusal to accept that magic and wonder had no place in the modern world. What's fascinating about all these episodes is how they spread. Medieval madness was contagious, but not in the way we typically think of contagion. It spread through suggestion, through the power of shared belief, and through the human tendency to mirror the behavior of those around us. When you saw your neighbor dancing uncontrollably, part of your mind began to wonder what it would feel like to let go of control so completely. This incident tells us something important about medieval society. It was a world where the boundaries between individual and community were much more fluid than they are today. People lived in close proximity, shared common beliefs and fears, and were highly attuned to the emotional states of those around them. In such a world, psychological distress could spread rapidly. But perhaps the most important thing these stories tell us is that the human mind is remarkably resilient and creative. It rebels against the unchangeable, finds ways to cope, and expresses the inexpressible in impossible situations. Sometimes these coping mechanisms look like madness to outsiders, but they serve important psychological functions for the people experiencing them. The dancing plague gave people a way to express their despair and helplessness. The possessed nuns found a way to rebel against impossible expectations. The Children's Crusade provided hope in a hopeless world. Don Quixote's delusions allowed him to maintain his ideals in a world that had abandoned them. In the end, medieval madness wasn't really about losing one's mind. It was about finding alternative ways to use one's brain when conventional approaches failed. It was about the human spirit's steadfastness in the face of seemingly insurmountable circumstances. These episodes remind us that the line between sanity and madness is thinner than we like to think, and that sometimes what looks like madness from the outside is actually a perfectly reasonable response to unreasonable circumstances. They also remind us that we're all connected in ways we don't always understand, and the distress of one person can become the distress of many. So the next time you're facing impossible circumstances, remember the dancers of Strasbourg, the nuns of Loudoun, the children crusaders, and the Knight of La Mancha. Remember that the human mind is endlessly creative in finding ways to cope, to express, and to hope. And remember that sometimes the most rational response to an irrational world is to embrace a little madness of your own. After all, in a world full of windmills that pretend to be giants, maybe the crazed ones are the only ones who see clearly. Now, imagine yourself sitting in your favourite armchair in 1939, perhaps with a lukewarm cup of tea on the side table, as the world prepares to undergo unprecedented transformations. But the people who were about to change it had no idea they were writing the most expensive recipe ever. The recipe required approximately 130,000 individuals, a duration of 3 years, and sufficient funds to establish a modest nation. It all started because some very smart people got very worried. Imagine the feeling you get when you realise you left the stove on, and imagine that feeling multiplied by the entire future of civilization. That's roughly what Leo Szilard felt when he heard that German scientists had figured out how to split uranium atoms. Szilard was a genius who could probably calculate the trajectory of falling toast in his pyjamas, but even he couldn't foresee the consequences of his concern. The amusing thing about Szilard is that he was the kind of guy who would patent an idea for a nuclear reactor, then immediately realise it might be dangerous and try to keep it secret. It's like inventing dynamite and then whispering the recipe. He spent most of 1939 pacing around New York, likely frightening pigeons with his intense expression, trying to persuade anyone who would listen that America needed to outpace Germany in the atomic race. But you can't just walk into the White House and say, "Hey, we need to build a massive bomb." Well, you can try, but they'll probably escort you out rather quickly. So Szilard did what any reasonable person would do. He got Einstein to write a letter. Apparently, even in 1939, name recognition held significant importance. Einstein, who probably just wanted to work on his theories in peace, found himself accidentally becoming the godfather of the atomic age. He later recognized the irony, given that he was a pacifist who had previously expressed a preference for being a lighthouse keeper over a physicist. Roosevelt got the letter in October 1939, right around the time he was dealing with a dozen other world-ending problems. You have to admire the man's ability to prioritize. Most of us get overwhelmed choosing what to watch on streaming services, but FDR was juggling potential nuclear weapons, a world war, and probably wondering if his morning coffee was strong enough for any of this. The initial response was about as enthusiastic as you'd expect from a government bureaucracy. They formed a committee. Nothing conveys the urgency of a world-changing scientific breakthrough more effectively than the formation of a committee. The Uranium Committee, as they called it, met a few times, allocated a whopping $6,000 for research, and probably spent more on coffee than uranium. It was the governmental equivalent of putting a band-aid on a volcano. But here's where the story gets intriguing, in that uniquely American way. While the committee was busy being committee-like, Pearl Harbor happened. Suddenly, the abstract concept of maybe we should look into this atomic thing became, we need this atomic thing yesterday, and we'll build it bigger than anyone has ever built anything. Enter General Leslie Groves, a man who had just finished building the Pentagon and was probably looking forward to a comfortable, quiet desk job. Instead, he got handed the Manhattan Project, which was like being asked to organize the world's most dangerous science fair with unlimited funding and a deadline that could determine the fate of democracy. Groves was the kind of military mind who could look at an impossible task and immediately start figuring out how to make it slightly less impossible, one spreadsheet at a time. The beautiful absurdity of the Manhattan Project was already becoming clear. You had theoretical physicists who could barely balance their checkbooks being asked to create the most practical and devastating weapon in history. while military men who understood logistics had to wrap their heads around concepts that sounded like they belonged in comic books. And so began the most improbable collaboration in human history, where the marriage of pure science and applied paranoia would reshape everything. Now, you might think that assembling the world's greatest scientific minds would be like organising a really intellectual dinner party. You'd be wrong. It was more like trying to herd cats, if the cats were Nobel Prize winners with strong opinions about quantum mechanics and an alarming tendency to argue about theoretical physics at inappropriate volumes. General Groves, bless his practical heart, approached this challenge the way any good military man would. He made lists. Lots of lists. Lists of scientists, lists of locations, lists of things they'd need, and probably a list of reasons why this was either the best or worst assignment of his career. He realised pretty quickly that managing brilliant people was like managing regular people, except they could prove you wrong with math. The first real breakthrough came when someone suggested they recruit Robert Oppenheimer to lead the scientific effort. Now, Oppenheimer was an interesting choice. He was brilliant, absolutely, but he was also the kind of guy who quoted Sanskrit at cocktail parties and had a habit of making everyone around him feel slightly undereducated. He was like that friend who can discuss wine, literature, and nuclear physics with equal fluency, except instead of being annoying at dinner parties, he was about to become the most famous scientist in America. What made Oppenheimer perfect for the job wasn't just his scientific credentials, though those were impressive enough. It was his ability to translate between the language of pure science and the language of "we need results now, please." He could talk to a theoretical physicist about quantum mechanics in the morning and explain to a general why they needed more funding in the afternoon, all while maintaining the kind of cool demeanour that suggested he found the whole thing intellectually fascinating rather than terrifying. But you can't run a massive scientific project from university offices and borrowed laboratories. They needed space, and not just any space. They needed secret space. Really secret space. The kind of secret space where you could accidentally change the world without anyone noticing until it was too late. Enter Los Alamos, New Mexico, a location so remote that it made the middle of nowhere look like downtown Manhattan. It was perfect in the way that only truly imperfect places can be perfect. The site was isolated enough that any accidental explosions would mostly just bother the local wildlife, but accessible enough that they could actually transport equipment and people without requiring pack mules. The original plan was to house maybe 30 scientists there. This was a bit like planning a small dinner party and having it turn into a wedding reception for 500 people. By the end of the project, Los Alamos had grown from a sleepy ranch school into a secret city with its own post office, school system, and probably the highest concentration of advanced degrees per square mile in human history. But Los Alamos was just one piece of the puzzle. The Manhattan Project ended up requiring an entire secret infrastructure spread across the country. They built massive facilities in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where they would separate uranium isotopes using methods that were equal parts brilliant and brute force. They constructed another enormous complex in Hanford, Washington, for producing plutonium, because apparently one type of nuclear material wasn't enough for their ambitious plans. The logistics alone were mind-boggling. Try explaining to your accountant that you need to build several cities from scratch, hire tens of thousands of people, and consume more electricity than some entire states, all for a project you can't actually tell anyone about. The Tennessee Valley Authority suddenly found itself powering what looked like the industrial equivalent of a small alien invasion, and they just had to trust that someone, somewhere, knew what they were doing. The security measures were so elaborate they bordered on comedy. Workers at Oak Ridge were told they were helping with the war effort, but most had no idea what they were actually producing. Some thought they were making industrial equipment. Others assumed it was some kind of superfuel. A few probably suspected they were involved in something important, but the compartmentalization was so thorough that you could work on the Manhattan Project for 3 years and still have only the vaguest idea what you'd actually accomplished. Meanwhile, back at Los Alamos, Oppenheimer was facing the unique challenge of creating a functional community where the residents included some of the most brilliant and temperamental people on the planet, all living in temporary housing in the middle of the desert, working on something that might either end the war or accidentally end everything else. It was like summer camp for adults, if summer camp involved nuclear physics and the fate of civilization. Now here's where things get really interesting, in the special way that only theoretical physics can be interesting. You're dealing with people who spend their days thinking about things so small you can't see them, even with the most powerful microscopes, yet these invisible things contain enough energy to level cities. It's like discovering that dust bunnies under your couch could power your entire neighborhood, if only you could figure out how to convince them to cooperate. The basic concept of nuclear fission sounds almost simple when you say it quickly. You take a uranium atom, you split it, and it releases energy. But saying that is like saying baking a cake when you're actually trying to construct a 12-tier wedding cake while blindfolded, using ingredients you've never seen before, and following a recipe written in a language that was just invented yesterday. The first challenge was getting the right kind of uranium. Natural uranium is mostly uranium-238, which is about as useful for making bombs as a chocolate teapot. What they needed was uranium-235, which makes up less than 1% of natural uranium. It's like needing to separate red M&Ms from a swimming pool full of mixed M&Ms, except the M&Ms are invisible, they're trying to kill you, and you can only tell them apart using methods that hadn't been invented yet. The scientists at Oak Ridge approached this problem with the kind of methodical determination that only comes from having absolutely no choice. They tried several different separation methods, including one that involved giant electromagnets called calutrons. These machines were enormous and consumed so much electricity that they basically turned the separation of uranium isotopes into an industrial process that could be seen from space if satellites had existed then. However, uranium was not the sole option available. Nuclear reactors could create plutonium, an element absent in nature. Plutonium was like uranium's more complicated cousin, potentially more powerful, but also more difficult to work with and with a personality that could charitably be described as temperamental. Creating plutonium required building nuclear reactors, which brought its own special set of challenges. The first reactor was built under the football stadium at the University of Chicago because apparently someone thought that the best place to test humanity's first controlled nuclear chain reaction was directly underneath a major American city. The physicist in charge of this experiment, Enrico Fermi, was reportedly betting on whether the reaction would stop when they wanted it to, which shows how well they understood what they were doing. Fermi, incidentally, was the kind of scientist who could calculate complex physics problems in his head, while other people were still looking for their calculators. He was also famous for his ability to estimate almost anything. Give him a few minutes and some basic information, and he could tell you approximately how many piano tuners lived in Chicago, or how much energy would be released by various theoretical nuclear explosions. This skill turned out to be surprisingly useful when dealing with weapons that released more energy than anyone had ever handled before. The Chicago reactor worked, thankfully, without accidentally eliminating the Midwest, and it provided the proof of concept needed to build much larger reactors at Hanford. These reactors were designed to produce plutonium on an industrial scale, turning the abstract concept of artificially created elements into something measured in tons rather than microscopic quantities. However, obtaining nuclear material was only half the challenge. The other half was figuring out how to make it explode in a controlled, predictable way that would release all that energy at exactly the right moment. This step turned out to be significantly more complicated than anyone had anticipated, like the difference between lighting a candle and conducting a symphony orchestra made entirely of fire. The simplest design, called gun type, worked by shooting one piece of uranium into another piece of uranium rapidly. It was elegant in its simplicity, like nuclear physics designed by someone who really understood hammers. But this method only worked with uranium-235, and they didn't have enough for more than one bomb. The plutonium bomb required a completely different approach called implosion, which involved surrounding a ball of plutonium with conventional explosives and detonating them all at exactly the same moment, compressing the plutonium until it reached critical mass. Achieving this required such precision that it would make Swiss watchmakers nervous. If the timing was off by even a few microseconds, the result would be an expensive dud instead of a nuclear explosion. This was the kind of problem that kept brilliant people awake at night, staring at the ceiling and wondering if they were about to change the world or just create the most elaborate failure in scientific history. By the summer of 1945, Los Alamos scientists had been engaged in the world's most expensive science project for over 2 years. Despite possessing numerous theories, calculations, and mathematical equations, they remained uncertain if any of them would truly function. It's akin to dedicating 3 years to the construction of a car, only to discover that you've never actually attempted to operate the key. The gun-type uranium bomb was simple enough that they felt confident it would work without testing. This level of confidence in an untested nuclear weapon was either remarkably bold or extremely naive, depending on how you looked at it. However, the plutonium implosion bomb presented a distinct challenge. It was so complex and temperamental that betting the war on it without a test would have been like performing brain surgery based on a cookbook you'd written yourself. So they decided to conduct a test, which presented its own unique set of challenges. What would be the most suitable location to test a nuclear weapon? You cannot simply head to the nearby firing range and hope for a favourable outcome. You need somewhere remote enough that if something goes spectacularly wrong, you won't accidentally eliminate half of civilization before you've had a chance to use your weapon on the enemy. They chose a site in the New Mexico desert, about 200 miles south of Los Alamos, called Trinity. The name was Oppenheimer's choice, inspired by a John Donne poem, because apparently even when you're about to test humanity's first nuclear weapon, you still have time for literature. The site was flat, empty, and far enough from major population centres that any unexpected consequences would mostly affect lizards and tumbleweeds. Preparing for the test was like planning the world's most dangerous camping trip. They had to transport an incredibly delicate and expensive nuclear device across desert roads that were barely suitable for regular automobiles, then assemble it in a temporary laboratory that had been built in the middle of nowhere. The bomb itself was nicknamed the Gadget, with the kind of casual understatement that suggested they were discussing a new kitchen appliance, rather than a weapon that could level a city. The scientists and military personnel involved in the test were dealing with unprecedented questions. How far away did you need to be to observe a nuclear explosion safely? Nobody knew, because nobody had ever observed a nuclear explosion before. They made their best guesses based on calculations and hoped they weren't catastrophically wrong. Some of the scientists brought suntan lotion, as if protecting against nuclear radiation was similar to preventing a mild sunburn. The test was scheduled for the early morning hours of July 16th, 1945, partly for security reasons and partly because someone thought it would be easier to see the explosion against the pre-dawn sky. As the countdown approached, the level of tension at the site was probably measurable with scientific instruments. These were people who had spent years of their lives working toward this moment, and they were about to find out if they'd created a revolutionary weapon or the world's most expensive firework. Oppenheimer and the other key scientists gathered at a control bunker about 6 miles from Ground Zero, which seemed like a safe distance until you realized that nobody actually knew what constituted a safe distance from humanity's first nuclear explosion. They lay down on the ground, facing away from the blast site, with instructions to look only after the initial flash had passed. It was like being told to watch the world's most important sunrise through your eyelids. At 5:29 a.m., the Gadget detonated with a force equivalent to about 21,000 tons of TNT. For a brief moment, the explosion created temperatures comparable to the surface of the sun and light brighter than the sun itself. The flash was visible from over 160 miles away, and the sound of the explosion was heard nearly 100 miles distant. Several observers reported that for a few seconds it was as if there were 2 suns in the sky. The mushroom cloud rose to over 40,000 feet, and the heat from the explosion turned the desert sand into a greenish glass that they later called trinitite. The steel tower that held the bomb vaporized, along with everything else within a substantial radius of Ground Zero. In the space of a few seconds, the theoretical had become devastatingly real. Oppenheimer later said that as he watched the explosion, a line from the Bhagavad Gita came to mind. "Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds." It was the kind of literary reference that seemed almost absurdly intellectual given the circumstances, but it captured the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. They had successfully created a weapon that could destroy entire cities in an instant. The test was a complete success, which meant that the Manhattan Project had achieved its primary goal. They had beaten Germany to the atomic bomb. Of course, by this point Germany had already surrendered, so the original motivation for the project was somewhat moot. But there was still Japan to consider, and the war in the Pacific was far from over. As the mushroom cloud dissipated over the New Mexico desert, the scientists and military personnel at Trinity began grappling with the implications of what they had just accomplished. They had unlocked a portal that would never reopen. Now comes the part of the story where things get complicated in ways that make quantum physics look straightforward. You have this incredibly powerful weapon that works exactly as advertised, a war that's still raging in the Pacific, and a bunch of very smart people suddenly realizing that creating the thing was actually the easy part. The real challenge lay in deciding what to do with it. President Truman, who had inherited both the presidency and the Manhattan Project from Roosevelt, found himself in the position of having to make decisions about weapons he barely understood. Imagine being given the keys to a weapon that could destroy cities and being told to learn how to use it in a few weeks. Truman was a practical man who preferred straightforward problems with straightforward solutions, but there was nothing straightforward about atomic weapons. The military estimates for the invasion of Japan were extremely sobering. Operation Downfall, as it was known, had the potential to cause over 1 million American casualties and several million Japanese deaths. These weren't abstract numbers on a strategic planning document. They represented real people, families, and entire communities. The alternative was using atomic weapons against Japanese cities, which would also kill enormous numbers of civilians, but might end the war quickly enough to prevent an even larger catastrophe. It's the kind of decision that would keep anyone awake at night, the kind of moral calculation that has no clearly right answer. Do you choose the option that kills fewer people overall, but involves using weapons of unprecedented destructive power? Or do you choose the conventional invasion that might ultimately cost more lives but doesn't cross the threshold into nuclear warfare? Some of the scientists involved in the Manhattan Project were seriously reconsidering their involvement in its creation. Leo Szilard, who had started the whole thing with his worries about German atomic research, now found himself trying to stop the use of the weapons he had helped create. He and several other scientists petitioned Truman to demonstrate the bomb's power without using it against populated areas, perhaps by detonating it over an uninhabited area where Japanese leaders could witness its destructive potential. But military planners argued that a demonstration might not be convincing enough to force Japanese surrender, especially if the bomb failed to detonate properly. They had exactly 2 operational atomic weapons, Little Boy, the uranium bomb, and Fat Man, the plutonium bomb, and using one for a demonstration would leave them with only one weapon for actual combat use. It was like having 2 bullets and wondering whether to fire one into the air as a warning shot. The decision-making process was complicated by the fact that many of the people involved still didn't fully understand what they were dealing with. The long-term effects of radiation exposure weren't well understood. The political implications of introducing nuclear weapons to warfare hadn't been fully considered. They were making decisions about the future of human conflict with incomplete information and under enormous time pressure. Japanese resistance was fierce and showed no signs of diminishing. The Battle of Okinawa had demonstrated the terrible cost of invading fortified Japanese positions, and intelligence suggested that the Japanese were preparing to defend their home islands with even greater determination. Kamikaze attacks were increasing in frequency and intensity. From a purely military perspective, anything that could end the war quickly was worth serious consideration. On the other hand, several high-ranking military officials questioned whether atomic weapons were necessary at all. Some argued that Japan was already on the verge of surrender due to conventional bombing, naval blockade, and the Soviet entry into the war against Japan. Others suggested that the primary motivation for using the bombs was not to defeat Japan, but to demonstrate American nuclear capability to the Soviet Union, thereby initiating the Cold War. The target selection process was grimly methodical. Military planners wanted cities that were militarily significant, but had not been heavily damaged by conventional bombing, so that the effects of the atomic weapon could be clearly observed and documented. They also wanted targets that would have maximum psychological impact on Japanese leadership. The final target list included Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, and Nagasaki. Kyoto was initially on the list as well, but Secretary of War Henry Stimson reportedly removed it from consideration, because he had visited the city and appreciated its cultural and historical significance. It's one of those small human moments that had enormous consequences, a single person's aesthetic sensibility potentially saving a city and its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants from nuclear destruction. As the decision deadline approached, Truman was receiving advice from multiple directions, much of it contradictory. Military commanders wanted to use the weapons to save American lives. There was a divide among scientists between those seeking to demonstrate the bomb's power and those advocating for its decisive use. Political advisors were thinking about post-war relationships with both Japan and the Soviet Union. In the end, Truman made the decision that he believed would end the war most quickly and save the most lives overall. Whether he was right or wrong is a question that historians and ethicists continue to debate today. But in the summer of 1945, with incomplete information and enormous pressure, he chose to authorize the use of atomic weapons against Japan. It was a decision that would define not just the end of World War II, but the beginning of the nuclear age. On the morning of August 6, 1945, the crew of the Enola Gay, a B-29 bomber named after the pilot's mother, took off from Tinian Island carrying Little Boy, the uranium bomb that had never been tested but was expected to work based on theoretical calculations. It's important to take a moment to appreciate the surreal nature of this moment. They were piloting an untested nuclear weapon over the Pacific Ocean, relying on 3 years of theoretical physics and engineering to perform precisely as intended at the crucial moment. Colonel Paul Tibbets, the pilot, probably had the strangest job description in military history that morning. He was essentially a delivery driver, except his package could destroy an entire city, and his route included flying over enemy territory while carrying the most expensive and dangerous cargo in human history. The crew had been told they were carrying a very powerful bomb, but most didn't know they were about to witness the first use of nuclear weapons in warfare. Hiroshima was chosen as the primary target, partly because it was an important military centre, and partly because it had been largely spared from conventional bombing, making it ideal for observing the effects of atomic weapons. The city had about 350,000 people going about their morning routines, unaware that they were about to witness a historic moment. At 8:15 a.m. local time, Little Boy detonated about 1,900 feet above the city centre. The explosion created a fireball with temperatures exceeding those at the centre of the sun, followed by a shockwave that destroyed virtually everything within a 1-mile radius. The mushroom cloud rose to over 60,000 feet, and the flash of light was visible for miles. Suddenly, a bustling metropolis transformed into the epicenter of the nuclear era. The immediate destruction was almost incomprehensible. Buildings simply vanished. People who were close to the hypercenter were vaporized so quickly that their shadows were burned into concrete and stone surfaces. The intense heat, the crushing force of the shockwave, or the collapse of buildings killed others. Tens of thousands died immediately, and tens of thousands more would die in the following days and weeks from radiation sickness, burns, and injuries. Back in Washington, the news of Hiroshima's destruction was received with a mixture of relief, satisfaction, and growing awareness of what had just been unleashed. Truman announced the attack publicly, explaining that the United States had developed a new and revolutionary increase in destruction, and warning Japan to surrender or face a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth. But Japan did not immediately surrender. The Japanese government was still processing the implications of what had happened to Hiroshima when, 3 days later, another B-29 took off from Tinian carrying Fat Man, the plutonium bomb that had been successfully tested at Trinity. The original target was Kokura, but cloud cover forced the crew to divert to their secondary target, Nagasaki. Nagasaki was a port city with significant military industry, home to about 240,000 people. Fat Man detonated at 11:02 a.m. on August 9th, creating another mushroom cloud and another zone of complete devastation. The bomb was actually more powerful than Little Boy, but the hilly terrain of Nagasaki limited the destruction somewhat compared to the flat geography of Hiroshima. The 2 atomic bombings killed over 200,000 people, most of them civilians, and demonstrated that the United States possessed weapons of unprecedented destructive power. More importantly, from a strategic perspective, they showed that America could produce these weapons and was willing to use them. The message to both Japan and the rest of the world was unmistakable. The rules of warfare had fundamentally changed. Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender on August 15, 1945, citing a new and most cruel bomb as one of the factors in his decision. The war was over, but the nuclear age had begun. The scientists and engineers who had worked on the Manhattan Project found themselves grappling with the reality that their theoretical calculations had translated into actual human destruction on an unprecedented scale. Some, like Oppenheimer, were haunted by what they had helped create. Others argued that the bombs had actually saved lives by ending the war quickly and preventing a costly invasion of Japan. Whether the atomic bombings were necessary or justified remains a topic of debate, but it is undeniable that they represented a significant shift in human history. The Manhattan Project had succeeded in its primary objective. It had created weapons powerful enough to end World War II. But it had also created something else, a world where the complete destruction of civilization was now theoretically possible, where the stakes of international conflict had been raised beyond anything previously imaginable. As the aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki receded, the scientists, who had dedicated 3 years to their clandestine work, came to understand that their efforts were far from concluded. They had solved the technical challenge of nuclear weapons, but they had also created political, ethical, and strategic challenges that would define international relations for generations to come. The atomic age had arrived, and there was no going back. When the celebration parades ended and the newspapers stopped running headlines about the miracle weapons that had ended the war, the people who had created those weapons found themselves dealing with a peculiar kind of hangover. It wasn't the sort you get from too much champagne at a victory party, but the kind that comes from realizing you've fundamentally changed the world and aren't entirely sure whether you should feel proud or terrified. The Manhattan Project had been such a massive, all-consuming effort that many of the scientists involved hadn't really had time to think about what would happen after they succeeded. It's akin to devoting 3 years to the construction of a race car, only to abruptly discover you don't know where to steer it. They had solved the technical problem of nuclear weapons with brilliant efficiency, but they had inadvertently created problems that were much more complicated than mere physics. Oppenheimer, who had led the scientific effort at Los Alamos, found himself in the strange position of being simultaneously celebrated as a hero and viewed with suspicion as a potential security risk. He had become the most famous scientist in America, the father of the atomic bomb, but he was also someone who quoted Sanskrit poetry and had complicated political views that made government officials nervous. It's challenging to be a national icon when you keep reminding people that the thing that made you famous could also destroy civilization. The other scientists went to universities and research institutions, taking with them the knowledge of how to build nuclear weapons and the burden of knowing what those weapons could do. Some threw themselves into peaceful applications of nuclear technology, hoping to balance the destructive potential of their work with beneficial uses for atomic energy. Others became advocates for nuclear disarmament, arguing that the weapons they had helped create were too dangerous for any nation to possess. But the most significant change was in how countries thought about war and international relations. The atomic bomb had made the concept of total victory obsolete, because it now potentially meant total destruction for everyone involved. It was like discovering that winning an argument could result in both participants being struck by lightning. The traditional logic of warfare, where you could defeat your enemies without destroying yourself, no longer applied when nuclear weapons were involved. The Soviet Union, which had been America's ally during the war, immediately began working on its own nuclear weapons program. Joseph Stalin was not the sort of leader who was comfortable with other countries having weapons he didn't possess, especially weapons that could level entire cities. The race to develop nuclear weapons became the foundation of what would be called the Cold War, a decades-long standoff between superpowers armed with enough nuclear weapons to destroy each other many times over. The scientists who had worked on the Manhattan Project watched this development with a mixture of resignation and horror. Many thought that nuclear weapons would be so obviously bad that no sane leader would want to make more. Instead, they discovered that human nature was more complicated than nuclear physics, and that the existence of nuclear weapons seemed to make other countries want nuclear weapons even more desperately. Nuclear testing became a regular occurrence, with both the United States and the Soviet Union detonating increasingly powerful weapons in remote locations around the world. The hydrogen bomb, developed in the early 1950s, made the weapons used against Japan look small by comparison. It was comparable to the difference between a firecracker and a volcano, with both having the potential to destroy human civilization if misused. The legacy of the Manhattan Project extended far beyond military applications. Nuclear power plants began generating electricity, nuclear medicine revolutionized cancer treatment, and radioactive isotopes became essential tools for scientific research. The same knowledge that had created the most destructive weapons in history also led to innovations that saved lives and advanced human understanding of the natural world. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Manhattan Project was the way it changed how we think about the relationship between science and society. Before 1945, most people viewed scientific research as inherently beneficial, a pure pursuit of knowledge that inevitably led to human progress. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it became clear that scientific knowledge could be used for purposes that were anything but beneficial, and that scientists had responsibilities that extended beyond their laboratories. The Manhattan Project demonstrated that, given enough resources, brilliant people, and sufficient motivation, humans could solve almost any technical problem. But it also showed that solving technical problems was often easier than dealing with the consequences of those solutions. The scientists had successfully built nuclear weapons, but they had also built a world where the continued existence of human civilization depended on the wisdom and restraint of political leaders. As you settle in for sleep tonight, it's worth remembering that the story of the Manhattan Project is ultimately a story about human beings trying to solve an unprecedented problem under enormous pressure, making decisions with incomplete information and dealing with consequences they couldn't fully anticipate. The scientists, engineers, and military personnel involved were not fundamentally different from people today. They were just people trying to do their jobs in extraordinary circumstances. The atomic age that began in the New Mexico desert in 1945 is still with us today, and probably always will be. The knowledge of how to split atoms and release enormous amounts of energy cannot be uninvented, and the weapons created during the Manhattan Project have shaped international relations for over 70 years. But perhaps that's not entirely a bad thing. The existence of nuclear weapons has made large-scale wars between major powers extremely risky, creating a strange kind of peace through the threat of mutual destruction. It's not the most comforting foundation for international stability, but it has worked so far. Picture yourself settling into your favourite reading chair on a foggy Edinburgh evening in 1886. The gas lamps flicker outside your window, casting dancing shadows on cobblestone streets that seem to whisper secrets. This exact atmosphere enveloped a young medical student named Arthur Conan Doyle as he sat in his cramped flat staring at a blank piece of paper and questioning how he would manage to pay his rent. You know that feeling when you're desperately trying to come up with a brilliant idea and your brain feels like it's been stuffed with cotton wool? Well, that's precisely where Arthur found himself. He'd been scribbling away at various stories, trying to make a name for himself as a writer, but nothing seemed to stick. His medical practice was about as successful as a chocolate teapot, and his bank account was looking rather anemic. But here's where the story gets captivating. Arthur had been studying under a professor named Dr. Joseph Bell, and this man was absolutely extraordinary. Not in a flashy look-at-me sort of way, but in a quietly brilliant fashion that would make your jaw drop. Dr. Bell had this uncanny ability to look at a patient and deduce their entire life story just from observing the smallest details. He'd glance at someone's hands and tell them their profession, notice a particular type of mud on their boots, and know exactly which part of Edinburgh they'd walked through that morning. It was like watching a magician, except the tricks were real, and the magic was simply keen observation mixed with logical thinking. Arthur would sit in those medical lectures completely mesmerised, watching Dr. Bell work his deductive wizardry on unsuspecting patients. The excellent doctor would peer at a man's fingernails and announce, "Ah, I see you're a carpenter who's been working with oak recently, and judging by that slight stain on your thumb, you've been using a particular type of varnish that's only sold in 3 shops in the city." The patients would stare at him like he'd just read their minds, but Arthur began to understand that it wasn't mind reading at all. It was merely the skill of recognising what others missed, and linking seemingly unconnected elements. Dr. Bell wasn't performing magic tricks. He was demonstrating that the world is full of clues if you just know how to read them. As Arthur sat in his flat that foggy evening, the memory of Dr. Bell's methods began to percolate through his mind like a perfectly brewed cup of tea. What if, he thought, someone could solve crimes using these same techniques? What if a detective could see not just what happened at a crime scene, but how, who, and why? The idea began to take shape slowly, like a photograph developing in a dark room. Arthur imagined a tall, thin man with sharp features and even sharper intellect. He had the ability to enter a room and instantly identify the 17 details that others had overlooked. a person who found the ordinary world rather dull, but came alive when presented with a puzzle that needed solving. And so, in that small Edinburgh flat, with the fog pressing against the windows and the gas lamp flickering on his desk, Arthur Conan Doyle began to write about a consulting detective named Sherlock Holmes. He had no idea that he was about to create the most famous fictional detective in history, or that over a century later, people would still be arguing about whether Holmes was real or not. Dr. Bell's methods didn't just inspire the character Arthur created. He was a blend of Victorian anxieties, scientific optimism, and the growing belief that logic could solve any problem. Holmes represented everything the Victorian era wanted to believe about itself, that reason would triumph over chaos, that careful observation could reveal truth, and that even the most complex mysteries could be unravelled by a sufficiently clever mind. Little did Arthur know that his creation would outlive him, outgrow him, and eventually become more real to many people than the man who dreamed him up. Let's delve deeper into Dr. Joseph Bell, as comprehending him is akin to comprehending the hidden element in your grandmother's renowned recipe. Without him, there would be no Sherlock Holmes, and the world would be a significantly less interesting place. Dr. Bell wasn't your typical Victorian gentleman. While other doctors of his era were still debating whether washing hands between patients was really necessary, Bell was revolutionizing the entire approach to medical diagnosis. He believed that a doctor's job wasn't just to treat symptoms, but to become a detective of the human body, piecing together clues to solve the mystery of what was actually wrong with a patient. Imagine walking into his classroom at the University of Edinburgh. The room would be thick with anticipation, as students waited to see what miracle of deduction their professor would perform that day. Bell would summon a volunteer patient, prompting a hapless individual to shuffle forward, likely pondering their current circumstances. Bell would meticulously circle around them, his keen eyes scrutinizing every detail. "Ah," he might say, stroking his chin thoughtfully, "I see you've recently returned from the continent. Germany, I'd say, based on the particular type of clay under your fingernails. You're a gardener by profession, but you've been doing some carpentry work lately. Oak, judging by the wood shavings in your hair, and that slight limp suggests you injured your left leg about 3 weeks ago, probably from a fall." The patient would nod in amazement, confirming every detail while the students scribbled frantically in their notebooks trying to capture the magic. But Bell would always explain his reasoning. The clay was a specific type found only in certain German regions. The calluses on the man's hands showed the pattern of someone who worked with plants, but had recently been gripping different tools. The wood shavings were a clear indicator, and the man's preference for his right leg during walking revealed a recent injury. What made Bell truly extraordinary wasn't just his powers of observation, though those were remarkable, but his ability to teach others to see the world differently. He would tell his students that most people looked but didn't observe. They saw a man with dirty hands and thought, labourer, but they missed the specific type of dirt that could tell them exactly what kind of work he did and where he'd been doing it. Bell had this wonderful way of making the ordinary seem extraordinary. He'd pick up a walking stick left behind by a patient and turn it into a treasure trove of information. The wear patterns on the handle could tell him if the owner was left or right-handed. The type of wood and craftsmanship revealed their social class. Scratches and dents told stories of how it had been used. Even the height of the stick provided clues about the owner's stature and gait. Arthur Conan Doyle would sit in these demonstrations, absolutely captivated. Years later, he would write about Dr. Bell with obvious affection, describing him as a man who could diagnose not just diseases but entire life stories. Bell became Arthur's model for what a truly observant person could achieve, and those classroom demonstrations became the blueprint for countless Sherlock Holmes adventures. But here's something delightfully ironic about the whole situation. Dr. Bell, the man who inspired the world's most famous detective, was actually quite modest about his abilities. He insisted that his methods weren't magical or even particularly difficult. They just required patience, practice, and a willingness to pay attention to details that others ignored. Bell would often say that the key to his success was simply remembering that every person carries their story, written on their body, in their clothes, and in their mannerisms. Most people, he explained, are so focused on looking ahead that they never really look around. They miss the poetry written in calluses, the stories told by shoe leather, and the novels hidden in the way someone holds their shoulders. When Arthur finally created Sherlock Holmes, he was essentially asking the question, what if someone took Dr. Bell's methods and applied them not to medicine, but to crime? What if that keen eye for detail and logical mind were turned towards solving mysteries instead of diagnosing illnesses? The result was a character who could walk into a room and immediately see things that would take ordinary people hours to notice, if they noticed them at all. Let's transport ourselves to Victorian London for a moment, because understanding the world that embraced Sherlock Holmes is like understanding why certain songs become hits. It's all about timing, atmosphere, and what people desperately need to hear at exactly the right moment. Picture London in the 1890s, and you'll find yourself in a city that was both magnificent and terrifying, often simultaneously. The Industrial Revolution had transformed it into this massive, sprawling beast of a metropolis, with over 4 million people crammed into spaces that had been designed for maybe a quarter of that number. The city was growing so fast that it seemed to be bursting at the seams, like a sausage that's been overstuffed. You'd walk down streets where magnificent Victorian mansions stood just a few blocks away from slums that would make your stomach turn. The contrast was jarring. One moment you might be strolling past elegant gaslit boulevards where well-dressed gentlemen tipped their hats to ladies in elaborate bustles, and the next you'd find yourself in narrow, fog-choked alleyways where the sun barely penetrated and danger lurked around every corner. This was the London of Jack the Ripper, after all. The very real terror of those unsolved murders had gripped the city just a few years before Holmes made his debut. People were genuinely frightened, and the police seemed completely baffled. The idea that someone could commit such horrible crimes and simply vanish into the urban maze was deeply unsettling to a society that prided itself on order and progress. But here's where it gets intriguing. This era was also the age of scientific optimism. People believed that rational thinking and careful observation could solve any problem. Darwin had shown them that even the mysteries of human existence could be unravelled through patient study. Electric lights were beginning to push back the darkness, and the telegraph was shrinking the world. There was this wonderful sense that humanity was on the verge of conquering all the great mysteries of existence. Into this mixture of fear and hope stepped Sherlock Holmes, and he was flawless for the moment. This character could make sense of the chaos of city life. He could walk into the most baffling situation and, through pure logic and observation, restore order to the world. He was like a lighthouse in a storm, cutting through the fog of uncertainty with the bright beam of reason. The timing couldn't have been better. People wanted stories that showed the world made sense, that every problem had a solution, and that good could win over evil through cleverness rather than luck or divine intervention. Holmes represented the Victorian dream of the rational man who could solve any puzzle if he just applied enough intelligence and careful observation. But there was another layer to London's readiness for Holmes. The city had transformed into a vibrant hub of individuals from diverse backgrounds. In a single day, you might encounter a Russian count, a Chinese merchant, an Irish dock worker, and a Scottish professor. Each person carried their own story, their own secrets, and their own mysteries. The city itself had become a kind of living, breathing puzzle, and people were fascinated by the idea that someone could read the clues hidden in plain sight. The police, bless their hearts, were doing their best, but they were essentially using medieval methods to solve modern crimes. They heavily relied on confessions, eyewitness testimony, and capturing criminals in the act. The idea of carefully examining a crime scene for clues, of using scientific methods to analyse evidence, of building a case through logical deduction. These were revolutionary concepts that most real detectives hadn't even considered. So when readers opened those early Holmes stories, they weren't just getting entertainment, they were getting a glimpse of what crime solving could be like if someone really smart was in charge. Holmes represented everything that Victorian readers wished their actual police force could be: observant, logical, incorruptible, and successful. The stories also tapped into something deeply satisfying about the Victorian belief in progress. Here was proof that human intelligence, properly applied, could triumph over any challenge. Holmes never solved crimes through luck or accident. He solved them through careful observation, logical thinking, and refusing to accept that any mystery was unsolvable. This was a society that was simultaneously proud of its achievements and worried about its problems. Crime was rising, the cities were becoming more complex and dangerous, and traditional solutions weren't working. Holmes offered hope that intelligence and method could restore order to a world that sometimes seemed to be spinning out of control. Now here's where our story takes a fascinating turn, Because Arthur Conan Doyle didn't just create a character, he accidentally invented an entire literary genre. Before the arrival of Holmes, crime fiction lacked a crucial component. You see, crime stories existed before Holmes, but they were quite different creatures. Most of them were sensational tales focused on the gruesome details of murders or the dramatic capture of villains. They were less about solving puzzles and more about shocking readers with tales of urban horror. Think of them as the Victorian equivalent of those breathless newspaper headlines you see at the grocery store checkout, designed to grab attention rather than engage the mind. The few detective stories that did exist were often clumsy affairs, where the solution came out of nowhere, like a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat without showing it to you first. Readers were expected to sit back and be amazed rather than participate in the solving process. It was entertaining, but it wasn't particularly satisfying entertainment. Then along came Holmes, and suddenly everything changed. Arthur created what would become known as fair play detective fiction, stories where the reader was given all the same clues as the detective and could, theoretically, solve the mystery themselves. Of course, most of us would miss the significance of tobacco ash patterns or the 17 different types of footprints, but the clues were there for anyone sharp enough to spot them. This innovation was revolutionary. Instead of just reading about crimes, people could now participate in solving them. Arthur had turned passive entertainment into an interactive experience. Readers would eagerly follow Holmes through his investigations, trying to spot the clues themselves, attempting to deduce the solution before the brilliant detective revealed it. It was akin to the difference between observing someone play a game and engaging in it yourself. But Arthur's innovation went deeper than just including clues. He devised an impeccable and gratifying framework for detective stories, which remains in use today. Every Holmes story follows a similar pattern. A baffling mystery is presented. Holmes observes details that others miss. He forms a theory based on logical deduction, and then he proves his theory through dramatic revelation. Once you've immersed yourself in this well-choreographed dance, other types of crime stories begin to feel incomplete. The genius of this structure is that it mirrors the way our minds work when we're trying to solve a problem. We gather information, we form hypotheses, we test them, and we reach conclusions. Holmes's stories felt natural because they followed the same thought processes that readers used in their own lives, just with much more dramatic stakes. Arthur also created something that hadn't existed before, the recurring detective character. Previous crime stories typically featured different protagonists in each tale, but Holmes was the same brilliant detective in every story, growing more familiar to readers with each adventure. People began to feel like they knew him personally, like he was a friend they could rely on to make sense of a confusing world. This familiarity allowed Arthur to develop Holmes's character in ways that wouldn't have been possible with one-off protagonists. Readers learned about his habits, his methods, his preferences, and even his weaknesses. Holmes became real to people in a way that few fictional characters ever achieve. He wasn't just a problem-solving machine. He was a person with quirks and flaws and a distinctive personality. The success of Holmes's stories also established the template for the detective's sidekick. Dr. Watson played a crucial role as the reader's representative in the story. He was intelligent enough to understand Holmes's explanations, but not so brilliant that he could solve the mysteries himself. He asked the questions that readers wanted to ask, and expressed the amazement that viewers felt when Holmes revealed his deductions. Arthur had stumbled upon something that would become one of the most enduring formulas in all of literature. The brilliant detective, the loyal companion, the baffling mystery, the careful investigation, the logical solution. These elements were so perfectly balanced that they created a template that countless writers would follow for the next century and beyond. What's particularly remarkable is that Arthur didn't set out to create a new genre. He was merely attempting to craft entertaining stories that would contribute to his financial stability. But in creating Holmes, he had tapped into something fundamental about how human minds work, and what kinds of stories satisfy us at the deepest level. The impact was immediate and lasting. Other writers began creating their own detective characters, but they all followed the Holmes model. The genre that Arthur had accidentally invented became one of the most popular forms of fiction, spawning thousands of books, plays, movies, and television shows. Here's where our story takes an ironic twist that would make Holmes himself smile wryly. Arthur Conan Doyle, having created the most beloved detective in literary history, began to view his creation with something approaching horror. It's like watching someone create a beautiful garden and then become frustrated when everyone wants to talk about the flowers instead of the vegetables. You see, Arthur had bigger ambitions than writing detective stories. He fancied himself a serious literary author, the kind who would write important historical novels that would be studied in universities for generations. He dreamed of crafting sweeping epics about medieval knights and noble causes, stories that would elevate the human spirit and earn him a place among the foremost literary masters. But every time he published a historical novel, readers would politely applaud and then immediately ask, "When's the next Holmes story coming out?" It was like being a chef who creates an elaborate 7-course meal, only to have everyone ignore the artistically arranged vegetables and ask for more of the simple bread rolls. The problem was that Holmes had become phenomenally successful. By the 1890s, Arthur was earning more money from his detective stories than he had ever dreamed possible. The Strand magazine was paying him handsomely for each new Holmes adventure, and readers couldn't get enough of them. However, Arthur realised that success could also be a form of isolation. He began to feel like Holmes was overshadowing everything else he wanted to accomplish. People introduced him as the creator of Sherlock Holmes, not as the author of historical novels about medieval England. His serious literary work was being treated as a side project, while his detective stories were considered his main achievement. It was deeply frustrating for a man who had worked so hard to establish himself as a serious writer. In 1893, Arthur made one of the most shocking decisions in literary history, bringing the situation to its peak. He decided to kill off Sherlock Holmes. He did not kill off Sherlock Holmes gradually, through old age, or in a subtle manner. Instead, he did so dramatically in a story called The Final Problem. He sent Holmes tumbling over the Reichenbach Falls in Switzerland, locked in mortal combat with his arch-nemesis, Professor Moriarty. Arthur believed he was liberating himself from the detective, whom he considered a burden. He imagined that with Holmes gone, readers would finally pay attention to his other work. He could write about historical subjects, explore spiritual themes, and create the kind of literature that would earn him lasting respect. But Arthur had seriously underestimated how much people loved Holmes. The reaction to The Final Problem was unlike anything the literary world had ever seen. Readers were devastated. The Strand magazine lost 20,000 subscribers overnight. People wore black armbands in mourning. Some readers wrote furious letters accusing Arthur of literary murder. Others simply refused to believe that Holmes was really dead. The outcry was so intense that it surprised even Arthur. He had considered Holmes to be merely another character in yet another story, but to readers, Holmes had evolved into something far more significant. He was a symbol of rational thought triumphing over chaos, of justice prevailing over evil, of intelligence solving problems that seemed impossible. Killing Holmes felt like killing hope itself. For 8 years, Arthur held firm. He continued writing his historical novels, his spiritual explorations, and his serious literary works. But the ghost of Holmes haunted everything he did. Readers kept asking when the detective would return. Publishers kept offering him enormous sums for new Holmes stories, and Arthur kept insisting that the character was dead and buried. Finally, in 1901, Arthur gave in to the pressure. He wrote The Hound of the Baskervilles, which he positioned as a story from before Holmes's death. But readers weren't satisfied with a prequel. They wanted their detective back in the present, solving new mysteries. The demand was so intense that Arthur eventually had to perform literary resurrection surgery, bringing Holmes back to life in The Adventure of the Empty House in 1903. Arthur's explanation for how Holmes survived the fall was ingenious, but clearly written by someone who was trying to solve a problem he'd never intended to create. Holmes had faked his death, he explained, living in hiding for 3 years while tracking down the rest of Moriarty's organisation. It was a clever solution, but you could almost hear Arthur sighing as he wrote it. The whole episode reveals something fascinating about the relationship between authors and their creations. Arthur had intended Holmes to be a temporary character, a means to an end, a way to pay the bills while he worked on more important projects. But great fictional characters have a way of taking on lives of their own, becoming more real to readers than the people who created them. For the remainder of his life, Arthur continued to write Holmes stories, yet he never fully reconciled with the success of his creation. He was proud of the detective's popularity, but he was also frustrated that his serious work never received the same attention. It's one of literature's finest ironies that the work Arthur considered his lesser achievement turned out to be his greatest contribution to the world. Now let's dive into something that makes the Holmes stories particularly fascinating. The way Arthur wove real scientific advances into his fictional detective work. It's like watching someone build a bridge between the world of imagination and the world of scientific progress, creating something that was both entertaining and educational. Arthur wasn't just a writer. He was a trained physician who had studied the latest scientific methods of his time. When he created Holmes, he was essentially asking the question, what would crime-solving look like if it were approached with the same scientific rigour that was revolutionising medicine and other fields? Consider Holmes's famous method of deducing someone's entire life story from tiny physical clues. This approach wasn't just literary fantasy. It was based on real scientific principles that Arthur had learned in medical school. Dr. Joseph Bell had shown that careful observation could reveal incredible amounts of information about a person's life and habits. Arthur took this concept and applied it to detective work, creating a character who could read people like books. Holmes's use of fingerprints is particularly intriguing because Arthur was actually ahead of his time. Police forces didn't widely use fingerprinting until the early 1900s, despite the publication of the first Holmes story in 1887. Arthur had read about the scientific work on fingerprints and incorporated it into his fiction before most real detectives had even heard of it. In many ways, Holmes was using forensic techniques that wouldn't become standard police procedure for another decade or two. The same was true for many other scientific methods that Holmes employed. He analysed handwriting, studied different types of tobacco ash, examined footprints with scientific precision, and used chemical tests to detect bloodstains. These weren't just clever plot devices, they were based on real scientific techniques that were being developed in laboratories around the world. Arthur was particularly fascinated by the emerging field of toxicology, the study of poisons and their effects on the human body. Arthur's medical background and his interest in using science to solve crimes are evident in several Holmes stories that feature exotic poisons and their detection. He understood that poison was often a weapon of choice for clever criminals because it was difficult to detect with the crude methods available to most police forces. Holmes's laboratory at 221B Baker Street was filled with the kind of equipment that real scientists were using to make breakthrough discoveries. Any serious research facility of the time would have contained the chemical apparatus, microscopes, and reference books that Arthur described. He was showing readers that scientific methods could be applied to criminal investigation, turning detective work from a matter of luck and intuition into a systematic process. But Arthur's genius was in making these scientific methods accessible to ordinary readers. He didn't bog down his stories with technical details or lengthy explanations of scientific principles. Instead, he showed Holmes using these methods in action, solving crimes through careful observation and logical analysis. Readers could follow the detective's reasoning process without needing background in chemistry or biology. This approach had an unexpected educational effect. Many readers learned about scientific methods through Holmes's stories, often without realizing they were getting a science lesson, along with their entertainment. The stories helped popularize the idea that rational scientific thinking could solve complex problems, contributing to the growing public respect for scientific methods. The Victorian belief that human behavior followed logical patterns that were understandable and predictable also influenced Holmes's approach to crime solving. If you studied someone carefully enough, Holmes suggested, you could understand their motivations, predict their actions, and solve the puzzles they created. This was a reassuring message for readers who were living through a period of rapid social change and uncertainty. The scientific accuracy of Holmes's methods varied, of course. Some of his deductions were based on solid observational principles, while others were more fantastical. But Arthur was careful to ground even his most dramatic solutions in plausible scientific reasoning. He wanted readers to believe that Holmes's methods could actually work, even if they were sometimes exaggerated for dramatic effect. What's particularly remarkable is how many of Holmes's fictional forensic techniques eventually became standard police procedure. Arthur's imagination frequently foresaw real scientific advancements, proposing investigative techniques that would not gain widespread acceptance for years or decades. In many ways, the Holmes stories served as a kind of training manual for future detectives, showing them possibilities they might not have considered otherwise. The scientific foundation of Holmes's methods also helped establish the credibility of detective fiction as a genre. These weren't just wild adventure stories. They were logical puzzles that could be solved through careful reasoning. This intellectual respectability helped elevate crime fiction from mere sensational entertainment to a more sophisticated form of literature. As we reach the end of our cozy journey through the origins of Sherlock Holmes, it's worth pondering why this character has refused to stay buried in the Victorian era where he was born. Like a particularly persistent ghost, Holmes has haunted every generation since Arthur first dreamed him up, adapting to new times while somehow remaining eternally himself. The remarkable thing about Holmes is how he's managed to transcend his original time and place. You can transplant him to modern-day London, give him a smartphone and access to the internet, and he's still fundamentally the same character. His methods change. He might use DNA analysis instead of tobacco ash identification, but his essential nature remains unchanged. He continues to be a brilliant outsider who perceives what others overlook, a man capable of bringing order to chaos through sheer intellect. This adaptability suggests that Arthur tapped into something deeper than just Victorian anxieties about crime and urban life. He created a character who represents timeless human desires, the wish to make sense of a confusing world, the hope that intelligence can triumph over evil, and the comfort of knowing that there's someone out there who can solve problems that seem impossible to the rest of us. Every generation has found its reasons to love Holmes. During the World Wars, he represented British resilience and the triumph of civilization over barbarism. In the 1960s, he became a counterculture hero, the ultimate individualist who refused to conform to social expectations. In our current age of information overload, he's the person who can cut through the noise and find the signal, who can separate truth from the overwhelming flood of data that surrounds us. The stories themselves have taken on a life that goes far beyond what Arthur ever imagined. There are more than 25,000 Holmes stories that have been written by other authors, creating a vast literary universe that continues to expand more than a century after the character's creation. Holmes has appeared in every medium imaginable: radio shows, television series, movies, video games, and even virtual reality experiences. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about Holmes is how he's managed to become more real than many actual people. You can visit 221B Baker Street in London, where there's a museum dedicated to the fictional detective. The Royal Mail issues stamps featuring Holmes. The British government has given him an official address. There are societies around the world dedicated to studying his methods and analysing his adventures as if they were historical documents. This blurring of the line between fiction and reality would have amused Arthur, who spent so much of his later life trying to convince people that Holmes was just a character in stories he'd written. But the public's insistence on treating Holmes as a real person speaks to something profound about the power of outstanding fictional characters to capture our imaginations and become part of our shared cultural reality. The influence of Holmes on real-world detective work has been enormous. Police departments around the world have adopted methods that Holmes used in fiction decades before they became standard practice. The careful examination of crime scenes, the scientific analysis of evidence, and the psychological profiling of suspects. These techniques that seem obvious to us now were revolutionary when Arthur first wrote about them. Holmes has also influenced how we think about problem-solving in general. His method of careful observation, logical deduction, and systematic analysis has been applied to fields far beyond criminal investigation. Business leaders, scientists, and educators have all found ways to apply Holmesian thinking to their challenges. As you settle back into your comfortable chair, and perhaps close your eyes for a moment, consider this. Somewhere in the world right now, someone is discovering Sherlock Holmes for the first time. They're experiencing that same sense of wonder that readers felt more than a century ago when they first encountered the tall, thin detective with his piercing eyes and incredible deductive abilities. The character that Arthur Conan Doyle created in frustration, developed with reluctance and tried to kill off in exasperation, has become one of the most enduring figures in all of literature. Holmes represents our eternal hope that reason can triumph over chaos, that careful observation can reveal hidden truths, and that there's always a logical solution to even the most baffling mystery. In a world that often seems random and senseless, Holmes offers the comforting assurance that everything makes sense if you just know how to look at it properly. He's the friend we all wish we had, the mind we all wish we possessed, and the reassurance we all need that somewhere out there, someone is smart enough to solve the problems that baffle the rest of us. When people today imagine King Arthur, they often picture a gleaming throne room in a fairy tale castle, yet the earliest roots of the legend trace to a far grittier era, sub-Roman Britain, roughly the 5th or 6th century. The Roman legions had withdrawn, leaving behind roads, ruins of villas, and a power vacuum that invited waves of Saxon incursions. Into this turmoil stepped local warlords, tribal chieftains, and self-styled kings who fought to protect fragmented territories. If a historical Arthur existed, he likely emerged from this violent mosaic of clan rivalries and shifting alliances. In the centuries after Rome's departure, Britain lacked a unifying government. Pockets of Romano-British aristocrats clung to vestiges of imperial culture. Fortified hilltops bristled with wooden palisades, inhabited by leaders who tried to hold on to what remained of civilized trade and technology. Meanwhile, coastal regions faced constant raids from across the North Sea. Archaeological evidence, such as the ruins of Tintagel in Cornwall, hints at a region influenced by the Mediterranean goods even while local power struggles raged. Amid these unsettled conditions, a figure sometimes identified as Arthur may have gained a following by leading successful defensive campaigns. Early medieval sources, like the Annales Cambriae, mention battles associated with him, especially a crucial victory at Mount Badon. Yet the historical record is thin, names get jumbled, timelines blur, and Arthur may have originally been a title, not a personal name. What survived from this period were oral traditions among Celts, who revered warrior heroes capable of uniting fractious tribes. These seeds eventually took root in Welsh poetry, with references to an Arthur known for both prowess and moral leadership. Bards recited tales that blended real events with mythic flourishes, ensuring that Arthur's reputation grew. Over time, as monastic scribes copied legends into Latin, they combined folk memory with pious invention. By the 9th or 10th century, Arthur's presence in Welsh heroic cycles was well established, a champion blessed by Providence who protected his people from heathen invaders. Yet it wasn't until Geoffrey of Monmouth's famous 12th century work, Historia Regum Britanniae, that Arthur attained sweeping recognition. Geoffrey's narrative, while often dismissed as fanciful by modern historians, reshaped Europe's perception of the British Isles. He wove older Celtic traditions together with his own creative additions, describing how Arthur inherited the throne, subdued rebellious nobles, and even marched an army into Gaul. And nobles across medieval Europe treated Geoffrey's account as quasi-history, as they searched for genealogical links to Arthur's greatness. Thus, the once shadowy war leader of sub-Roman Britain morphed into a medieval monarch with global renown. A key reason for Arthur's enduring appeal lies in the tension between the harsh realities of sub-Roman warfare and the later romantic veneer applied to his legend. One hand, the real context was likely bleak, characterized by small wooden forts on the wind-swept hillsides, retinues of spearmen, and precarious alliances that often changed on a whim. On the other, Arthur's story evolved into an ideal of chivalry, complete with jousts, castle halls, and elaborate courtly love. This duality resonates even now. We want to believe in a leader who transcended the everyday violence, forging a realm of justice and unity. Curiously, the early glimpses of Arthur do not include references to objects like the Holy Grail or images of a magical sword bestowed by a lake-dwelling enchantress. These elements arrived later, grafted onto the tradition as the medieval writers sought to marry indigenous British myth with Christian symbolism. The original tales likely focused on victories, feasts, and the hero's final stand rather than mystical relics. The deeper spiritual dimension, emphasizing moral quests and the search for divine grace, would come with the romances penned in subsequent centuries. Still, one thread remains consistent. Arthur is portrayed as a unifier who rallied disparate peoples. Britain's western regions, from Wales to Cornwall, claimed him as their champion. Even the name Arthur suggests resonance with the Welsh word for bear, a totemic animal symbolizing strength. As Saxon influence spread, nostalgia for a time when the Britons had a heroic protector grew. Oral storytellers carried that longing forward, layering each retelling with new wonders. Thus, the stage was set for King Arthur to emerge as both a mirror for the past and a beacon for the future. From a realm battered by raiders, a figure, real or semi-legendary, rose to claim the people's imagination. Long before Camelot became the shining castle of romances, There was likely a rough wooden hall on a rainy British hilltop where a leader called Arthur once rallied his men. Over the centuries, that leader's memory would transform into a tapestry of epic battles, courtly grace, and moral ideals that still captivates us. Though Geoffrey of Monmouth's work gave Arthur a grand historical sweep, the French and Anglo-Norman poets of the 12th and 13th centuries fused that chronicle-based narrative with the ethos of chivalry. Writers such as Chrétien de Troyes introduced knights on quests, enchanting ladies, and moral challenges far beyond the blunt tribal warfare of sub-Roman Britain. It was in these romantic verses that King Arthur's court, Camelot, crystallized in the medieval mind as an epicenter of refinement and virtue. Camelot was more than a single castle. It symbolized an ideal realm at a time when feudal Europe was grappling with violent feuds and knightly rivalries. Within Arthur's kingdom, courtesy and valor reigned supreme, anchored by the notion that knights should uphold justice, protect the weak, and respect the sovereignty of the church. This moral code was never a given. It emerged gradually as poets reimagined the old warlord Arthur into a wise king who presided over the Round Table. The Round Table itself was a powerful metaphor for equality among his knights, a stark contrast to the real feudal hierarchies that often hinged on exploitation. Chrétien de Troyes introduced characters like Lancelot and explored the conflict between martial duty and romantic devotion. His tale, Lancelot, the Knight of the Cart, was groundbreaking, portraying the knight's passion for Queen Guinevere as both uplifting, demonstrating profound devotion, and troubling, because it threatened the stability of Camelot. This tension, blending loyalty and forbidden love, gave Arthurian lore a new psychological depth. Suddenly, the king's authority faced internal strain, not just external wars. In parallel, Welsh traditions developed their own sets of Arthurian tales, known collectively as the Mabinogion, replete with magical hunts, shape-shifting creatures, and cryptic references to old Celtic deities. These tales portrayed Arthur as more than just a mortal king, weaving him into an ethereal tapestry. Courtiers and warriors in these Welsh stories navigated a realm where illusions might mask deeper truths, and heroic feats often demanded supernatural insight. Arthur came off as a liminal figure, part champion in the mortal sphere, part catalyst in the realm of myth. By the early 13th century, the so-called Vulgate cycle, also known as the Lancelot Grail cycle, emerged in French prose, adding layer upon layer to the saga. The Holy Grail took centre stage, turning Arthur's kingdom into the crucible of a spiritual quest. Knights like Galahad, introduced in these texts, embodied purity and the hope of divine revelation. The Round Table knights no longer merely sought fame on the battlefield. They yearned for mystical encounters with a relic linked to Christ's Last Supper. This infusion of Christian allegory transformed Arthur's court into a place where the line between earthly power and heavenly purpose blurred. Through these expansions, King Arthur's story ceased to be a single consistent narrative and became more of a shared mythos. Different authors selected episodes that suited their tastes. Some highlighted Guinevere's moral dilemma, others fixated on Lancelot's feats, while still others delved into the Grail's riddles. Arthur himself at times slipped into the background as his knights took centre stage, grappling with illusions, prophecies, and moral failings. Yet the concept of Camelot as a golden era endured, a testament to a kingdom so just and noble that it attracted divine interest, even if it was eventually undone by human frailty. Despite the high-minded chivalry these romances extolled, they also contained warnings. Arthur's realm offered a vision of perfect rule, but the seeds of its fall were sown within its ranks. Lancelot's betrayal, Mordred's treachery, and the knight's fragmentation underscored how easily greatness could unravel. In reflecting on these fictional events, medieval audiences might ponder the fragility of their societies. Royal courts and noble houses existed in perpetual tension, threatened by ambition, jealousies, and foreign wars. Arthur's downfall was thus a cautionary mirror, reminding them that no empire, however idealized, was immune to the foibles of humanity. At the same time, the Arthurian cycle provided a spiritual dimension that comforted or challenged believers. The quest for the Grail, especially as told in the Questa de Saint Graal, championed asceticism over mere knightly prowess. Knights who succeeded did so by humility and moral purity rather than brute force. This concept of sanctified heroism was novel in an age when military might typically defined power. Through the lens of Arthur's story, audiences could imagine a higher calling, one that demanded introspection as much as external victory. Thus, by the High Middle Ages, Arthur had become both a glittering monarch and a figure overshadowed by the complexities of his realm. Whether enthroned at Camelot or overshadowed by Lancelot's and Gawain's exploits, he represented a cultural wellspring that authors and audiences reshaped to reflect their aspirations, anxieties, and theological preoccupations. The warlord of an obscure British epoch had been thoroughly recast as the lodestar of chivalric civilization, a transformation that would resonate for centuries to come. While medieval audiences revelled in Arthurian romances, the Renaissance brought a degree of skepticism toward medieval chivalry. As Europe rediscovered classical antiquity, tastes shifted toward realism and historical inquiry, yet King Arthur proved remarkably resilient, inspiring new works even in an era that questioned medieval faith in the miraculous. Writers, dramatists, and pamphleteers recognized that the epic scope of Arthur's saga could be reinterpreted to address the ideological battles of the 16th and 17th centuries. A prime example of this adaptability is Edmund Spenser's The Faerie Queene, 1590s, which drew heavily on Arthurian motifs, though it cast its hero in allegorical form. Spenser depicted Prince Arthur as the embodiment of perfection, seeking the Faerie Queene, representing Queen Elizabeth I. This conflation of Arthurian tradition with contemporary royal symbolism turned the old legend into a vehicle for praising Tudor rule. Even if the real Tudors had tenuous claims to genealogical descent from Arthur, the mythology served as a potent piece of propaganda, implying a lineage stretching back to the dawn of British greatness. Simultaneously, the printing press facilitated the widespread circulation of Sir Thomas Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur, first published by William Caxton in 1485. Though Malory wrote in the 15th century, the Renaissance generation rediscovered his compilation, which fused French and English sources into a comprehensive Arthurian epic. Its themes of loyalty, betrayal, and the tragic cost of internal discord found new resonance as England grappled with the religious schisms and dynastic uncertainties. Malory's text appealed to those craving heroism, but wary of the illusions that once cloaked medieval piety. In the broader European context, interest in King Arthur sparked debates over authenticity. Scholars asked whether Geoffrey of Monmouth's or Malory's accounts contained a kernel of fact or pure invention. Antiquarians pored over genealogical charts, local place names, and fragmentary manuscripts trying to prove or disprove Arthur's real existence. Some claimed he was a Celtic champion who fought off Saxon invaders, while others labelled him a total fabrication. Interestingly, these historical controversies did little to dampen the public's appetite for Arthurian plays, poems, and pageants. Real or not, Arthur remained a cultural touchstone. During the Elizabethan era, chivalric nostalgia blended with the monarchy's political agenda. Spectacles at court sometimes featured tilts and tournaments staged in an Arthurian spirit, accentuating the monarchy's claim to a glorious British past. However, as the 17th century wore on, civil war erupted in England, toppling the monarchy for a time. The old stories of knights bound by honour felt distant in a world split by ideological conflict between parliamentarians and royalists. Despite this, references to a lost age of unity dotted royalist propaganda. Arthur's symbol of a round table that transcended factionalism served as a subtle critique of the contemporary divisiveness. By the 18th century, the so-called Age of Enlightenment saw a turn toward rationalism. Medieval romance seemed quaint or superstitious to many intellectuals. Even so, Arthur persisted in popular imagination. Writers toyed with comedic or satirical takes, highlighting the gap between medieval illusions and modern rational thought. In these retellings, the feats of Arthur's knights, slaying dragons or embarking on magical quests, looked increasingly improbable. Yet these parodies only increased public familiarity with the legend, ensuring that the name of Arthur remained in circulation. Throughout this period, British national identity slowly coalesced, especially after the 1707 Act of Union merged England and Scotland. Authors in search of a unifying myth frequently referenced Arthur's promise, a king who once unified the realm, only to be undone by internal betrayals. This motif mirrored anxieties about whether Britain's newly merged kingdoms could truly stand together. Arthur's legend functioned as both inspiration and a cautionary tale, a reflection on the costs of disunity. Scholarly curiosity about Celtic heritage also played a role. spurred by the romanticisation of ancient bardic traditions. Researchers scoured Welsh, Breton, and Cornish folklore, curious to find evidence that might clarify Arthur's historical basis. Sometimes researchers would weave fragments of old poems or place-name legends into rational arguments about Arthur's possible birth date or the location of specific battles. Although definitive proof remained elusive, each attempt underscored how the figure of Arthur bridged scholarship and myth, standing at the intersection of legend's emotional power and history's demand for evidence. Thus, between the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, King Arthur was never a static figure. He became a mirror for each era's hopes, illusions, and debates about monarchy, unity, and cultural identity. Whether cast as a courtly knight, a symbolic ancestor of present rulers, or a relic of superstition, Arthur retained the ability to inspire, provoke, and challenge. By the dawn of the Romantic era, he was poised for yet another grand revival, this time in poetry and the emerging novel form, ensuring his endurance for centuries to come. The Romantic movement of the late 18th and early 19th centuries embraced medievalism with gusto, seeking inspiration in distant ages perceived as more authentic and emotionally resonant. King Arthur's lore fit perfectly into this artistic wave. Writers such as Sir Walter Scott wove chivalric elements into historical novels, while lesser-known poets invoked Arthurian motifs to evoke the sublime and the melancholic. Crucially, this period saw a reimagining of the Arthurian legend, not just as a national myth, but as a repository of human longing and natural wonder. The Romantics valorized medieval ruins, folk ballads, and the sense that modern industrial society had lost contact with deeper truths. In this context, Arthur's court represented a realm where honor and beauty reigned, untainted by mechanized progress. Landscapes, misty moors, ancient stone circles, hidden lakes, acquired near mystical qualities, frequently associated with tales of Arthur's final departure for the Isle of Avalon. Paintings of the era depicting Guinevere or the Lady of Shalott combined lush colour and a dreamy atmosphere to create a longing for an irretrievable past. Perhaps the most significant revivalist during the Victorian age was Alfred. Lord Tennyson, whose Idylls of the King, published between 1859 and 1885, cast Arthur as a moral exemplar struggling against the corruption within his realm. Tennyson's verse soared with idealism yet carried an undercurrent of disillusion. In his hands, Camelot became a metaphor for Victorian Britain's aspirations, empire, technology, and moral righteousness, while the knight's failures reflected the era's anxieties about hypocrisy and social decay. The story of Lancelot and Guinevere became a tragic testament to human vulnerability, overshadowing the earlier illusions of gallantry. Tennyson's work was no mere literary exercise. It shaped Victorian cultural consciousness. Stained glass windows, tapestries, and even Arthurian architectural motifs sprang up in wealthy homes and public buildings, all referencing Arthurian scenes. Critics lauded Tennyson for elevating the legend to a moral epic, while detractors argued that he sanitized the more raw or ambiguous aspects. Nonetheless, Idylls of the King remained wildly popular, reinforcing the notion that Arthur's tale offered moral guidance for a modern age. Even Queen Victoria reportedly admired Tennyson's interpretation, seeing in Arthur's struggle a reflection of her desire to maintain moral authority in a changing world. Outside poetry, the arts and crafts movement, led by figures like William Morris, found in Arthurian romance an antidote to industrial mass production. Morris's designs, from wallpapers to book bindings, invoked the swirling lines and medieval patterns reminiscent of illuminated manuscripts. He even wrote his own Arthurian-based works. For Morris and his circle, the legend represented a craftsmanship ethic and a sense of community lost to factory labour. Decorating one's home with Arthurian motifs hinted at a quest for authenticity in an increasingly mechanised society. Across the Channel, French and German intellectuals took note of this English fascination. Translations of Tennyson circulated, and cultural salons discussed the universal quality of the Arthurian myth, a noble ruler undone by betrayal and human weakness, a reflection on how the grandest visions can collapse from within. The story of a once cohesive realm fracturing resonated broadly in a time marked by revolutions and the unification of states like Italy and Germany. Yet the more the Victorians idealised Arthur, the more some critics pushed back. Realist authors found the legend archaic, They lampooned the knights as naive dreamers or castigated the romantic obsession as escapism, ignoring pressing social issues like poverty and inequality. Novelists such as Charles Dickens or Elizabeth Gaskell focused on contemporary life, rarely referencing Arthur. Still, even in their works, the notion of a lost moral centre lurked, as if Camelot's shadow lay over an industrial landscape that had lost its spiritual moorings. By the late 19th century, the medieval revival reached its peak. Pre-Raphaelite painters like Edward Burne-Jones rendered sumptuous scenes of knights questing in forests dappled with improbable light. Guinevere's hair glowed with golden hues, Lancelot's armour gleamed, and Arthur himself stood as a solemn, almost tragic figure. The emphasis on colour, texture, and emotion showcased how thoroughly the legend had been claimed by the aesthetic movement. King Arthur was no longer just a steam taught in school, he was a cultural phenomenon bridging literature, art, interior design, and public discourse about morality and progress. This fervent romantic and Victorian reclamation set the stage for a 20th century that would wrestle anew with Arthur's meaning. As empire gave way to modern war and the illusions of unstoppable progress cracked, the question loomed: would the Arthurian legend remain relevant, or would it be relegated to the dusty corners of libraries, overshadowed by more pragmatic narratives of science and modernity? The coming era would test that question in unexpected ways, ensuring that the tale of Britain's mythical king continued to evolve. The early 20th century confronted the Arthurian legend with 2 world wars and a changing cultural landscape that tested all forms of romanticised history. Yet the legend adapted once more. On the literary front, novelists and scholars revisited the medieval sources, sifting myth from alleged fact with renewed vigour. T.H. White's The Once and Future King, serialised between 1938 and 1958, stood out in this period as a bold reinterpretation that combined whimsy with philosophical introspection. White began with a light-hearted portrayal of a young Arthur tutored by Merlin, who transforms him into various animals to learn life lessons. But as the narrative advanced, it delved into darker ethical complexities, power, justice, and betrayal, echoing the cataclysms of the world outside. The Once and Future King resonated with readers living through global conflict. Arthur's dream of a just society felt like a parallel to the Allies' rhetoric about defending democracy. The tragedy that befalls Camelot, particularly the moral struggles of Lancelot and the heartbreak of Guinevere, reflected a broader disillusionment. Even noble intentions can unravel under the strain of ambition or human fallibility. White's comedic touches balanced these weighty themes, allowing the novel to remain accessible to a wide audience. Critics praised his ability to weave personal growth, political ideology, and mythic grandeur into a single tapestry. Academic circles also turned a fresh eye toward Arthur's historical underpinnings. Archaeologists launched digs at sites like Cadbury Castle in Somerset, some identifying it with Camelot, and uncovered evidence of a significant 5th or 6th century fort. Although no definitive proof of an Arthur materialised, the findings hinted at the possibility of a powerful chieftain operating from a stronghold in that region. Meanwhile, historians re-examined sub-Roman texts, searching for references to a figure commanding battles against the Saxons. While no conclusive identity was pinned down, a measured stance emerged. Perhaps an actual war leader existed, whose memory, amplified by oral tradition, evolved into legend. Cinema followed with its portrayal. In 1953, Knights of the Round Table, starring Robert Taylor and Ava Gardner, showcased a Technicolor Camelot brimming with courtly spectacle and florid romance, continuing the tradition of a shining Arthur. But in the late 20th century, filmmakers occasionally tried grittier approaches. John Boorman's 1981 film Excalibur combined stylized visuals with raw violence, depicting a more primal medieval setting. Merlin, played by Nicol Williamson, stole scenes with cryptic monologues about fate, while the blossoming and decay of Camelot took on an almost hallucinatory quality. Audiences were jarred by the film's blend of gore, mysticism, and grandeur. Critics either applauded its boldness or found it excessive, but it certainly broke with the genteel Arthur of earlier screen adaptations. Meanwhile, pop culture began to incorporate Arthurian references beyond the realm of cinema. Monty Python's 1975 comedy Monty Python and the Holy Grail lampoon the legend in irreverent style, featuring coconuts in lieu of horses and absurd misadventures. Despite, or perhaps because of, its silliness, it became a cult classic, proving that Arthur's story could be subverted for comedic effect without losing audience interest. Even in parody, the core elements, Galahad, the Grail Quest, the Round Table, remained recognisable. This comedic distance from the old texts underscored how deeply Arthur's image had embedded itself in Western consciousness. In literature for younger readers, Mary Stuart's The Merlin Trilogy reimagined the wizard's perspective, grounding the magic in psychological realism and meticulously rendered British geography. Stuart minimised overt supernatural events, preferring to show how illusions or cunning might be perceived as sorcery in a credulous age. Stuart's strategy tapped into the mid-century desire for historical fantasy, effectively connecting a realistic Roman-British setting with the mythical aspect of Arthur's ascent. By the dawn of the 21st century, the legend was a global phenomenon. Writers from diverse backgrounds introduced new vantage points. Some retold Arthur's story from the viewpoint of Morgan Le Fay, or other female figures marginalised in older narratives. Others transposed it into futuristic or dystopian settings, using the Arthur's motif to explore power and identity in contexts far removed from medieval Britain. Thus, King Arthur's world became a mirror for contemporary concerns, reaffirming the legend's agility. A curious outcome of all these reinterpretations is that none seem to diminish Arthur's draw. If anything, the multiplicity of versions cements his place in popular culture as a figure who can shift shape to match an era's dreams or anxieties. Where once sub-Roman Britons might have invoked him as a war hero, the modern West might see him as a moral king, a comedic foil, or a reluctant idealist. Enduring elasticity attests the story's profound roots in the collective imagination, perpetually setting the stage for new guests and new stories. In parallel with the cultural expansions of Arthur's legend, a robust subfield of scholarship continually probed the question, how much of Arthur is history and how much is layered invention? Academic conferences and journals wrestled with topics like the historical Arthur, the Celtic Twilight, and post-colonial readings of the Arthurian myth. Some scholars fixate on gleaning every trace of authenticity from early medieval records. Others see Arthur primarily as a literary phenomenon, shaped less by actual events and more by cultural narratives that shift with each retelling. One provocative angle is the possibility that Arthur's name reflects not one person, but a composite of leaders. British historians note multiple characters named Arthur or Artorius in sub-Roman or early medieval contexts, some from southern Scotland, others from Wales or Cornwall. Each might have contributed pieces to the mosaic that later generations unified into a single, legendary king. The idea of a collective memory forging one iconic hero is hardly unique to Arthurian lore. Many cultures craft similar symbols to rally identity. If Arthur was indeed a tapestry of warlords, that might explain the scattered battles assigned to him across wide geographic swathes. Another line of research examines the political uses of Arthur. In 12th and 13th century Wales, for instance, Welsh rulers invoked Arthur's memory to legitimise resistance to Norman encroachment. English monarchs, conversely, sometimes appropriated Arthur's lineage to strengthen their own claims or diminish Welsh claims. Centuries later, the Tudors, with Welsh roots, further shaped the narrative of Arthur's once and future kingship, aligning themselves with the prophecy that a great British ruler would return. Such manipulations highlight how historical memory, even if partly invented, wields tangible power in shaping political discourse. Archaeology stepped into the conversation as well. Findings at Tintagel in Cornwall revealed high-status buildings from the 5th and 6th centuries, suggesting a region engaged in Mediterranean trade. Some scholars speculated a link to King Arthur's birthplace, but others cautioned that no direct evidence ties Arthur to Tintagel. Similarly, excavations at South Cadbury Castle uncovered earthworks that were refortified around the same time, fueling speculation that it could be Camelot. Yet conclusive proof remains elusive. Even if sub-Roman warlords inhabited these sites, linking them specifically to Arthur often leans on inference or local lore. Still, these discoveries add texture to the environment from which an Arthur-like figure could have emerged. Hill forts bustling with trade goods, imposing ramparts, and fleeting glimpses of renewed local power. As for the Holy Grail, scholars trace its introduction to literary creativity rather than any early Celtic tradition. The Grail's first mention appears in Chrétien de Troyes' 12th century French romance. Over subsequent centuries, writers redefined it variously as a dish, a chalice, or a holy relic. By Malory's era, it symbolized divine grace. Though evocative, it likely has no root in actual sub-Roman Britain. Yet ironically, the Grail quest would become one of Arthur's best-known storylines, showing again how later imaginings overshadow any original kernel. The final element often dissected by historians is the notion of Arthur's final battle at Camlan and his supposed immortality. Tales insists he didn't die but journeyed to Avalon, awaiting the time to return and save his people. This motif of the sleeping hero resonates in multiple mythologies, from Finnish to Balkan, where a legendary champion slumbers in a secret realm, ready to defend the land in its hour of greatest need. If Arthur's earliest known mentions already included an ambiguous death, it might indicate a broader mythic pattern. Cultures often prefer that their great heroes linger, promising cyclical renewal. Contemporary scholarship then juggles these layers: the possible sub-Roman commander, the medieval expansions, the Victorian romanticization, and the modern reinterpretations. If a purely factual Arthur existed, it remains overshadowed by centuries of imaginative flourish. Yet the continued scholarly debate underscores that the legend's essence is not about verifying a single historical biography. Instead, it's about the interplay between memory, identity, and creativity. Each era projects its questions and values onto Arthur, gleaning new answers from the same set of age-old motifs. Within this dialogue lies a paradox. While we yearn to know the real Arthur, it's the transformations of his story that keep him relevant. The search for authenticity endures, but so does the tradition of rewriting him, ensuring that every generation finds its reflection in Camelot's mirror. That dual dynamic, archaeological hunts for evidence alongside fresh literary spins, continues to enrich Arthur's mystique, bridging academic rigour and imaginative flight. Today, King Arthur stands as a cultural mainstay, simultaneously ancient and ever-evolving. From glimmering blockbusters to niche historical novels, he resonates with modern audiences for reasons that extend far beyond medieval romance. Why does he endure? Perhaps because the Arthurian legend, at its core, addresses universal yearnings, the dream of a just society, the pain of betrayal by those closest to us, and the hope that even in times of darkness, a champion might arise or return. In the realm of pop culture, Arthur's story reappears in myriad forms. Television series recast Camelot as a gritty drama or comedic parody. Role-playing games include knights and wizards referencing Arthurian tropes. Even science fiction riffs on the motif, depicting cosmic quests for futuristic grails. Each adaptation tweaks the formula, exalting or subverting the Round Table, focusing on Arthur's naive optimism or Merlin's ambiguous counsel. The legend's adaptability seems limitless, thriving precisely because it does not lock itself into a single vantage point. Moreover, modern creators often place greater emphasis on peripheral characters. Guinevere's perspective, once overshadowed by Lancelot and Arthur, now emerges in retellings that highlight her agency. Morgan Le Fay, long pigeonholed as a seductive antagonist, gains complexity as a powerful sorceress shaped by a political marginalization. Knights like Gawain or Tristan star in spin-off narratives that delve into their motivations, trials, and moral failings. This expansion underscores an inclusive trend in storytelling. The supporting cast can hold as much intrigue as the central hero, adding depth and nuance. Another dimension is how Arthur's ethos intersects with contemporary debates on leadership and ethics. The Round Table has been cited in discussions about participatory decision-making, corporate governance, and community leadership. People often pose questions such as, how can we ensure honesty and loyalty in organizations? Or, what if our boardroom resembled a round table where every voice is equal? The metaphor of Camelot's unity haunts these dialogues, reminding us that ideals are fragile and require constant vigilance against corruption. Even a figure as iconic as Arthur cannot sustain a just kingdom alone if the underlying structures give way to jealousy and power struggles. Meanwhile, historians continue refining their judgments on the historical Arthur. Some propose that no single warlord can account for the entire tradition, while others cling to the possibility that a noteworthy battle leader around Mount Badon sparked the legend. Though conclusive proof remains elusive, each new archaeological find or textual analysis can stir a fresh wave of interest. The pursuit itself testifies to an enduring desire to ground the legend in tangible fact, as if verifying Arthur might restore some sense of continuity between past ideals and present realities. Education also plays a part. Children encounter Arthur in school anthologies, gleaning rudimentary knowledge of knights, queens, and magical swords. Universities hold seminars on the Arthurian canon, exploring everything from Celtic myth to psychoanalytic readings of the Grail quest. For many, King Arthur is their first taste of medieval literature, an accessible portal into broader historical currents. Hence, the legend perpetuates itself academically, weaving into curricula that spark each generation's imagination. The future of Arthurian legend seems as secure as its past. Technological tools like virtual reality, interactive digital storytelling, and immersive theatre open new frontiers. Imagine wandering a VR Camelot, conversing with AI-driven versions of Lancelot or Morgan, shaping the narrative by your own moral choices. The possibilities speak to the legend's adaptability. Far from being stuck in dusty manuscripts, Arthur's realm can flourish in cutting-edge mediums, bridging the ancient with the futuristic. Yet for all the modern flourishes, the core themes remain consistent. The heartbreak of betrayal, the aspiration for a round table of equals is a prevalent theme. The story explores the interplay between magic and mortal ambition. Whether we view Arthur as a half-forgotten sub-Roman general or a shining mythic king, his story touches on something perennial in the human condition. It suggests that greatness is possible but precarious, dependent on unity, loyalty, and moral clarity. And even when that greatness falters, the idea of a once and future king offers hope that renewal can always emerge. In closing, King Arthur's narrative defies neat categorization, part history, part myth, part moral parable. Over 15 centuries, it has transformed from local folklore into a global phenomenon, shaped by the Christian allegory, chivalric romance, national myth-making, and modern reinterpretations. Each retelling adds a new layer, ensuring the story remains alive, not fossilized. To trace its evolution is to glimpse our own cultural evolution. We find in Arthur a mirror for our collective dreams and disillusionments, an ever-shifting testament to humanity's enduring quest for a noble realm we might call Camelot. Picture yourself standing in the shadow of the Parthenon, the Mediterranean sun beating down on marble columns that have witnessed 25 centuries of human folly. You're about to embark on a journey through ancient Greece's most peculiar judicial practices, a world where justice wasn't just blind, but occasionally completely unhinged. Before we embark on this journey of strangeness, keep in mind that the Greeks who devised these ancient punishments believed they were perfectly reasonable. After all, when your civilization invented democracy, philosophy, and theatre, why not get creative with criminal justice too? The ancient Greeks didn't mess around when it came to maintaining order. Their approach to punishment was like their approach to everything else: dramatic, philosophical, and occasionally bordering on the theatrical. They believed that punishment should fit not just the crime, but also serve as a spectacular lesson for society. Think of it as ancient reality television, except the consequences were decidedly more permanent. You might assume that ancient punishments were simply brutal affairs involving dungeons and executioners. While the Greeks certainly had their share of harsh sentences, they also possessed an almost artistic flair for crafting punishments that were psychologically sophisticated, symbolically rich, and sometimes downright bizarre. They understood that true justice required more than mere physical suffering. It demanded a kind of poetic appropriateness that would resonate through the ages. Take the concept of hubris, for instance. The crime wasn't just excessive pride, it was a cosmic offense against the natural order. When someone committed hubris, the punishment had to match the grandiosity of the transgression. The situation led to some remarkably creative judicial solutions that would make modern legal scholars scratch their heads in bewilderment. The Greek city-states each developed their own flavour of justice. Athens, with its democratic ideals, favoured punishments that involved public humiliation and civic exile. Sparta, ever practical, preferred methods that were both efficient and educational. The island communities developed their own maritime-themed penalties that reflected their seafaring culture. What's particularly fascinating is how these punishments reflected Greek values and worldview. They believed in the interconnectedness of all things, that a person's actions rippled outward to affect the entire community. Therefore, punishment wasn't just about deterrence or retribution, it was about restoring cosmic balance. When someone disrupted the social fabric, the punishment had to be equally disruptive, but in a way that ultimately reinforced societal norms. You'll notice as we explore these tales that the Greeks had a particular genius for matching the punishment to the personality of the offender. They studied human nature with the same intensity they applied to mathematics and astronomy. This psychological sophistication meant that punishments were often tailored to exploit the specific weaknesses or character flaws that led to the original crime. The role of shame in Greek society cannot be overstated. While many ancient cultures relied primarily on physical pain or death as deterrents, the Greeks understood that social ostracism could be far more devastating than any bodily harm. They weaponized embarrassment with surgical precision, creating punishments that would haunt offenders long after any physical wounds had healed. Religious considerations also played a crucial role. The Greeks lived in a world populated by capricious gods who demanded respect and proper ritual observance. Many punishments had religious dimensions, designed to appease divine wrath or demonstrate piety to the community. This spiritual element added layers of meaning that transformed simple legal consequences into profound moral statements. As we journey through these 7 tales of Greek judicial creativity, you'll encounter punishments that range from the ingeniously appropriate to the utterly mystifying. Some will make you laugh at their absurdity, others will make you wince at their cleverness, and a few might make you wonder if the ancients were right. Each story reveals not just how the Greeks dealt with lawbreakers, but also how they understood human nature, social responsibility, and the delicate balance between individual freedom and collective welfare. These were not merely punitive measures, they were tangible manifestations of philosophical ideas, akin to theatrical performances on the public stage. This grand tour of Greek judicial creativity begins in classical Athens, the birthplace of democracy, where a citizen's social reputation could quickly determine their fate. The Athenians had elevated public shaming to an art form that would make modern social media pile-ons look like gentle suggestions. Imagine being an Athenian citizen in the 5th century BC, when your reputation was literally your most valuable possession. The Athenians understood something that modern psychologists are only now rediscovering. Social exile can be more devastating than physical punishment. They developed a sophisticated system of shame-based penalties that targeted the very core of Greek identity, one standing in the community. Ostracism was the most famous, but it may not be what you think. Every year, Athenian citizens could vote to temporarily exile one prominent person for 10 years, not because they'd committed a specific crime, but because they'd become too powerful or influential. Picture the ultimate democratic timeout, where success itself became grounds for punishment. The person could return after a decade with full rights restored, but their political career was effectively ruined. The experience was akin to losing a beloved job, with the entire city functioning as your human resources department. But ostracism was just the beginning. The Athenians developed an entire spectrum of shame-based punishments that demonstrated their profound understanding of human psychology. Take the practice of atimia, literally meaning dishonor. At stake wasn't just losing face, though. It was a legal status that stripped away citizenship rights, while leaving the person physically present in the community. You could walk the streets of Athens, but you couldn't vote, hold office, or even speak in court to defend yourself. You became a ghost haunting your life. The genius of atimia lay in its graduated nature. Different crimes resulted in different levels of dishonor. A tax evader might lose the right to hold office, but could still participate in religious festivals. Someone who shirked military duty might be barred from the agora, the bustling marketplace that was the heart of Athenian social life. The punishment was precisely calibrated to the offence, like a master craftsman adjusting the tension on a lyre string. One particularly creative form of Athenian justice involved the use of public monuments to shame. When someone committed fraud or betrayed the city, their punishment might include having their crime literally carved in stone and displayed in a prominent location. Unlike modern criminal records that gather dust in filing cabinets, these marble testimonials to poor judgment stood in the busiest parts of the city for generations. Imagine having your worst moment chiseled in granite and placed where everyone you know would see it daily. The Athenians also pioneered the concept of financial punishment as social surgery. They didn't just fine people, they structured fines to maximize social impact. A wealthy merchant caught cheating might have to pay not just compensation to his victims, but also fund a public festival or donate a warship to the navy. The punishment transformed private wrongdoing into public spectacle, forcing the offender to buy their way back into society's good graces through conspicuous generosity. Perhaps most ingeniously, Athens developed punishments that turned social connections into instruments of justice. If you were found guilty of certain crimes, your philetae, your tribal kinsmen, would collectively bear some responsibility for your actions. These individuals created an entire network of social surveillance and intervention. If your cousin knew he might share in the consequences of your failure, he would reconsider lending you money for a questionable business venture. The Athenian approach to punishment reflected their belief that crime was primarily a social disease rather than individual moral failure. They treated criminals like patients who needed to be reintegrated into the community rather than simply eliminated from it. Their approach required a surgical precision in their penalties. Cut too little, and the offence would fester. Cut too much, and you'd destroy the patient along with the disease. Women faced their own unique forms of social punishment in Athens. Since they were already excluded from most public life, traditional forms of civic dishonour were ineffective. Instead, Athenian law developed elaborate systems of domestic shame. An adulteress might be barred from participating in religious festivals, the one area of public life where women could shine. She would become invisible at the very moments when her community gathered to celebrate their shared identity. The Athenians understood that effective punishment required an audience. Many of their penalties were designed to be witnessed and discussed, turning the entire city into a theatre of justice where every citizen was both spectator and potential performer. Such an approach wasn't cruelty for its own sake. It was recognition that social bonds require constant maintenance, and occasionally that maintenance required public demonstrations of what happened when those bonds were broken. Now shift your perspective from the bustling democracy of Athens to the stark military efficiency of Sparta, where punishment wasn't just about justice, it was about forging the perfect warrior society. If Athens was a theatre of social drama, Sparta was a laboratory of human endurance, and their punishments reflected this fundamental difference in values. You've probably heard about Spartan military training, bullying, but you might not realize how their approach to criminal justice was simply an extension of their educational philosophy. The Spartans believed that every experience, pleasant or painful, should serve to strengthen the individual and the state. Their punishments weren't just penalties, they were lessons disguised as suffering, designed to create better citizens through carefully calibrated adversity. Consider the fate of Spartan cowards, perhaps the most despised criminals in this warrior society. Rather than execution or exile, which would simply remove the problem, Spartans subjected cowards to a fate worse than death. They were required to live among their fellow citizens while bearing visible marks of their shame. They were required to shave half their beards, don distinctive clothing, and refrain from taking part in communal meals or exercises. Imagine being permanently labelled as the only person who failed while everyone else succeeded. Constant reminder of what not to become. Such behaviour wasn't random cruelty. The Spartans understood that courage was contagious, but so was cowardice. By keeping cowards visible but dishonoured, they created living examples that reinforced brave behaviour in everyone else. The punishment served multiple functions simultaneously. It deterred future cowardice, provided ongoing education for young Spartans, and offered the remote possibility of redemption for the offender. Theft in Sparta received perhaps the most paradoxical punishment in ancient Greece. Instead of punishing the act of stealing, they punished individuals for being caught while stealing. Their decision wasn't because Spartans encouraged theft, but because they valued cunning and stealth as military virtues. A successful thief demonstrated skills that could be useful in warfare or espionage. However, catching them revealed either poor planning or inadequate execution, flaws that could prove fatal in battle. The punishment for caught thieves was brilliant in its educational value. The public flogging they endured was not merely a form of retribution. Peers administered the beating in front of the entire community, transforming punishment into a performance. Young Spartans learned about both the acceptable limits of cunning and the consequences of failure. Some historians record that particularly stoic thieves who endured their punishment without crying out were eventually praised for their endurance, transforming shame into honour through sheer toughness. Spartan women, who enjoyed far more freedom than their Athenian counterparts, faced correspondingly unique punishments. A woman who failed in her duties as a mother might be required to participate in public ceremonies where her shortcomings were ritually acknowledged. But true to Spartan efficiency, these ceremonies were designed to be educational rather than merely humiliating. Other women learned from observing both the punishment and the offender's response to it. Perhaps the most psychologically sophisticated Spartan punishment involved the practice of perio-esai degradation. Citizens who violated certain laws might be reduced to the status of perioikoi, free residents who lacked full citizenship rights. This punishment was particularly devastating because it was hereditary. Your crime wouldn't just affect you, it would impact your children and their children. The Spartans understood that the threat of generational consequences was a powerful deterrent, especially in a society that prized family honor above individual achievement. The Spartans also developed unique punishments for military failures that went beyond individual cowardice. If a unit underperformed, the Spartans might assign them to domestic duties normally reserved for their enslaved population, known as helots. Warriors would find themselves cooking, cleaning, and maintaining equipment instead of training for battle. They intended the role reversal to be so psychologically uncomfortable that it would motivate better performance in the future. What made Spartan punishment particularly effective was its integration into their broader social system. Unlike other Greek cities where punishment was often an interruption of normal life, in Sparta it was woven into the fabric of daily existence. Training exercises regularly included elements of controlled suffering, making the transition from education to punishment almost seamless. The Spartans recognized that their society's survival depended on everyone understanding and accepting their role in the collective defense of the state. Punishments were therefore designed to reinforce social hierarchy and shared values rather than simply deter specific behaviors. Every penalty served as a reminder of what the community expected and what happened when those expectations weren't met. Their approach was remarkably forward-thinking, in its recognition that punishment should serve multiple purposes simultaneously. Modern criminologists still struggle to balance deterrence, rehabilitation, and social cohesion in their recommendations for criminal justice reform. The Spartans integrated all three goals into a system that, while harsh by modern standards, was internally consistent and remarkably effective at maintaining social stability. Your journey through Greek judicial creativity now takes you to the scattered islands of the Aegean, where communities surrounded by endless blue develop their own distinctive approaches to punishment. When you're living on a small island where everyone knows everyone else's business, and escape is only possible by boat, traditional forms of justice require some serious adaptation. Island communities faced unique challenges that shaped their approach to criminal justice. You couldn't simply exile someone to another city-state when the nearest land might be days away by sail. Similarly, maintaining prisons was impractical when every resource had to be imported or carefully conserved. This geographic reality forced Greek islanders to develop some of the most creative punishments in the ancient world. Take the island of Chios, famous for what you might call democratic suicide. When someone committed a serious crime that disrupted community harmony, they were given a choice: face trial with potential execution or drink hemlock voluntarily in a public ceremony. The twist was that the community would gather to witness the event, and the condemned person was expected to give a speech explaining their actions and accepting responsibility. The speech wasn't just punishment, it was therapy for the entire community, allowing them to process the crime and its consequences collectively. The genius of this system was that it transformed the most serious punishment into an act of personal choice rather than community violence. The criminal maintained some dignity while still paying the ultimate price, and the community avoided the psychological burden of executing one of their own. It was like a tragic play performed for an audience of friends and neighbours, with real stakes but a cathartic resolution. Maritime crimes received particularly inventive punishments that reflected the islanders' relationship with the sea. Pirates caught in island waters might be sentenced to sea walking, essentially an early form of keel hauling, where the offender was dragged behind a ship through rough waters. But the creative part wasn't the physical punishment, it was the symbolic element. The condemned pirate would be dressed in the finest clothes stolen from their victims, transforming them into a grotesque parody of wealth before the sea reclaimed, both criminal and treasure. Some islands developed elaborate rituals around the punishment of theft, particularly theft of fishing equipment or boats, crimes that could threaten the survival of the entire community. The thief might be required to fast for several days, then swim to a designated rock formation offshore, while the community watched from the beach. If the thief successfully completed the swim, the community considered their punishment complete and welcomed them back. If they failed, well, the sea had rendered its verdict. This trial by ordeal wasn't arbitrary cruelty. It served multiple psychological and social functions. The physical challenge tested the offender's commitment to redemption, while the community's witness meant everyone participated in the resolution of the crime. The successful completion of the trial demonstrated both divine approval and personal transformation, making reintegration into society psychologically easier for everyone involved. Island communities also refined their methods of punishment by using isolation instead of exile. On larger islands, criminals might be required to live alone on the uninhabited portions of the land for specified periods. They would be provided with minimal supplies and tools, forcing them to survive through their skills while remaining technically within the community's territory. Villagers would check on them periodically, creating a system of monitored solitude that combined punishment with rehabilitation. This form of punishment was particularly effective because it addressed one of the root causes of many crimes: the inability to function independently within social constraints. By forcing criminals to survive alone, the community was essentially providing intensive training in self-reliance and resource management. When the punishment period ended, the offender often returned with enhanced skills and a deeper appreciation for community support. The islands also developed unique approaches to dealing with adultery and other sexual crimes. Rather than the violent punishments common in mainland Greece, island communities often employed ritualized humiliation that involved the entire population. The guilty parties might be required to walk through the village wearing distinctive garments that identified their offense, while the community sang traditional songs that told stories of similar transgressions and their consequences. These musical punishments served multiple purposes. They provided emotional release for the community, educated young people about sexual mores, and gave the offenders a structured way to acknowledge their wrongdoing. The songs often included verses about redemption and forgiveness, creating a pathway back to respectability that was both public and personal. Perhaps most remarkably, some islands developed seasonal punishments that aligned with their agricultural and fishing cycles. Some islands banned serious offenders from participating in specific seasonal activities, such as the olive harvest, fishing seasons, or religious festivals which defined community life. These restrictions created a rhythm of punishment and reintegration that matched the natural cycles of island life. The effectiveness of island justice lay in its recognition that small communities couldn't afford to lose members permanently, but they also couldn't tolerate behavior that threatened group survival. Your exploration of Greek punishment now leads you into the realm where justice meets divine will, where the gods themselves were believed to participate in the judicial process. At places like Delphi, where the famous oracle delivered cryptic prophecies, the lines between earthly law and heavenly judgment became beautifully, bizarrely blurred. You need to understand that for the ancient Greeks, crime wasn't just a violation of human law, it was a disruption of cosmic order that demanded divine attention. This belief led to some of the most psychologically sophisticated punishments in the ancient world, where offenders faced not just human consequences, but the perceived wrath of immortal beings with very long memories and creative approaches to vengeance. The oracle at Delphi occasionally prescribed punishments that were as enigmatic as her prophecies. When someone committed sacrilege or violated religious law, they might be told to carry water to the dry place, or feed the hungry stones. These weren't random instructions, they were elaborate metaphorical punishments that required interpretation and often years to complete properly. Consider the case of a merchant who cheated temple pilgrims. Rather than simple restitution, the oracle commanded him to count every grain of sand on the sacred beach and return when the number matches the stars. This wasn't literally possible, of course, but the merchant spent 3 years attempting the task, during which time he experienced profound personal transformation. He learned humility, developed patience, and became more familiar with the infinite nature of divine justice. When he finally returned to ask for clarification, the priest declared his punishment complete, not because he'd finished the impossible task, but because he'd become someone who would never commit the original crime again. Religious punishments often involved what you might call divine comedy, situations where the punishment was so perfectly matched to the crime that it revealed a kind of cosmic humor. A priest who had been selling false blessings was required to tend a garden where nothing would grow, spending each day caring for barren soil while contemplating the difference between genuine and counterfeit spiritual nourishment. After months of fruitless labour, he finally understood that his fraudulent blessings had been equally barren, and genuine remorse led to his eventual forgiveness. Some punishments required offenders to reenact mythological scenes, turning classical literature into rehabilitation therapy. An individual guilty of hubris might be required to spend time each day recreating Sisyphus's eternal task of rolling a boulder up a hill, but their version would be temporary and educational rather than eternal and torturous. The physical labour was less important than the symbolic understanding, learning through repetition what it meant to struggle against impossible odds and find meaning in the effort itself. The Greeks also developed elaborate purification rituals that served as both punishment and redemption. These weren't simple religious ceremonies, but complex psychological processes that could take years to complete. An offender might be required to visit specific sacred sites throughout Greece, performing designated tasks at each location while following strict behavioural guidelines. These ritual journeys were brilliant in their psychological sophistication. They removed criminals from their familiar environment, forced them to interact with strangers who knew nothing of their crimes, and provided structured opportunities for reflection and personal growth. Many offenders reported that the journey changed them more profoundly than any conventional punishment could have. Temple punishments often involved service to the gods, specifically designed to address the spiritual dimension of the crime. Someone who had broken an oath might be required to serve as a temple messenger, carrying sacred communications between different religious sites. These conditions forced them to repeatedly handle and deliver messages of truth and commitment, literally surrounding themselves with the values they had violated. The genius of religious punishment lay in its recognition that many crimes stemmed from spiritual emptiness or disconnection from community values. Rather than simply inflicting suffering, these punishments provided opportunities for genuine transformation. Offenders were given the chance to rebuild their relationship with the divine, while also serving their human community. Most remarkably, the design of some religious punishments made them impossible to complete without divine intervention. Such an approach wasn't cruelty. It was recognition that some offences were so serious that human effort alone couldn't provide adequate redemption. The punishment became a form of extended prayer, where the offender had to genuinely seek divine forgiveness to achieve resolution. Often, these impossible punishments entailed paradoxical tasks that defied conventional solutions. An offender might be told to find the beginning of a circle or speak a word that has never been spoken. The resolution came not through completing the task, but through understanding its impossibility and accepting the need for grace beyond human achievement. What made divine punishment particularly effective was its integration of personal transformation with community healing. Religious offences harm not just individuals, but the entire community's relationship with the walls. The elaborate punishments demonstrated to everyone that the offence was being taken seriously, while providing a pathway for restoring cosmic balance. Now, as you continue your journey through Greek justice, you will enter the realm of philosophical punishment, where thinkers such as Plato and Aristotle theorized about justice and completely redesigned it. In this intellectual landscape, punishment became an opportunity to explore the deepest questions of human nature, moral responsibility, and the purpose of society itself. Picture yourself in ancient Athens, where philosophy wasn't an abstract academic discipline, but a practical tool for creating better human beings and more just communities. The great philosophers approached criminal justice with the same analytical rigour they applied to mathematics and ethics, producing punishments that were as intellectually sophisticated as they were practically effective. Plato's Republic outlined punishments that were essentially educational programs designed to cure the soul rather than simply inflict suffering. He believed that crime resulted from ignorance, not factual ignorance, but a fundamental misunderstanding of what would truly make a person happy and fulfilled. Therefore, punishment should be therapeutic, helping criminals discover the error in their thinking and choose better paths forward. Consider how this philosophy translated into practice. A thief in Plato's ideal city wouldn't just return stolen goods and pay a fine. They would be assigned to study with philosophers who would help them understand why they believed stealing would improve their lives. They would engage in structured dialogues designed to reveal the contradictions in their reasoning and guide them toward more productive ways of meeting their needs. This wasn't soft treatment. It was incredibly demanding. Imagine being required to examine every assumption you've ever made about right and wrong, to defend your choices in front of brilliant thinkers who could expose every flaw in your logic. Many criminals found this intellectual punishment more challenging than physical suffering because it required them to confront the reality of their own poor judgment. Aristotle took a different but equally sophisticated approach. He believed that virtue was a habit developed through practice and that criminal behavior resulted from bad habits that could be corrected through proper training. His punishments were like moral exercise programs, designed to strengthen the ethical muscles that had grown weak through misuse. An Aristotelian punishment might require a dishonest merchant to spend time each day practicing small acts of honesty, gradually building up to more significant challenges. The merchant would start by accurately describing the quality of goods to customers, then progress to admitting mistakes or offering fair prices without negotiation. Each day would bring new opportunities to practice virtue until honest behavior became as natural as the original dishonesty had been. The Stoic philosophers contributed their own unique perspective on punishment. They held the belief that external circumstances could not truly harm a person unless they actively chose to do so. This belief led to punishments that focused on internal transformation rather than external suffering. A Stoic judge might sentence someone to spend time each day contemplating their crime and writing about what they learned from the experience. These written reflections weren't just busy work. They were sophisticated psychological exercises designed to help offenders develop emotional resilience and moral clarity. The daily practice of examining their thoughts and motivations gradually built the inner strength needed to resist future temptations. Many of these philosophical journals survived and offer intriguing details about the criminal mind's journey toward redemption. Through the development of group punishment schemes, certain philosophical schools transformed criminal justice into a form of community education. When someone committed a crime, they would be assigned to participate in philosophical discussions with other offenders, exploring questions related to their specific types of wrongdoing. These weren't support groups in the modern sense, but rigorous intellectual workshops where participants had to defend their ideas and examine their beliefs under scrutiny. The Cynics, known for their rejection of social conventions, created punishments that challenged offenders to question the assumptions underlying their crimes. Someone caught cheating in business might be required to live as a beggar for several months, experiencing firsthand the insecurity and desperation that drove many people to dishonesty. The outcome wasn't just punishment. It was immersive education in the social conditions that contributed to crime. Most remarkably, some philosophers designed their punishments to be voluntary and self-administered. Offenders would be given detailed instructions for programs of self-examination and moral development, then trusted to carry them out without supervision. The community would check their progress periodically, but the real accountability came from the offender's own conscience and commitment to improvement. This approach recognized that lasting change had to come from within rather than being imposed from outside. External punishment might deter future crimes through fear, but only internal transformation could eliminate the desire to commit crimes in the first place. The philosophers understood that true justice required changing hearts and minds, not just behavior. The effectiveness of philosophical punishment lay in its recognition that crime was often a symptom of deeper problems, confusion about values, poor reasoning skills, or lack of purpose and direction. By addressing these root causes, philosophical punishments offered genuine solutions rather than temporary deterrents. Modern cognitive behavioral therapy owes much to these ancient Greek innovations in using intellectual exercises to change destructive patterns of thinking and behavior. As your journey through the bizarre punishments of ancient Greece draws to a close, you find yourself standing once again in the shadow of the Parthenon, but now with a deeper appreciation for the complex civilization that created both architectural marvels and judicial innovations that continue to influence our understanding of justice today. The ancient Greeks bequeathed us something far more valuable than simply colourful stories of unusual punishments. They demonstrated that justice could be creative, therapeutic, and transformative rather than merely retributive. Their approach to criminal justice was fundamentally optimistic. They believed people could change, communities could heal, and society could improve through thoughtful application of consequences that served multiple purposes simultaneously. You've seen how different Greek communities adapted their approach to punishment based on their unique circumstances and values. Athens emphasized social reintegration through controlled shame. Sparta focused on strengthening both individual character and collective defense. Island communities developed solutions appropriate to their geographic isolation. Religious authorities integrated divine will with human judgment, and philosophers treated crime as an educational opportunity. This diversity wasn't accidental. It reflected the Greek understanding that justice must be tailored to specific contexts rather than applied uniformly regardless of circumstances. They recognized that what worked in a military society, like Sparta, might be counterproductive in a commercial democracy like Athens. This flexibility and willingness to experiment with different approaches provides helpful lessons for modern criminal justice systems struggling with similar challenges. Consider how Greek innovations anticipate modern developments in criminology and psychology. Their recognition that shame could be more powerful than physical punishment predated our understanding of social psychology by millennia. Their use of community involvement in the justice process foreshadowed restorative justice programs. Their emphasis on rehabilitation and transformation anticipated the therapeutic model of criminal justice that emerged in the 20th century. The Greek insight that punishment should serve education rather than mere deterrence remains revolutionary even today. Most modern criminal justice systems still struggle to balance punishment with rehabilitation, often emphasizing one at the expense of the other. The Greeks demonstrated that this was a false choice. Punishment could be educational, and education could be punitive if properly designed and implemented. Perhaps most importantly, the Greeks understood that effective justice required community participation. Crime wasn't just a matter between offender and victim, but a disruption of social fabric that required collective healing. Their punishments were designed to engage the entire community in the process of restoration, ensuring that everyone learned from each instance of wrongdoing. This communal approach to justice offers a stark contrast to the increasingly impersonal nature of modern legal systems, where justice is administered by professional bureaucrats with little connection to the communities affected by crime. The Greek model suggests that justice is too important to be left entirely to specialists. It requires the active participation of ordinary citizens who understand local conditions and relationships. The creativity of Greek punishment also challenges our assumptions about the purposes of criminal justice. Rather than focusing primarily on deterrence or retribution, they emphasize transformation and education. They ask not just how can we prevent this crime from happening again, but also, how can we use this opportunity to create better people and stronger communities? Their willingness to experiment with different approaches, from the theatrical humiliation of Athens to the military discipline of Sparta to the philosophical dialogue of the academies, demonstrates the value of treating justice as an ongoing experiment rather than a fixed system. They were constantly learning from their experiences and adapting their methods based on what worked and what didn't. Modern criminal justice reformers are rediscovering many Greek innovations: therapeutic courts that address underlying causes of criminal behavior, community service programs that connect offenders with the people they've harmed, and restorative justice processes that emphasize healing over punishment. These contemporary developments suggest that the Greeks were onto something profound in their approach to justice. As you reflect on these ancient stories, consider how they challenge contemporary assumptions about crime and punishment. The Greeks remind us that justice is not a natural phenomenon with fixed laws, but a human creation that reflects our values, priorities, and understanding of human nature. Their bizarre punishments were actually sophisticated attempts to solve timeless problems. How do we maintain social order while preserving individual dignity? How do we deter crime while offering opportunities for redemption? How do we balance the needs of victims, offenders, and the broader community? The Greek legacy in criminal justice is not a set of specific practices to be copied, but an approach to thinking about justice that remains relevant across cultures and centuries. They taught us that punishment can be art, justice can be creative, and even serious crimes can be learning opportunities. Their most important lesson may be that justice, like democracy and philosophy, requires active participation from thoughtful citizens willing to experiment with new approaches and learn from both successes and failures. The bizarre punishments of ancient Greece were not the products of primitive brutality, but sophisticated attempts by civilized people to create a more just society, an aspiration that remains as relevant today as it was 25 centuries ago. James Madison was born on March 16, 1751, at Belle Grove, his maternal grandparents' estate in the Virginia colony. His parents, James Madison Sr. and Nellie Conway Madison, soon settled the family on a plantation called Mount Pleasant, later renamed Montpelier in Orange County. From a young age, the boy showed an aptitude for quiet observation. While many in the region prized physical feats of hunting or riding, young Madison was introspective, devouring books whenever possible. The plantation environment shaped Madison's outlook. His family used enslaved labor, as did most large Virginia estates, embedding him early in the complexities of an agrarian system reliant on bondage. Madison's father was a leading figure in local affairs, passing on a sense that civic duty was integral to a landowner's life. But overshadowing these local routines was the broader tension between the colonies and Britain. By the time Madison reached adolescence, the fervour for rights and representation had begun simmering throughout the 13 colonies. His formal education commenced locally, though for advanced training, his father sent him to the boarding school of Donald Robertson, known for rigorous classical curricula. There, Madison honed his Latin and Greek. He later studied under a private tutor who introduced him to Enlightenment writings, fueling a deep fascination with political philosophy. This intellectual grounding set him apart from many peers who aimed for more practical pursuits. In 1769, he entered the College of New Jersey, later Princeton University, drawn by its reputation for scholarly seriousness. At Princeton, Madison crammed a 4-year course into 2, exhausting himself in the process. He delved into moral philosophy, logic, mathematics, and theology. Under the influence of the college's president, John Witherspoon, a staunch advocate of Republican ideals, Madison absorbed radical notions about citizen virtue and structured government. After graduating in 1771, Madison continued to study Hebrew and political theory independently, developing a habit of solitary reading. Physically, he was often frail, plagued by periodic seizures or severe headaches. This delicate health contributed to a more introspective demeanour, contrasting with the more robust images of early American patriots like George Washington. Returning to Virginia in 1772, Madison found the colony edging toward confrontation with Britain. The Boston Tea Party had inflamed tensions, and Parliament's retaliatory measures sparked colonial outrage. Though shy in large gatherings, Madison aligned with those who believed the colonies deserved self-governance. At local committees in Orange County, he offered calm but pointed arguments on imperial overreach. This local activism grew into a seat in the Virginia Convention of 1776, where leading lights of revolution assembled. At the convention, delegates hammered out Virginia's first constitution and a Declaration of Rights. Madison found himself overshadowed by older luminaries like George Mason and Patrick Henry, but his pen soon proved influential. He successfully campaigned for a slight revision to Mason's draft, ensuring broader language about religious liberty. This incident was a telling moment. The young legislator, though reserved, was ready to push for expanded freedoms. His pursuit of robust conscience rights would become a defining thread through his political life. As war began, Madison did not serve directly as a soldier. His health was fragile, and he lacked the physical vigour for extended campaigns. Instead, he contributed behind the scenes, working on local committees that coordinated supply lines and militia organisation. He believed that a stable home front, bound by sound governance, was essential to support the Continental Army's efforts. Throughout the Revolutionary War, he remained primarily in Virginia, developing legislative expertise. In 1777, Madison's political fortune stumbled briefly when he lost a bid for re-election to the Virginia House of Delegates. Why? Some say constituents wanted a representative who would supply them with free liquor at gatherings, a common practice then. Madison, on principle, refused. Yet he soon rebounded, securing an appointment to the Governor's Council of State, where he advised on wartime decisions. This role provided him with a broader view of the Confederation's precarious unity, fueling concerns that the states lacked cohesion. Thus, by the war's midpoint, James Madison was forging a reputation not as a battlefield hero, but as a methodical intellect, devoutly committed to Republican ideals. His quiet style and scholarship contrasted with the fiery oratory of more visible patriots. Yet among those who worked closely with him, he was recognized as a serious thinker. The tapestry of conflict and emergent governance gave him a laboratory to test his ideas. He already suspected that a mere alliance of states would be insufficient for post-war stability. The impetus for a stronger union simmered in his mind, setting the stage for his future role as father of the Constitution. By 1779, Madison's involvement in the revolutionary cause led him to Philadelphia, where the Continental Congress convened. Despite his youth, still under 30, He plunged into the Congress's labyrinth of debates. The delegates were grappling with financing a protracted war, forging alliances abroad, and keeping the shaky Confederation intact. Madison quickly grew disenchanted with how the Articles of Confederation withheld key powers from the central government, no authority to tax or regulate commerce. States squabbled, like Francis Dana or Robert Morris jostled for influence, and the fledgling nation struggled to maintain a cohesive front. In the corridors of Congress, Madison quietly excelled as a legislative craftsman. He compiled reams of notes, summarizing arguments and tracking which delegates aligned with each stance. He recognized that persuading allies demanded carefully framed logic, not bombast. This skill in bridging positions would become a hallmark of his approach to government making. Meanwhile, as the Revolutionary War inched toward an uncertain end, he advocated vigorously for stable funding for the Continental Army. The near mutiny of unpaid troops underscored the systemic weaknesses. He concluded that without a robust federal structure, the new states risked fracturing into petty fiefdoms. After the war ended in 1783, with the Treaty of Paris securing independence, the deeper test began: how to organize a functioning union. Madison returned to Virginia's politics, helping shape the state's statutes, but he never lost sight of the broader question about forging a stronger national framework. During this period, he grew close to Thomas Jefferson, then serving as minister to France. Their correspondence soared with intellectual synergy, exchanging ideas on liberty, religion, agrarian ideals, and architecture. Jefferson's radical theories about the tyranny of old Europe combined with Madison's more measured instincts. The pair formed a dynamic partnership crucial to the next stage of constitutional debate. In 1786, a meeting in Annapolis aimed to address commerce disputes among states. Madison championed the notion that commercial harmony demanded unified regulations. Attendance was sparse, but the delegates present, including Alexander Hamilton, recommended a grander convention for a thorough revision of the Articles. The seeds for the 1787 Constitutional Convention were sown. Madison, with unwavering conviction, busied himself in a flurry of pre-convention research. He studied ancient confederacies, Greece, the Holy Roman Empire, Swiss cantons, composing a Notes on Ancient and Modern Confederations. This comparative study guided him to see how partial alliances often collapsed under disunity. When the Philadelphia Convention commenced in May 1787, Madison arrived armed with a plan. He had penned the Virginia Plan, advocating a strong central government with a bicameral legislature, an executive, and a judiciary. The plan, introduced by Edmund Randolph, formed the blueprint for the delegates' debates. Madison's systematic approach, he anticipated objections and had reasoned counters, made him an intellectual pivot. Yet compromises were inevitable. The smaller states objected, pushing for equal representation in at least one legislative chamber. The final solution, the Great Compromise, gave each state equal Senate representation and population-based House representation. Madison found that compromise unsatisfying but recognized it as essential for unity. Another point of contention was slavery. Madison personally disdained the moral contradiction, but recognized the deep rifts it created. He opposed a federal ban on the slave trade at that juncture, acknowledging that southern states might bolt if threatened. The convention's final text, in effect, postponed the question. This stance would later stir conflicting feelings in Madison. He wanted a rationally consistent republic, but saw the necessity of short-term concessions to secure overall support. Meanwhile, the 3/5 compromise about counting enslaved people for representation was hammered out, a deeply fraught measure that would sow seeds of future national crises. In September 1787, after months of debate, Madison signed the Constitution. Despite its imperfections, Madison saw the Constitution as a significant improvement over the weak Articles. Yet forging the document was one step, persuading states to ratify it was another. Madison teamed with Hamilton and John Jay to write the Federalist Papers, published under the pseudonym Publius. In these essays, Madison's most well-known contributions, Federalist No. 10 and No. 51, focused on managing factions and instituting mechanisms of check and balance. He argued that an extensive republic would guard against tyranny by ensuring no single faction dominated. This line of reasoning swayed skeptics, demonstrating that a new national government could combine stability with personal liberties. Ratification success came in 1788. Madison's clarity of thought had played a major role in securing enough states' approval. Yet critics demanded enumerated safeguards for individual rights. Aware of anti-federalist fears, Madison publicly pledged to add a Bill of Rights once the new government convened. His reputation soared as a champion of reasoned persuasion. By 1789, the Constitution took effect, and Madison found himself elected to the new House of Representatives, primed to finalise the protective measures he had promised. Having largely established the Republic's structural blueprint, Madison's next task was to safeguard the liberties that the revolutionary generation had sacrificed so much for. In the first Congress under President George Washington, James Madison took centre stage, drafting amendments to the Constitution, fulfilling his Bill of Rights promise. Many anti-federalists had demanded explicit safeguards for speech, religion, assembly, and due process. Madison sifted through over 200 suggestions from state-ratifying conventions. His approach balanced enumerating fundamental liberties while ensuring the new government's integrity remained intact. By late 1791, the first 10 amendments were ratified, codifying freedoms crucial to the national ethos. This moment cemented Madison's reputation as a principal architect of American liberty, though debates continued about the precise scope of these rights. Even as he championed the Bill of Rights, Madison found himself in friction with Treasury Secretary Alexander Hamilton. Hamilton's financial program, the federal assumption of state debts, a national bank, and protective tariffs clashed with Madison's preference for decentralized fiscal power. At the onset, Madison and Hamilton had been allies in ratifying the Constitution, but once the new system functioned, ideological rifts arose over how strong the central government should be in shaping economic life. Madison believed Hamilton's approach skewed too far toward commerce elites, risking a quasi-aristocracy. Their congressional debates presented two emerging visions for America, laying the groundwork for the initial party split. This political cleavage deepened with foreign affairs. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, initially hailed by many Americans, including Madison, as a sister movement echoing the spirit of '76. But as France slipped into revolutionary bloodshed, Hamiltonians urged caution. They believed forging close ties with Britain, a stable trading partner, was paramount. Jefferson and Madison favoured supporting the French Republic diplomatically. This tension culminated in the formation of two factions, the Federalists, led by Hamilton, and the Democratic Republicans, spearheaded by Jefferson and Madison. The press took sides, with scathing editorials labelling Federalists as pro-monarchy stooges or Republicans as French stooges. By the mid-1790s, Madison's oratory sharpened. He and Jefferson co-authored the Virginia and Kentucky Resolutions, 1798 to 1799, condemning the Federalist-controlled Congress's Alien and Sedition Acts. Those acts clamped down on immigrants and criminalized criticisms of government. The resolutions advanced a novel concept. States could nullify unconstitutional federal laws, although this stance rattled the notion of federal supremacy. It resonated with many who saw the Sedition Act as a gross overreach. The matter never reached a direct constitutional crisis, but it planted the seeds of the states' rights argument that would reappear in later controversy. During this period, Madison's personal life also evolved. In 1794, he married Dolly Payne Todd, a vivacious widow known for her social acumen. She brought a warmth and flair to Madison's somewhat reserved persona, soon becoming a key figure in Washington's political society. Hosting gatherings, she bridged partisan divides with charm, turning the Madison Circle into an informal centre for building alliances. The couple never had children of their own, but Dolly's son from her first marriage lived with them, weaving a family dynamic that anchored Madison amid the swirling political storms. As the turn of the century arrived, Federalist dominance waned. John Adams's presidency faced backlash over the Alien and Sedition Acts and unpopular conflict with France. In the election of 1800, the Democratic Republicans triumphed, propelling Thomas Jefferson to the presidency. Madison became Jefferson's Secretary of State, a role in which he oversaw foreign policy during a delicate juncture. Tensions with Britain and France remained high as those powers waged war. The US strove to trade with both, though each tried to block the other's commerce, seizing American ships. Madison counseled Jefferson through embargoes and trade restrictions, culminating in the widely hated Embargo Act of 1807 that backfired economically at home. During these years, Madison handled numerous negotiations. The Louisiana Purchase in 1803, though spearheaded by Jefferson, also reflected Madison's behind-the-scenes diplomacy. He recognized the chance to secure the Mississippi River for American commerce, though some critics hammered them for pushing constitutional bounds. Meanwhile, the embargo fiasco underlined the difficulties of peaceful coercion. As Secretary of State, Madison tried to find subtler ways to defend neutral shipping rights, but British impressment of American sailors persisted. The seeds of war were sown. By the end of Jefferson's second term, the presidency awaited a new occupant. The Democratic-Republican caucus selected Madison as their candidate, a natural next step given his long-standing role as Jefferson's confidant. Despite some factional grumblings, Madison prevailed over Federalist rival Charles C. Pinckney in 1808. He assumed the presidency in 1809 at age 57. The once shy scholar of Montpellier now stood at the apex of national authority, though overshadowed by an approaching storm of British hostility and domestic divisions. In the next phase of his life, Madison would wrestle with the War of 1812, forging a path that tested his convictions on constitutional principles and national identity like never before. James Madison became president in March 1809, inheriting a precarious foreign policy environment. Britain's naval supremacy threatened American trade, impressing US sailors into the Royal Navy. Meanwhile, Napoleon's France, locked in a continental struggle, also disregarded American neutrality. Attempting to safeguard shipping and avoid all-out conflict, Madison supported laws like the Non-Intercourse Act, lifting the total embargo but still barring trade with warring powers unless they ceased harassment. Neither Britain nor France complied meaningfully, leaving the US battered economically and diplomatically. In domestic politics, Federalists predicted chaos under Madison. Yet his calm temperament appealed to many. He recognized the need for a more muscular approach to British provocations if diplomatic efforts failed. By 1811, a new generation of so-called war hawks in Congress, led by figures like Henry Clay and John C. Calhoun, clamoured for war against Britain, pointing to impressment and alleged British incitement of Native American attacks on the frontier. Madison, though not a natural warmonger, found himself swayed by the broad public outcry. The final catalyst was the rising confrontation in the Old Northwest. Native leader Tecumseh sought a confederation to resist American expansion, while British arms found their way into indigenous hands. When violence flared, pro-war sentiment soared. Madison requested a declaration of war in June 1812, marking the first time the young republic formally declared war on another nation. The War of 1812 began with illusions that a quick conquest of Canada might coerce Britain into concessions. However, the US military was ill-prepared. The army was small, leadership was inconsistent, and the Navy, though spirited, was dwarfed by the Royal Navy's might. Early campaigns were embarrassing. Attempts to invade Canada floundered, territory was lost, culminating in the capture of Detroit. Federalists, especially in New England, lambasted the war, calling it Mr. Madison's War. Some states withheld militia from federal service. Meanwhile, on the high seas, a handful of US frigates scored moral victories against British ships, fueling national pride. But overall, the conflict ground on, draining treasury funds. The British blockade strangled American ports, decimating trade. By 1814, with Napoleon's defeat in Europe, Britain refocused on the American front, launching major offensives. That year saw the British burn Washington, D.C., in retaliation for American assaults in Canada. Madison famously fled the White House with Dolly, saving key documents and the iconic portrait of George Washington. The Capitol's sacking was humiliating, but the refusal of local militias to stand firm was equally sobering. Many deemed it a low point in the deal, yet subsequent events provided redemption. The British turned to capture Baltimore, but American defenders repulsed them, inspiring Francis Scott Key's Star-Spangled Banner lines. Meanwhile, in the West, US forces began pushing back. By late 1814, both sides were weary. Negotiations in Ghent, Belgium, led to a peace treaty signed on Christmas Eve 1814, restoring pre-war boundaries without addressing impressment. Still, news travelled slowly, so the Battle of New Orleans occurred in January 1815, where General Andrew Jackson's forces inflicted a stunning defeat on the British. The subsequent euphoria overshadowed the fact the battle took place after the treaty, making the final memory one of triumphant victory. This outcome salvaged national pride, effectively rebranding the war as a Second War of Independence. In practical terms, the War of 1812 ended with no major territorial gains, but it catalysed a wave of nationalism. The Federalist Party, which had opposed the war, never recovered from accusations of disloyalty spurred by the Hartford Convention, where some New England delegates discussed secession or radical constitutional changes. Thus, Madison left the presidency in 1817, presiding over a newly re-energized sense of national unity, though behind the scenes, sectional rivalries still brewed. He was also known as the last of the Virginia dynasty, after serving 2 terms, succeeded by James Monroe. Reflecting on the conflict, Madison admitted the war's impetus was as much about national honour as about maritime rights. He believed the fiascos early on revealed the necessity for better national defence, a well-organised financial system, and a sense that the states must unify behind federal decisions in crises. While the war was no triumphant conquest, the ephemeral surge in patriotism gave him a measure of vindication. With the crisis concluded, he and Dolly prepared to retire to Montpelier. The swirling fervour, from burning capitals to celebratory parades, receded as normal life resumed. By 1817, Madison was physically exhausted but proud that the Republic endured. He recognised new challenges loomed: territorial expansion, the spread of cotton-based slavery, and the rancour of sectional politics. Yet for the moment, the illusions of a robust union overshadowed deep divisions. The era of good feelings dawned under Monroe, and Madison could claim that, for better or worse, he had guided the Republic through the fiery test of war. His next years, spent in relative quiet, offered a vantage from which he would continue shaping American political thought through his letters and involvement in key national debates. When James Madison retired to Montpelier in 1817, he might have expected a peaceful retirement. He was 65, had steered the nation through war, and left office with the Democratic-Republican Party dominant. However, he continued to participate in public life, albeit in a more indirect manner. His Montpelier estate, sprawling over farmland, still operated with enslaved labour. Madison, grappling with moral qualms about slavery, never freed the majority of them in his lifetime, believing emancipation should occur gradually with legislative safeguards. This stance, halfway between condemnation and acceptance, revealed deep contradictions that overshadowed his otherwise lofty philosophy. Madison continued corresponding with Thomas Jefferson, exchanging ideas about education, agriculture, and the shaping of the University of Virginia. He served on the institution's board of visitors, helping refine curricula and administrative policies. The concept of higher education that nurtured civic virtues and scientific inquiry resonated with him. He envisioned an entire generation of statesmen shaped by classical knowledge, yet pragmatic in governance. The campus took shape near Monticello, linking the 2 men's legacies in the region. Political tensions continued to simmer. The Missouri crisis of 1819 to 1820 erupted over slavery's expansion west. Many looked to Madison, the father of the Constitution, for guidance. Privately, he lamented the intensifying sectional lines but believed that compromise was essential to preserve the Union. He supported the Missouri Compromise's approach, admitting Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free state, drawing a latitudinal line for future territories. It was merely a temporary solution to an escalating problem. Madison recognized that ignoring the fundamental moral tension might be catastrophic, but he saw no immediate path to comprehensive resolution. As with many founders, he bet on incremental solutions. Another cause that animated his retirement was the notion of amending the Constitution to refine aspects of governance. He favoured clarifying congressional powers or adjusting the structure of representation, but these suggestions never gained broad traction, as the nation was forging a new identity under the surge of Jacksonian democracy. While Madison respected popular sovereignty, he also feared demagoguery if checks and balances weakened. He wrote lengthy letters, cautioning that unbridled majority rule could trample minority rights, one reason he had championed an extended republic initially. During these years, Dolly's popularity soared as a revered figure from Washington society. Even in retirement, the couple hosted statesmen, foreign visitors, and old comrades. Montpelier became a hub for travellers craving the perspective of an aging statesman who had shaped the Constitution. Some found him subdued, more an academic presence than a flamboyant figure. Others noted his courtesy, especially toward young people with intellectual curiosity. He remained open to debate, seldom raising his voice yet always weaving references to classical sources or past legislative battles. Financial strains, however, plagued him. Like many plantation owners reliant on slave-based agriculture, he faced fluctuating crop prices, mounting debts, and the economic churn of a rapidly industrializing nation. He sold or mortgaged land to stay solvent. The contradiction between championing a stable republic and personally grappling with economic uncertainties mirrored the era's transformation. Moreover, the daily operations of the plantation bound him to the moral weight of enslaving over 100 individuals, forging a tension unspoken yet inescapable. Madison's health waned gradually. He endured rheumatism and digestive ailments. Still, he maintained a disciplined reading schedule, scanning newspapers for signs of national friction. He weighed in on the debates about nullification in the 1830s, when South Carolina threatened to ignore federal tariffs. Alarmed, he wrote clarifications, insisting that states lacked unilateral authority to void federal laws. This stance was ironic, given that decades earlier he had co-authored the Virginia Resolutions. Now, he tried to differentiate between legitimate protest and outright defiance. The escalation toward potential disunion troubled him deeply. By the early 1830s, Jefferson was long dead. Madison, the last major architect of the Constitution among the founding generation, watched Andrew Jackson's presidency roil the political realm. Democracy's complexion had altered, property qualifications fell, new Western states joined, and party machines mobilized popular support. He had occasionally worried that raw majoritarian impulses overshadowed the balanced, reasoned approach he had championed. However, it was impossible to reverse the trend. He acknowledged that every generation would interpret the Constitution differently. As the end loomed in 1836, Madison's mind remained sharp, though physically he was frail. He passed away on June 28, 1836, at Montpellier, aged 85, the last living signer of the Constitution. The event marked the end of an era. He left behind reams of letters and essays and an indelible role as the methodical framer. The republic he helped birth had changed drastically, propelled by populist energies he only partly embraced. Still, for all the turmoil, it had survived half a century, guided by the structure he had so carefully shaped. His final rest concluded a life bridging revolutionary fervour and the complexities of a young but expanding nation. After James Madison's death, public memory swiftly lionized him as the father of the Constitution, yet the immediate 19th century saw only sporadic references to his intellectual achievements. The spotlight often went to Washington's military leadership or Jefferson's flair. In Virginia, admirers recognized him as a thoughtful statesman overshadowed by flamboyant peers. Outside the region, his image was comparatively muted. The Civil War overshadowed the mid-19th century, forcing issues of union versus states' rights to the forefront. Madison's nuanced approach to balancing federal and state powers gained fresh scrutiny during that conflict, with both sides citing elements of his writings to bolster their arguments. It wasn't until the late 19th and early 20th centuries that scholarly circles re-evaluated Madison in detail. His diaries, once overshadowed, revealed the behind-the-scenes deliberations at the Constitutional Convention. Historians recognized the scope of his systematic planning. His notes of debates became a primary resource for understanding the founders' intentions. Legal scholars discovered how integral his Federalist essays were to forming the framework of American jurisprudence. He emerged from the shadows of Jefferson and Hamilton, recognized as an indispensable pivot in forging a stable constitution. This re-evaluation also reanimated critiques of his moral contradictions, especially regarding slavery. Some mid-20th century scholars tried to paint him as personally opposed to enslavement, yet stymied by political circumstances. More recent historians, however, note that while he found slavery distasteful, he actively benefited from it throughout his life, never fully championing emancipation. That gap in moral conviction darkens the legacy of a man who otherwise championed individual liberty. The question arises, how could the principal author of the Bill of Rights remain complicit in human bondage? This tension forms a pivotal aspect of modern interpretations, reminding us that brilliance in political design doesn't negate ethical blind spots. Another dimension of renewed interest focuses on Madison's partnership with Dolly. Historians highlight how her sociable presence helped unify fractious politicians, forging the White House or other receptions into spaces for bridging partisan divides. While overshadowed by the flamboyance of, say, a John Adams or the grandeur of Washington, the Madisons offered a sense of Republican elegance, with Dolly's hospitality matching James's intellect. In the early 19th century, visitors often left with a sense that the President and First Lady were forging a new style of leadership, less monarchical pomp, more approachable refinement. In legal circles, the Supreme Court under Chief Justice John Marshall gradually shaped constitutional interpretation in ways that arguably extended beyond Madison's original blueprint. Cases like Marbury v. Madison ironically enshrined the concept of judicial review, which was not explicitly detailed in the Constitution. Madison's name was attached to the case, though in that instance, he was the official who refused to deliver a judicial appointment, sparking the lawsuit. The ruling gave the judiciary the final say on constitutional matters, which might have surprised Madison, as he championed legislative dominance in some writings. Yet the evolution continued, and the living constitution adapted in directions possibly beyond even Madison's foresight. Into the 20th century, major anniversaries, the bicentennial of the Constitution, for instance, amplified Madison's place in public consciousness. Speeches recast him as the quiet genius, ensuring no single branch of government overshadowed the others. In an era dominated by large-scale political parties and global power structures, some admired his conviction that extended republics control factionalism. Others found his view naive, pointing to the intense polarizations of modern politics. Even so, the blueprint of checks and balances persists, credited to Madison's systematic approach. In popular culture, references to Madison remain less flamboyant than to certain other founders, but occasionally a biography or documentary underscores his role in shaping the Bill of Rights or guiding the War of 1812. Montpellier, after extensive restoration, now stands as a museum site. Exhibits highlight not just Madison's role, but also the lives of enslaved families who toiled there. Visitors witness a more complete portrait of the plantation's layered reality, bridging triumphs of constitutional genius with the heartbreak of forced labour. This dual narrative corrects earlier hagiographies, pressing visitors to reconcile the complexities. Thus, James Madison's posthumous journey swings between reverential acknowledgement of his institutional craft and sober acknowledgement of moral paradoxes. That deeper portrait suits a modern audience seeking authenticity over myth. We find in him a humbly sized man overshadowed by bigger personalities, yet in many ways the intellectual core of the revolutionary generation's nation-building. While not flamboyant, his persistent focus on structure and compromise proved essential to forging a republic resilient enough to survive civil war, expansions, global conflicts, and leaps in technology. His legacy remains a testament to the power and limits of thoughtful governance, reminding us that the best structures still rely on the flawed humans who inhabit them. James Madison's life offers insights into how careful thinking and incremental influence can reshape an entire society. He never commanded armies or soared with fiery oratory. Instead, he methodically used reason and communication to guide from the background. Observing his trajectory underscores that leadership can emerge from quiet conviction rather than flamboyant displays. One lesser-known aspect is his continued devotion to scholarly processes even while in office. He read widely, devouring classical references on governance and moral philosophy. He believed that political institutions should reflect rational design, an unusual stance in an era still shaped by the monarchy and tradition. This penchant for structured problem-solving remains relevant in modern contexts, where data-driven policies and careful legislative drafting often outlast bombastic speeches. Madison's approach, bridging principles with compromise, might serve as a template for bridging polarized divides, yet any reflection on him also demands confronting the slavery question. Madison's private letters to Quaker friends or philanthropic acquaintances reveal the moral wrestling he endured, admitting that slavery was incompatible with Republican ideals. But time after time, he balked at championing immediate emancipation. He accepted half-the measures, perhaps out of economic dependency or fear of disunion if the matter was pressed. This tension resonates with many professionals who see moral imperatives but feel constrained by practical or institutional obstacles. Madison's example warns that deferring a moral crisis can cause deeper agony down the line. Another dimension is how Madison navigated personal adversity. Like his fragile health, throughout his life, he experienced episodes described as seizures or severe migraines. Despite these constraints, he pressed forward academically and politically, forging a robust intellectual brand. This quiet resilience challenges the notion that a leader must display robust physicality. Indeed, in a modern context of chronic health concerns, his perseverance demonstrates that mental acuity and steadiness can offset physical limitations in achieving profound influence. Additionally, Madison's partnership with Dolly illuminates how a supportive spouse or partner can facilitate better leadership. Dolly's social grace and convivial approach bridged political adversaries, turning White House receptions under the Madisons into events that softened partisan rancor. This synergy highlights that effective governance can rely on intangible personal connections, not just legislative prowess. In workplaces or community organizations, a relational dimension often complements the policy dimension, making success more sustainable. Madison's legacy also reveals the complexity of championing novelty within a group setting. The Constitutional Convention was a grand collaborative environment with brilliant minds, each wielding distinct agendas. Madison's drafting of the Virginia Plan emerged from years of studying historical confederacies and forming personal alliances. Earning buy-in required tailoring the plan to quell the smaller states' fears, eventually morphing into the Great Compromise. Modern organizational leaders may glean that pushing reform is rarely about imposing a blueprint unaltered. It's about shaping a flexible framework that key stakeholders can accept, even grudgingly. His post-presidential phase, where he faced personal financial stress, also resonates. Despite monumental achievements, he found himself short on liquidity, dependent on borrowed funds. This incident underscores that professional success or historical greatness doesn't guarantee financial ease. Individuals in midlife contending with changing economic fortunes can see a parallel. One can shape national destinies yet struggle with personal accounts. Finally, the War of 1812 underlines that not all policies, even if well-intentioned, yield neat victories. The conflict ended with a surge of patriotism, but it was by no means a tidy triumph. The story is a cautionary note for modern endeavours. Strategic aims can be overshadowed by chance, shifting alliances, or resource shortfalls, yet how one manages adversity, adapting and forging unifying narratives, can still yield long-term constructive outcomes. Today, as we revisit the Founding Fathers, James Madison stands out not for flamboyant gestures but for the quiet thoroughness of his intellectual and political craft. He orchestrated from the background, hammered out the Bill of Rights, navigated the Republic through a vexing war, and left behind an architecture of governance that still frames American life. The paradoxes remain: a champion of liberty complicit in slavery, a mild-mannered man orchestrating fierce debates. But these contradictions highlight the real complexity of shaping a new nation under uncertain conditions. For a midlife audience balancing ideals with real-world constraints, Madison's example underscores that dogged, reasoned dedication can indeed steer monumental transformations, even if the resulting legacy is tinged with the tensions of an imperfect world.